Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
What brings you to the lost and found, dear? Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. I think he's got it all. He's got the bad.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey there! Every season starts the same way. Everyone wants to win, but not everyone prepares the same way. I can't wait to show you what I have in store. And trust me, this year, everyone's leveling up.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it with the clay?
A new wave is coming to the LEC!
That's gonna be one of the best LEC intros I've seen in years.
Oh, Jackies! For a bit, another. Crowd's already been a trash slide. Their rapid, crazy minds brought the arcane again.
Everything blue in this arena. Everything blue. Hello everybody and welcome back to the LEC. It is the last day of regular season and there's still 4 slots remaining of the LEC playoffs. 6 teams are fighting for their lives. I'm Laure, joined by Finn and Jack Spectra to get you through today, through the action. I love being on stage because we actually can realize how loud Vitality is now.
They're having
we get
a lot
to
of laughs,
experience it.
a lot of fun.
I love it.
I mean, more kudos to the top laner in that team, because how can they focus through that?
I mean, he's chilling, he's leaning back for now. Those Titans on stage ready all as well. They're gonna be the first game we have today, but before we get into the action, I wanted to play a game with you guys to go through all the madness that we've seen across the past 4 weeks. We're gonna do some overreaction statements and play Delulu. Let me know if they're Delulu or if they're Lulu, if they're actually accurate. Are you guys ready? You can play in chat. You can play in chat as well. The first one we have, the teams that stayed together from last year to this year are not gonna get better. Is that delusional?
I mean,
Or is that accurate?
I'm calling pure cap. That's the Lulu
What?
to the max. I mean, look, okay, sure, it doesn't look that good for G2 and MCOY right now, but look at GX. Look at GX, guys. I mean, on a more real note.
He's falling for it. He's falling for GX, man.
On a more real note, I think when you have a team that has played together for so long and you encounter the same problems again, you do know how to combat them the second time. So for example, if G2 would struggle to play in the support jungle, if they now see that problem happening again, now they can kind of fight that a little bit better.
I'm calling it cap. If you had issues, I don't see how you fix them the year after that.
I mean, I agree with you, Laure. I just think, Finn, you're wrong here. The facts speak against you. In theory, I agree with you, but we're seeing with G2, they still have problems with the support jungle, even after a full year. Some things never change.
All right, different opinions here. The next one, Baus was right. Top laners in the LEC are boosted. Is that Delulu?
Delusional. That is Lulu.
That's
delusional. What? Have you seen our top laners, man? It took 2 weeks for the Baus to become the best top laner or contesting for
And
the best
he
top
still
laner
got
in the
there.
league. And it still got there. I mean, 2 weeks to stop getting solo kills in every matchup, and now he's just dominating. What are you talking about?
Don't
Jack?
listen to Finn's propaganda. He's just saying it because he's no longer in the league. We see Nako, we see Mainter, Kana, Broken Blade. We have a lot of great top laners right
At least
now.
I was in the league. Oh wait, he was as well. We keep
So
forgetting.
he was actually right on that one. Talking about Naknako, next statement we have. Naknako is the best top laner we have in the league. Lulu or Delulu?
I mean, I'm gonna call a little bit of Lulu on that. I feel like Naknako is the kind of guy, you give him an inch, he takes a kilometer. Now, I don't know the Imperial system, but I think that's a good connection. I feel like he's the kind of guy that no matter how much fire is in the house, he's always cool and calm and collected. And when you listen to Vitality comms, there's definitely some grade A tomfoolery happening in there.
He's good, but like, he's listening right now. Are you the best top laner in the league? No? Okay, well, he doesn't even agree.
He said yes.
Case and point here. The last one we have, maybe some people agree here. I'm starting to get worried about G2. G2 will not make playoffs. I'm buying it.
Come on.
I'm buying
it's
those
G2.
stocks.
Have you watched LEC? Do you not know the script? I checked the script this morning. It's the same old script we've seen year and year again. G2 bad during regular season. Oh, boo-hoo. Of course they're going to make playoffs. What are we talking about? Who are we kidding?
G2 might not make playoffs. I think they won't make playoffs, and I have a good reason for it. If we can go to the wall here, and we can break it down and look at the different matchups that are going to happen today. The big thing is G2 versus Fnatic. It's a classic, and I would love to say that this match is a do-or-die situation, but it might not be. It depends on a lot of the results beforehand. First of all, the big one is Team Heretics versus KC. If KC wins, then all G2 needs is either Shifters or MCOY to win one game, and they're 100% in. That's G2's insurance policy. But let's say we live in a more fun world, where Team Heretics beats KC, then it all comes down to this. G2 versus Fnatic, and at this point, I might be favoring Fnatic, in which case, G2's out of playoffs.
What I love about your presentation, Jack, is that Linsas and Naknako were paying attention here.
Hey,
they like those odds. Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you guys.
This guy believes G2's gonna lose the Fnatic.
Talking about the rest of the scenarios we have, how does it look like for the rest of the teams? Because the stakes are high. They're cooked today for the last day of the regular season we have. For all the teams except Shifters, they qualify if they win. For Shifters, though, they're going to need a little bit more help from other teams today.
Yeah.
Simple. Simple.
Super simple. I mean, as you say, 4 teams left, 4 spots left, 6 teams left.
other way,
That's the way
yeah.
to do it. So it's very tight. Some really exciting teams is going to lose out on the spot. So it all comes down to today.
All right. And what about Los Ratones then?
Well, LR, there is still a little bit of a chance. Look, the odds speak in LR's favor. It's a 90% chance they're going to make it. But this is the Rat Poison Walk of Death. If they lose to Vitality and then GX ends up beating KC Blue, Shifters beating SK Gaming, MKOI against Navi, and Heretics versus KC and then G2 versus Fnatic, that means that Fnatic, LR, and the last team there will now all be tied on 5-5 or 5-6, and that means that they will lose a tiebreaker.
Fair enough.
Clear. We're going to update you guys throughout the day, of course, on all the stakes that we have. You can follow on the foldy sheets. A lot of things are going to change actually throughout the day, so we will update you, of course. One thing that I want to talk about, the first matchup we're going to have. We see the teams behind us. Los Ratones versus Vitality. And the matchup that I have my eyes on, sorry I was confused, but I'm also thinking about what Baus said yesterday. He is coming for Naknako, the best top laner that we have in the league. And actually, we're going to check the video because I think Baus called him out yesterday, live.
I was watching Naknako stream. He said I was a bad laner. A viewer asked him, what do you think about the Baus? He's a bad laner, but good macro. Okay, tomorrow I will show him what a good laner looks like.
Let's go! Bad laner, he's gonna show it.
I mean, big words from Baus. In my opinion, Baus's biggest weakness is his laning phase. So we'll see if he's able to punish Naknako today. I don't know what you think as a fellow top laner, Finn.
I mean, Baus did say that a lot of our top laners are boosted. I think Naknako to that is the exception. I think he's had an amazing LEC versus so far. And I feel like he always makes so much out of every champion. I think in laning phase, Baus is going to struggle. I really want to see Baus kind of do what he did yesterday against Wunder, which is getting through laning phase and coming to that team fights. Because I think that's where Baus can actually shine.
You were saying that Naknako might be the best top laner we have in the league. What makes him so good?
I mean, Naknako's, first of all, laning phase. So many solo kills. Always, if you check at the gold, actually, he's always almost ahead in gold in the game and XP. He's just always putting himself in a good spot. We know Vitality is a scrappy team. They like to make things a little bit chaotic, but I feel like Naknako, he thrives in that chaos. He always makes himself get ahead.
I completely agree with you, Finn. If Balsi is going to win, it's going to be through scaling. It's going to be through his superior team fighting. And that's the way that you can actually take down Naknako, because in laning phase, I don't think it's going to happen.
A little bit more on Naknako, and you've been in this situation, Finn. Being good in lane doesn't automatically win your game. So what made him stand out and maybe picking up for the slack for the rest of his team later on in the game?
I just feel like he's not really scared to make plays. I think of this moment where he was standing, like they had just lost a fight, but then he's camping at enemy red buff just to pick off the enemy jungler on Rumble.
Yeah.
And I feel like he sees these angles that a lot of other top laners would not even dare to go to. It's about his fearlessness, and I think this is why Vitality looks so happy. I think they're very joyous. They kind of remind me of the old Mad Lions team where they just laugh off mistakes and then look for the next play.
Something that I'm wondering is what's going to happen in top lane, because I believe Naknako on stream said that it's gonna be too easy for him, so maybe as a merciful god, he might leave Sion open? Dracos, can we ask him?
That is an excellent question. Can we get a confirmation? Did you say that you're a merciful god and you're going to leave Sion open for the boss?
I mean, I said it. I also told my coaches that we should leave Sion open. They were kind of confused and they kind of want to ban it, but they also don't want to ban it. But we'll see what happens.
So if we see a Sion ban today, it is the fault of the Vitality coaching staff. You personally would leave it open.
Yes, I will for sure leave it open. I just want him to play Sion because everyone is banning it.
Do you stand by what you said? Do you think you're going to absolutely dominate him in lane today? No, even if there's a Sion?
I did not say that at all. He will stomp me.
Yeah, fine, okay, he's gonna stomp you, whatever. Dang it, we're trying to build it up, bro. Where's the confidence now? Back to you guys.
Absolute cinema. absolute cinema here in the top lane, but absolute cinema is also what Los Ratones gave us since the beginning of the split, because from going 0-4 into the position they're in right now, they're an ERL team to begin with, on the cusp of making it to playoffs ahead of 3 teams in the LEC. We see the standings behind us. Generational run from them so far, and they made it happen game after game after game.
They're making history happen right now. This feels like a ragtag team of friends that came together and they went up from the ERLs, and nobody believed in them. Even me, I watched a lot of their games last year. I didn't think they would make it this far. They're heading in potentially into playoffs, and that's their comfort zone, BO5s.
I mean, I feel like the step up has just been so significant. Like, we came in and they were just losing lanes. They felt like they couldn't really get a grasp in the game, but week after week, game after game, they're becoming more and more stable. Yesterday, against SK, they just held on super well. Such a long game. And when LR gets to that late game, they are actually one of our best decision-making teams in our league right now. So that really is their game plan. They have such a strong fundamental understanding of how the game should be played in the later half of the game. So I really want to see them hone into that.
And you can only imagine what it means for Cajal, especially with this project that he builds from scratch. It was supposed to be a fun project initially, assembling this team with Crowny, who was really looking for this new shot to finally play in a big league. Reckless, legendary AD carry for years, coming back from T1 Academy after being with them winning worlds and taking this new bet, being on the role of support. Baus, streamer challenger with the most unique playstyle that we would never think would work in pro play. And I could go on for ages for the rest of this lineup. He convinced Nemesis to come back to pro play.
I mean, it's absolutely incredible, this roster. Like, it's just such names that you never thought you would see back in the LEC. And the fact that they're here and they're doing the comeback as well. Like, it feels like a Schalke miracle run that's revived as well. There's just so much to be happy about, so much to be excited
about. It feels like you can just take any player and look at their story these last few years, and that's why people care so much. That's why people resonate with this LR roster, because they have seen it. They've seen the Inta scrims, they've seen the disaster classes, but they've also seen the growth, and that's why they're so invested.
When you're so close to success that you've reached the deepest lows at the beginning of the league into finally being one game away from making it, one thing that they have to be careful about today, to not be distracted from their goal, what would it be? Especially facing off against Vitality.
Mute all chat.
Mute all chat!
I think it's just weather the storm at the early game. If there's one thing I trust Los Ratones, it's the scale, it's to get the Drakes going, and that's Balsi comfort zone as well up against Naknako. That's what they need.
It is about witchcraft. It's not only about League of Legends for this matchup, but it is the game that everybody's looking forward to seeing today, and Dracos is standing by with the Rat King Cajal. Take it away.
I'm joined once again at the sideline right before an intense match between Los Ratones and Team Vitality.
Still weird.
Still weird.
It's still weird.
Still doing it. Still making
it
it happen. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Last game.
Yeah.
Chances are looking pretty good for playoffs, but it's not a sure thing. Definitely need to want to win here. But I got to know, you were on stage yesterday. You consoled your boys. You kept that motivation going. I thought that would have come from Mr. Kanone. But I got to know, right now, do you have a final motivational speech for the Rats?
Bro,
for
you
the
can't
boys
put me on the spot
ready
like
to
that.
Go?
Bro, I don't know what's happening anymore. Like, this won't be a motivational speech, but the first couple of weeks were 0-4. We're 5-1 in our last 6 games. And when we were talking to the boys, we're like, I think 3 or 4 is playoffs. Just 3 or 4. We just need 3 or 4. We've got 8. We've got 7 games left. Little did I know it'll be 6. So we had to go like maybe 6-1 in our last 7 games when we're 0-4. So the fact that we made it here is mental. All I know is today we can end up 9th or 4th. So we're either top 4 in playoffs or out. And it's on 1 game. So let's just let Jesus take the wheel and see what happens.
All right, it's all on Jesus, I guess. There we go.
That's all I got for you.
That's enough from us. Let's send it back over to the gang.
And we're the gang, here for what could be the final Los Ratones game.
Could be.
It could be. I think a lot of people hope it's not.
That's true.
I think Vitality, on the other hand, wouldn't be like... I know Karzid Humanoid.
They'd
be really happy.
I mean, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pros that are very much just like, that's true. That would be really cool if LR was here, but... if we were the ones that knocked you out, yeah, that would feel pretty good too. So we'll see what they bring to us today. I really do hope Naknako does convince his coaches to leave the Sion open, because could we really go a whole split without seeing the Bowser Scion once.
I mean, the biggest play is they leave it open and Lost Retones just say, "Now Gragas." We're good. He's playing really well on Gragas, guys. I don't know why we'd pick anything else.
Oh my goodness. I mean, yeah, I mean, that's the other thing. Is LR even prepared to have a Scion open? They've spent the whole split not playing, and I mean, there was this, the mind games that Baus, he himself was saying, I saw a clip of him saying, guys,
I don't think it's
so
that good
bad at
anymore.
Scion now because I don't even play, I don't even bother practicing
there's no
it,
point, you know?
So I'm not even that good at Scion. So there's the Rise. Okay, we're 1 down, 2 to go.
So the important thing is, usually it's first ban Scion. So Rise,
there's
Caitlyn, and Mundo.
That's
if you're banning stuff, that makes sense.
Here we go.
Vitality. Rumble taken away by Lost Retones. Obviously, Baus not wanting to play the Scion into Rumble matchup, or anything into Rumble, really very strong right now.
I mean, LR have to be discussing, like, they've got to consider that Gnar ban.
Yeah.
Unless Nako's saying, I'm not going to cheese a Gnar into his Scion. Talia, okay. 1 ban left, Vitality. Will it be the Scion, or are you taking away the Mundo?
Come on, Pat. Who's in charge of this?
What's it going to be?
Let's see. Nami,
okay.
Scion is through.
Open. Nako, he stayed true to his word.
Vitality have first pick.
There's no way.
Imagine if they lock Scion, man.
They're going to hover
100% he's going to hover. You can see Nako, man.
Okay, he managed to convince his coaches to leave the Scion open. The gauntlet's been thrown.
Also leaving Mundo open, importantly. Something Veli has had a really good time on.
Yes.
So where do we see Lost Retones' final ban? It's going to be the Vitality with first pick, already locked in playoffs at 6 and 4. Can improve their seeding. There's the Scion hover. We all knew it was coming. There's the Mundo hover. We'll see where Vitality decide to go. I wouldn't be surprised if they do pick the Mundo.
Absolutely, yeah.
Right?
They made no deals about the Mundo.
Exactly.
They were very much like, we'll leave the Scion open.
He goes to which team he chooses, and he's chosen to go.
So they're going to take that away from
Vitality.
And honestly, I think that's a smart choice. Yeah. Like, I think Mundo's super strong. But there is the Scion lock-in. Vitality staying true to their word. The Baus, we're going to get to see his legendary pick on the LEC stage.
He has never lost professionally on this pick. He has played it 11 times and has 100% win rate. Okay, Baus, you got to show us what you can do. His playstyle slightly nerfed because on 26.3 they changed some of the gold that you give when you die many times in a row.
Good sir. You can nerf this man to the ground. He'll find a way.
He's still very strong, still very powerful. Corki is the lock here for Crown. He won his first game on it yesterday of the split. And we'll see where Vitality decide to go. Vitality been making some waves in the last few weeks. Their win against KC was very clean. Yesterday, their victory, not quite as clean, but still very solid. I think they've been... they're not really a dark horse. You can never really call a team with Humanoid and Kazi on it a dark horse, but playing above expectations, being more consistent than inconsistent recently, I'd say.
Well, I mean... They've qualified for playoffs is what I'll say.
Okay, sure.
So many of our teams are very difficult to judge right now, partially because of the format, partially because of the time in the year where teams figure out their style and how they want to play together. But here's what we do know. Vitality consists of very talented individuals. Regardless of what you think of Humanoid, he is still a very strong mid laner here in the LEC. I think Kazi and Nako are some of the strongest in their roles, and Linces and Fleshy are fitting in with this composition very nicely. And so far, they've got what a comp.
Yeah, that's a great comp.
Varus Azia paired alongside the Mundo is a very strong foundation. Nemesis is going to be bringing out the Yone. At least we expect it to be in the mid lane. Given the rest of the picks, I'd be shocked to see it go anywhere else. But this is going to be Nemesis's answer into the Azir. It is a very strong matchup. It scales incredibly well. The early laning phase is a little bit rough, but once you get past that, it's like after first base, you get the Vamp Scepter. Once you've got like level 7, that matchup becomes a lot easier.
Another pick that a Lost Retones player has 100% win rate on professionally.
Wow.
2-0, played it twice last year, hasn't played it otherwise. I'm not even sure Yone was out when he was playing in the LEC all those years ago.
You weren't counting ERLs?
No, this is only ERLs. He's 2-0 in ERLs.
Okay.
But didn't play it when he was in
Honestly,
the US.
bro, chat releases,
at some point in the past it happened. Baus also on this sign has beaten T1 with it twice in Red Bull League of its own tournaments. So Vitality, obviously, Nako laying down the gauntlet. They talked a lot about it on the analyst test segment at the start. Like Nako, I think is widely seen as the best top laner in our league, at least right now.
That conversation
Kana,
is happening, right?
Yeah.
So it's definitely a bit of a contentious conversation for sure, but those two top laners are mechanically strongest and seem to have massive impact in the game. I'm excited to see what Naknako brings out. This Mundo, we don't know where it's going yet. Lintus or Naknako could be the champion. Yeah, that's the assumption, but we don't know. He may just say, you know what, I'll play tank at the tank. We'll see how it goes. But Lilia actually going to be the ban directed towards Valia. They realize that AP is the jungle choice. Things like Echo and Diana could be a possibility. Of course, we are live on 26.3, so some of the nerfs that we've seen come through will be affecting players on this patch. The Nico going to be banned, and the Gwen as a possible jungle option as well. So Vitality preparing for some of those scaling jungle choices. As LR now moves into their first pick.
Not a huge amount of AP junglers actually in Velia's champion pool across the years, right? He has played a few of these, the Gwen, he's brought out the Volibear, the Diana, but apart from that, not a huge amount of picks, definitely not in his top 10 at least, and the Bard is going to be locked for Reckless, something he has had great times on in the ERL. So Vitality likely looking towards their top lane and their support here. Fleshy made a huge name for himself on the Pike when he was coming up through the regional leagues.
I think it's pretty good into the Bard as well. Varus, Pike, that's a scary bot lane to go up against.
Yeah, but maybe a bit too aggressive. You need a bit of engage, and they're going to pick the cow instead. So, Naknako, you've laid down the gauntlet. What shape is it? Is it an R? I feel like an R, man.
Possibly. They have left it open. Jace is also something that he could consider. It depends how hard he wants to go.
Aatrox's also seen as sometimes a counter into the Scion. But actually, it looks like it might be the Mundo top. But you were talking about it. Pantheon picked usually in the jungle. Really don't expect it to be picked into a Scion. And Linsus has played that Pantheon twice already this year.
Yeah. So we'll for now assume that this Mundo is going into the top lane. Naknako was chosen for a tank matchup. It means that both sides have very solid front lines. Vitality has a lot of reliance. Ooh, Silas jungle. Into the Alistar as well, I think is very good. Nice adaptation. Silas jungle, I think he recently got some nerfs. I don't think it was this patch. I want to say it was last one. But he was kind of on the rise in popularity in that jungle role, and I know that Riot hit him a little bit, but I think that Silas jungle still very, very viable, and something that I think, depending on what it's going up against, very much determines his strength. And again, looking at this composition, Azir ultimate, Varus ultimate, Alistar ultimate, all great ultis to steal for Valiant.
Panthult as well, just to follow any side pressure, right? And Mundo ult for the maximum dose just gives yourself a bunch of healing. It was the end of last year, by the way, Betty.
It was the end of last year.
Yeah, his monster damage was reduced by 15%, but still 115% on that. Silas can still clear relatively well. So, do or die for Lost Returns today. A loss here does not eliminate them from playoffs, but makes their road reliant on the graces of other teams. If they win, though, they are locked into our top 8 in LEC versus, something that at the start of the year, I don't think many people would have predicted. In the middle of the split, I don't think many people would have predicted, and it would be an incredible run for them. However, Kadril has experience with incredible runs making playoffs.
Oh, that he does.
The Schalke miracle run is what denied him his first ever playoffs. And now the Lost Returns miracle run might be what allows him the luxury of being in that top 8. For Vitality, bragging rights on the line, as we see Baus saying good luck and thank you in the chat at the start of the game. Let's see how much work he can do on the Scion.
It's actually super wholesome from the Vitality guys. Kazi, Naknako, and Fleshy all said good luck, and Fleshy giving him the good luck Messi, the Messi of League of Legends. So some wholesome all chat from both these teams. They're giving Baus the opportunity to, I mean, I find it very honorable to give a player his best champion and say, hey, if you're going to qualify for playoffs, like, have your best foot forward, do your best, but we're also not going to show you any mercy. I mean, Azir, Varus denying the Mundo. I don't think Vitality's holding any punches with this draft either. They've got excellent range at their disposal. Bear in mind, Silas plus Yone, relatively short range. Scion needs to find an engage against a lot of mobility and a decent amount of disengage. LR execution on these team fights is going to be super important. But let's take stock of the early game, because in the bot lane, they will have that early push, thanks to Reckless having the Bard, being able to just bully out Fleshy on the Alistar. You can already see that he's a little bit low on HP. Nice proc of the Electrocute means that they're going to get some good trades out from the LR bot lane 2 versus 2. In the mid lane as well, I think Nemesis actually doing pretty well, holding his own again, as we expected. The early HP is going to go the way of Humanoid. He does have that range advantage, and top lane seems very neutral between both the Mundo and the Scion. So really that bot side of the map is where LR will have that early push, and where junglers are likely going to be focusing their early attention.
And one of the benefits for Mundo in this matchup is his Infected Cleaver or Infected Bonesaw. The Q does do percent target's current health, so into health stackers, it can do quite a lot of work. You can see Baus was harassed down a little bit on that top side early on. Humanoid still getting the push in mid, and will get himself a plate. But across the rest of the map, Honor's relatively even. You can see Crowny does have a 10 CS lead, but with the wave crashing in, Kazi should be able to make up at least a few of those minions. He's actually going to be almost a full wave behind after the first few waves.
Yeah, those early levels are really brutal for most Alistar lanes. I'm sure you've experienced that plenty of times yourself, Medic.
I don't play Alistar because of it.
That's fair enough. Yeah, the Bard can be super oppressive in the early laning phase. Now, for those individuals at home that aren't as familiar with Baus, he's going to be sitting at this HP a lot.
Yes.
This is kind of his comfort zone. Where he's playing in the top lane matchup. Don't be too concerned about it. The good deaths originate from his mastery over this champion, as you highlighted. An impressive domestic record in the ERL with 11 wins.
11 wins, 0 losses.
11 wins, 0 losses.
Oh, Fleshy going in here. Looking for the Trample Sun's going to have to flash away. Flash forward from Crowny, in fact. Needs another order. Will find it. Lots returns with First Blood. Meanwhile, on the top side, Naknako's trying to trade onto Baus, who uses the Salt Furnace. Can he get him in the zombie form? Naknako flashes the wall. Baus is on the chase, but the Bonesaw will slow him down enough that Naknako gets the solo bolo.
So it ends up being a trade of kills as LR, again, they're used to playing with the Scion, so they get an early First Blood. Down towards the bot side of the Rift. Naknako adds to his solo kill stats as he picks one up onto Baus. He was confident in his laning phase against Baus, but Baus not going to be too deterred by his early death.
He's gone Cull Longsword, Betty. He's gone Cull Longsword. Picking up all those stacks. We'll have another look at this, because Fleshy thinks that they have the damage to get onto Crowny, but with the Valkyrie away, now Fleshy's just in no man's land.
And the fact that Fleshy couldn't quite proc the stun either. He didn't get that last tick for the auto.
Ooh, Fleshy moving towards the mid lane though. Nemesis does have his flash, will go in, looking for the ignite on Humanoid. Baus now getting chased out by Linsus and Naknako. Naknako's passive means that he's not knocked up by the decimating smash, and Baus will fall. He really wants to get as many autos down as possible in this passive, because then you are coming back to life quicker afterwards. But he is already back up and spawning.
So the question should be, was that a good death? And in this situation, it wasn't ideal.
Yeah.
If the minion wave had come a little bit earlier, he could have used his passive to secure that wave, and he wouldn't have lost out on any tempo. But we look back at the top lane, and you'll notice that even though he did die, he's going to return back to top lane just in time to be able to catch this wave. And I assume that Naknako, not going to do a fast push, in fact, just going to last hit, so that Baus does in fact lose as many minions as possible. So Baus lost about half a wave off the back of that, which will result in a bit of an experience difference developing. Nothing too significant for the time being, though.
Still holding on to his flash as well, so he has that escape tool if he is re-ganked when it's not time for a good death. Naknako trading in here once again onto Baus. Grasp of the Undying will give Baus a little bit of health back, but Naknako continues to trade in. Hits level 6 as well. Baus holding on to that flash may have been a good thing. Flashes away from the cleaver, and Naknako with the maximum dosage will heal himself back up.
I mean, that cleaver that you were talking about, just so effective into tanks, especially once you get more points in it in the early game. Good stuff from Naknako, really recognizing how he can take advantage of the Mundo in this matchup and build himself a pretty decent lead. But again, like, the thing is, Baus, yes, he's 0-2. He's ahead in CS. He does have this tendency to find a way. His HP, again, dangerously low, as we mentioned before. But let's look at the rest of the map. Humanoid with a small CS lead, kind of as we expected in this matchup. Once Nemesis gets this wave, I imagine the difference isn't going to be too dramatic. And you could see early Vamp Scepter coming through from him as well, going for the fleet for that extra bit of sustain. The bot side of the map is really where LR is sitting with their advantage right now, thanks to that early kill secured by Crowny. He's sitting at about a 600, 700 gold lead for himself.
Should be a fight around this bot side Scuttlecraft. Whichever jungler gets this will hit the level 6, and you can see immediately the TP coming in from Fleshy trying to join this party. But with Crowny and Reckless already here, the smite coming down, it's Linsus that gets it, so he'll be level 6, means that they can now look towards that dragon if they want with the level advantage.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Velia, his camps are respawning on the top side of the map, and he doesn't want to path up towards there, given all the action that's happening around the bot side. Velia a little bit stuck, hovering around his red buff. No camps for him to secure. Nemesis in a lot of danger, especially with Humanoid having that health advantage. A stacked wave. Nemesis can't afford to lose this, and that's why the presence of Fleshy is so important, because they can threaten the dive. They're denying Nemesis as much as they can.
There's also an option for Linces to look for a topside invade. You can see he has gone to his own top side, but knowing that Velia was only level 5, getting the push through mid as well, you can then look to try and keep denying the Silas as much as possible. He decides against it. He's going to go across towards his red buff, get those camps respawning as soon as possible. But for the moment, as you've said, Vedi, the leads for Lost Returns are in that bot side. Crowny with a wave advantage and that kill, hitting about 700 lead overall. Meanwhile, on the top side, Linces and Naknako have their leads. Velia is here. Grand Starfall coming in from Linces as they look for Baus. Unstoppable Onslaught will not get enough of a knockup. Linces, though, gonna get chased out here by Velia as Naknako falls first. Baus using the zombie very well. Aegis so out from Linces. Velia has hit that level 6, stole away the maximum dosage. And Fleshy here on Vision might actually have his tempo stopped. Chain of Corruption coming out from Kazi as he looks to try and chunk out Crowny and Reckless, meaning the dive wouldn't really be able for them. He does enough work stopping Reckless and Crowny going for that dive.
So it's a 1-for-1 on the top side of the Rift. Baus able to get a kill back is very valuable for him as he keeps that gold close between the two top laners. I was a little surprised that Velia didn't keep going for that fight, because it felt like in the extended trade he actually had kill pressure, especially with the Mundo ultimate sitting on top of him. But we look back at this Velia, he's wary that something's going to happen. He then arrives. He arrives a little bit too late. That stun just flashed away from, but it doesn't matter because ultimately Naknako still drops. And in this position, I'm like, okay, Velia... yeah, Kadrol getting quite excited, naturally, as you should be in this situation. But Velia, yeah, he wisely realizes that Fleshy is roaming somewhere on the map. He doesn't know exactly where he is, so he does not take the risk. But, you know, many LR fans would sit there and tell you, if you enter the 15-minute mark even with Lost Returns, you're in a very dangerous position. And so far, Vitality have not found a significant advantage anyway.
Yeah, Lost Returns, I believe this split have never been at 15 minutes with a gold lead.
They've definitely never won a game at 15 minutes with a lead. So it's a very interesting...
And they've won 5 games.
Yes.
So in all 5 of those games, they've been behind.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, they are the comeback kings of the LEC, to say the least. Right now, they're considering a dragon as they set up around the objective. Nemesis.
Emperor's Divide coming out from Humanoid as Nemesis used the Fate Sealed. Linces on the chase here. Baus was looking for that roam, but Fleshy's here first. Naknako coming across as well. Baus doesn't really have anywhere to go, doesn't have that ultimate either. Knock up from Fleshy and Baus will fall in the enemy jungle as his team takes the dragon.
So a considerate idea from Baus to come mid, try and help his team, but unfortunately, when you have 3 members of LR in that bot side River, that means the Vitality has to be somewhere else. So the moment he tries to make that mid roam happen, the rest of Vitality are there to punish. Another death will be added to the board, but so far, again, the gold remains even for the time being.
And he can TP up to the top side to catch this wave that's crashing in. Reckless here just trying to shadow to make sure that Humanoid can't keep Nemesis from getting the wave crashed. Crowny holding on to the Valkyrie. Great Chain of Corruption. Flash knock up and Fleshy as well. Velia coming in with a Chain of Corruption of his own. Lands it and will get the double. Really good counter game.
Velia at just the right time, there to assist his AD carry. The bot lane is the key in this early game for LR. And Velia does a good job of making sure it stays strong. He gets 2 kills for himself. That's going to accelerate the Silas. And again, you're seeing the value of some of these ultimates that he can steal away. In this situation, he chooses to steal away the Varus ultimate as Crowny's isolated in the bot lane.
That
he knows he's in danger.
So good.
Nice prediction comes through from Kazi. Velia, he doesn't quite connect the chains, but that's fine, because he still has that ultimate to lock down the AD carry and convert it into a double.
And because Fleshy's been roaming around the map so much as well, you do know that if you can bring one person across there, perhaps you can catch Kazi out a little bit. Fleshy once again up towards the top side. Oh, the Unstoppable Onslaught blocked there. Flash away from Baus, though, as Fleshy continues to try and chase him down. There's the trample. Soul Furnace for a bit of a shield, but Naknako and Fleshy should be able to take him out. The wave is crashing. Baus will be happy enough to have got that one in. Vedia going in with the rocket belt. Trying to chase Naknako down. He will be able to escape with the use of his own flash.
Fortunately for Velia, he's just a little too late to the party. A few seconds earlier, and that could have been a very different fight. Humanoid, though, looking for Nemesis.
Yeah, it's just going to be damage, really. Grand Starfall coming out. Fate Sealed from Nemesis does get him to safety. He did.
I think he flashed in front of Nemesis.
To try and get in front of the Fate Sealed?
I think he was predicting the ulti, but then it doesn't come out. Nemesis kind of stays steadfast. So, flash advantage gain for Nemesis.
Sure. little bit of an odd one. But, yeah.
Happens.
Nemesis will be happy enough to only use his ultimate in exchange for Humanoid's
and
flash.
And now, I mean, Velia should come in.
Yeah.
There's no flash.
There's the Emperor's Divide. Humanoid needs to get out of here. Shifting Sands will get him a bit of distance, but there's no one on this side of the map to help him out. Velia can keep chasing in, does have the flash. Absconder ducked, goes in with the Abscond. Kingslayer closes the gap, and Duck goes wide. Emperor's Divide, though, now catches Humanoid out, but Lintus flashes forward. Still, Velia gets the kill. His third of the game, popping off on this Silas.
LR find themselves with a gold lead 12 minutes into the game. Velia is continuing to get stronger. Vitality putting a lot of resources into Nemesis.
Humanoid doesn't have a flash, doesn't have an ignite, but can dash away with a Mortal Strike. And now Velia comes back in, trample from Fleshy for the stun. Velia still chasing forward here. In the end, will just retreat as Reckless comes to back him up.
My goodness, a scrappy game. Vitality, they're a team that likes to skirmish, and we're seeing it so much from Fleshy. He's roaming around the map and having as much impact as he can. You're expecting this from a Pantheon, but this Alistair wants to get involved in the action. And LR, while they are a little bit slow to react in the moment, they are there to respond a few seconds later, resulting in some return kills of their own. Velia's doing a great job in this early game of punishing that aggression, and he finds himself with a 3-0-1 scoreline.
But the big lead really for LR is the fact that Fleshy hasn't been bought, and because of that, Crowny's almost 2k ahead. Velia, once again, up towards this topside. Maximum dosage coming out from Nucko as he tries to escape with no flash at his disposal. The chase down might just come out. He goes where he pleases, picks it up again, trying to get that CC resistance, but can't get it. Velia steals away the maximum dosage, will heal himself back up, and Linsus can only catch the wave. Fate sealed in the mid lane as Nemesis looks for the chase. Reckless is here, Fleshy too far away, and Humanoid can't shift the sands. Apart from the ones that fall on his face, 6 feet under now. Humanoid down, a 1.8k, 1.9k lead for the Lost Ratones.
Lost Ratones have decided that it's their turn to take control over the Rift. A gank in the top lane, a gank in the mid lane, pressure continuing bot. Fleshy though, he wants to answer back.
Crowny holding the flash, but still going to get head-butted up. No Valkyrie on him. There's the trample. He tries to turn it around and puts the damage into Kazi. Crowny forces Kazi away. The Trinity Force core field so much from Crowny there.
Lost Ratones with a 2.6k gold lead. Crowny is just dominating in the bot side of the Rift. Nemesis now with a gold lead of his own. The Blade of the Ruin King completed makes him a much greater threat in the side lane. And now with these quests done, LR, I expect them to start opening up on the map. Look at the mini-map. You can already see Nemesis making his way towards the bot lane. Crowny going to take up Mantle in the mid. Dragon is ready and available, and you have to imagine that that's going to be the next objective. Baus doing what he does best, proxying, steals a wave away, and he's going for more. He does not care. He's hunting for that extra wave, and this is how you build that massive tempo advantage. The Azir is going to be coming up, and if they kill Baus, that's fine, but they're losing the Dragon in exchange.
Yeah, Humanoid comes in, Fleshy there with a follow-up knockup. Baus will die here. Doesn't have the unstoppable onslaught, but he is distracted Vitality for as long as they needed. The Drake now will be going over to Lost Ratones. Humanoid just trying to get some gold into his pockets, as now Lost Ratones 2 Drakes up. We crest the 15-minute mark. This is untrodden ground. If you are a Lost Ratones fan, this is brand new, really. Have never won from this position in LEC Versus, but what a lead they developed. And off the back of Velia, this guy is 4-0-1 on this Silas, not known for his AP picks at all. Brings it out in a perfect position to play it, and now is doing so much work through this early game, Vetti. I think a lot of people doubted him. I think I myself definitely doubted him. I thought off the Mundo, his Jarvan performances weren't exceptional. But now he's showing up for Lost Ratones when they need him most. A win here gets them into playoffs, and they are controlling the map. They'll take the Rift Herald as well.
And I wanted to look at that, like, because that would be considered a classic Baus good death, right? And so I want to look at how much gold did Nemesis actually get off, sorry, Humanoid get off the back of that play. He got 313 gold. In the bot lane, though, Nemesis got 2 plates, getting himself 240 gold, and they also got themselves the second raid. Overall, on top of all the minion waves that he still got after his death, that is the definition of a good death.
Grand Starfall coming down towards the bot lane. I agree. Nucko's going to be chased out by Reckless on the top side here. Cosmic Binding does land. Baus just trying to clear out the wave. Fleshy going in with a knockback under the tower. Nucko pops the maximum dosage, but with a Cosmic Binding on him. And the Ignite taking maximum dosage, healing him up. Velia's going to have to chase him down. Meanwhile, Baus is killed on the bottom side. Velia will get one. Both the top laners fall.
The It's a trade of top laners that I think LR is quite happy with.
No, they have the Rift Herald as well.
They have the Rift Herald. They're going to get this tower, and they should be able to run it into the next tower as well. Flashy is going to be hovering around the top side. There's nothing he can do about this, though. Velia just going to run that straight towards the tower. Gold continues to be gained.
TP behind Betty. Humanoids looking for this. They think perhaps they can catch Nemesis and Velia unawares. Fate Seal available for Nemesis. Does have the flash as well. Fleshy goes in, looking for the knockup. Sun Disc down. Emperor's Divide. Collide! But the Fate Seal finds Humanoid. He tries to shift the hands and get the shield, but it's not enough. And the Sun Disc won't save Flashy under the tower because Bounce is here. The Soul Unbound out of Nemesis. Gets into safety, and Lost Ratones a 5k up.
Lost Ratones are dominating in these skirmishes. Vitality keeps trying to bring the fight to them, but it is LR that is coming out ahead. Beautiful execution in the 2 versus 2. The double as their ultimate will be traded, but Nemesis's ultimate ignores it all. It results in a winning skirmish, and as you highlighted, this is a 5k gold lead that LR is sitting in the early game.
Now Vitality's topside jungle. A slew of vision there for Lost Ratones. We'll have another look at this because with Humanoid TPing in, you're worried for Nemesis.
You naturally are. But with Varus on the way, you're thinking, okay, in the 2 versus 3, this could be dangerous. The Azir ulti comes, sorry, the tower comes up, but a beautiful ulti from Nemesis locks down Humanoid. And I mean, where is Humanoid going to go? He has no options available to him. It's an easy double. Bao's going to pick that one up.
Bao's TPing in as well meant that...
No, perfect description, Kadril, yes.
Bao's TPing in meant that Kazi couldn't react. Like, he couldn't walk forward because Baus is there at that point. And Kazi still only sitting at 1.5 items where Crowny already has his Manamune stacking up towards the Muramana. Nemesis now with an Immortal Shield Bow, 2 items on all the key carries for Lost Ratones.
Just the reason why no one wants to give Baus the champ. He is 2-7-1. He has a 350 gold advantage. That is the Baus Classic. That right there.
The problem is the automatic detection system.
Yeah.
Still sometimes, if you have 7 deaths in 18 minutes, ready, sometimes it procs, you know?
No reports after the game, okay? No reports.
If there's a new top laner for playoffs, sorry guys, we did all we could, okay? It's not our fault. It's an automated system.
I mean, very honorable from Vitality to give the Baus his best champion. And again, like, do I think that he's the key difference maker in this game? No, not necessarily. But you know what he is doing? Gang after gang after gang after gang. So much has been thrown towards him, which just alleviates pressure for the rest of the map. And Crowny in the bot lane has been decimating Kazi. He has been using the full strength of this Corki to find advantages. He secured that bot tower. Gank after gank. We've also seen in the mid lane, Fleshy has been doing his absolute best to make magic happen for Vitality on the Rift. It has not resulted in anything as Nemesis throws the ulti towards Humanoid. He's going to sidestep that.
And that's why having such a strong pushing early game bot lane for Lost Ratones when you have Baus on the side is so important.
Absolutely.
Because Baus draws so much pressure that you garner these leads because you know the jungler isn't likely coming
again,
bots.
Look at what's happening. They're ganking Baus. Dragon is available. 3 uncontested dragons. And again, like, you might sit there and say, like, oh, why are they being so biased? Why are they... This is just the Baus. We are explaining to you.
It's 1 letter difference, guys. Okay? 1 letter difference. This is what he does.
But the... Oh, hang on a minute. I'm looking at that Pantheon, and I think he's ulting mid.
Crowny has the flash, has the barrier, has the Valkyrie. We use the first of those tools with the chain of corruption chasing him down. The shutdown going over to Kazi. Here's the thing.
Much needed pick, because now they can threaten the Baron. 2 are dead. Baus doesn't have TP. He's dead for 15 seconds. Crowny overstayed his welcome in the middle lane. Nemesis knows this isn't worth contesting. He's going to stay in the bot side.
Daniel might look for a sneaky steal, but he's just clearing out mid. First Baron of the game doesn't usually get you too much other than towers. There's only 1 tier 1, 2 tier 1s in fact for Vitality to raise after this. But while this is happening, something that Lost Ratones have done really well this split is understanding when you just play the other side of the map. Get something for yourselves. They get the tier 2 down towards the bottom side. But Vitality now can get that scaling up. They've got triple TP, so their map movements later on should be better. As the first teleport does come out, Humanoid sliding into Reckless, who flashes away. Velia not caught by the Emperor's Divide. Able just to sidestep it, and Great for him. He's got a 700 gold bounty on his head. If Azir's picking that up, that is not good news.
I mean, Vitality not giving up without a fight. They find a beautiful pick on mid lane. They give a lot of that gold over to Kazi. They significantly close that gold gap between the two AD carries. Securing this Baron also takes this objective away from LR and will delay the game a lot. This next Dragon is going to be extremely important for both teams. Vitality's going to use this Baron to stall the game out, get as much gold, get as many items as possible, and then they're going to look to fight over this Dragon. Remember, Vitality do have a lot of scaling of their own. The Azir is going to continue to get stronger as the game progresses. Kazi has a ton of range, and ultimately this is going to be the biggest challenge for LR. Can they get past this range that Vitality will look to use, the poke that they'll have available around this Dragon? 3 minutes, we've got some time, so we'll calm down and we'll take this moment as both teams kind of get ready for that fight that's inevitably going to happen.
Yeah, you have to feel it's going to be around that Mountain Drake. You do not want to give a sigh on Mountain Soul at all. Titanic Hydra for Baus for that wave clear and for that extra damage, but Naknako has managed to garner a very slight gold lead in that top lane. Now 200 gold is basically nothing, it's a refillable, but still for a while that had turned blue and now it goes back towards the red. The lead that Crownie had developed cut in half pretty much by that kill. Kazi was able to get himself, and with the Baron buff, you see this tower in the mid lane falling. Vitality getting more of that standing gold off the map. That's all the tier 1s down. Bring the gold lead down to 2k. Emperor's Divide out from Humanoid as Nemesis gets chipped away at. Reckless is here to try and help him out. Has those Bandor pipes that do a lot of work in terms of speeding up that Yone's attacks, but can't really get close enough to do too much with it. Haven't really seen Reckless have to use that Tempered Fate as of yet. It can be a very effective tool when you're playing against low mobility carries. There it is, onto Humanoid. Fleshy gets the knockback onto Velia. Humanoid able just to walk away for now. Velia steals away the Emperor's Divide, exhaust out from Fleshy, but he has the Unsealed Spellbook, so have another summoner in just a moment's time. Long range damage from Kazi with the chain going wide. In the end, a good trade overall for Lost Returns. They only used the Tempered Fate. Velia does pop out the Emperor's Divide to get his hijack back on cooldown, so he can steal away an ultimate he finds more apt to the situation.
Well, I just have to imagine that it may have been running out, but also Dragon's in a minute.
I mean, he only just stole it, so...
Yeah, okay,
so
right.
I think he wants like the Alistair ult or a Chain of Corruption or
Basically,
something, right?
He's preparing for the upcoming Dragon fight, and he just wants to have it available. That makes sense. Naknako now looking to contest some of the gold that Valier is after. He's still a ways away from level 16, which is really where Silas, I mean, he's already quite powerful at this point in the game, but level 16, that very low cooldown ult can be exceptionally strong in these team fights. I mean, Vitality, look at how the momentum has shifted, though. Vitality, it felt like they were constantly being pushed back on their side of the map, but now pretty much full control. Our observer's highlighting for us the vision. There is some deep wards on the top side of the mini-map that LR do have as potential flank TP wards, but with Dragon being the main focus, Vitality have full coverage around this bot side. That single Baron has really swung the momentum in their favor. Now they're looking for a pick.
Velia stepping forward, Chain of Corruption not quite timed with the rest of the CC. That is Velia down to half HP though, has enough time to get back to base and then get back out onto the map. 30 seconds before the next Drake does spawn. There's also an option for Lost Returns just to give this one up. Say, okay, let's wait for 3 items apiece. Let's wait until Nemesis has finished whatever he wants to go to with this BF sword. Yeah, Infinity Edge is what I expect as well. Yep. Crownie needs the Mortal Reminder as well to work his way through Naknako. They do have an Ignite on Nemesis, but no other tools to apply that Grievous Wounds. TP coming out. Leave from Baus.
They're in position to contest this Dragon.
Naknako's
the
going to TP
guard
to mid.
finished for Humanoid. Could be a very big deal. Here comes the TP from Naknako now as well, and here we go.
Baus on the flank. Look and see if he can get behind Vitality. Naknako will keep him at bay. Nemesis chipped away at. Naknako's still just standing on the Baus, going to block the unstoppable onslaught. Velia steals away the Alistair ultimate. Fleshy goes in with a knockup. There's the Temper Fade as well. Fleshy down to half HP. Baus on the backline. The Dragon, an afterthought here for Lost Returns as they see the fight that could get them into playoffs. The dive in from Nemesis, Lynx was forced away. Baus low, Emperor's Divide in as Humanoid takes down Crownie. Naknako now on the backline trying to kill off Nemesis, but Velia's in his way. Baus forces people away up towards the top side as he goes down as well. Lynx is coming in, Velia healing up. Lynx is trying to flash the wall, but he face plants. Nemesis can rejoin the fight with Immortal Steel. The stopwatch from Velia. Nemesis trying to get in here. Velia gets the magical journey away from the fight. Nemesis able to keep Naknako and Lynx from chasing any further.
Oh my goodness, the fight is so close. Valiant, he needs a heal for the W. He's going to steal the ultimate away.
Maximum dosage for him. Reset coming out from Linces. He does have the Grand Starfall, but Nako needs his teammates on his side. Valia chases him down. The Mundo can't go anywhere as Valia brings down the trains.
That is going to be the team fight for Lost Ratones. The Dragon is up for grabs. Linces is not going to be able to get in range.
He's got Grand Starfall.
He does have the ult.
Linces doesn't have Smite right now, but he'll have it in just a second. Magic coming out as well as Linces dives in. Fletcher with a double knock, but Linces steals it! Linces steals it, and they get the kill on Nemesis. Velia and Reckless now need to run for the hills. They need to get out. Tempered Fate perfect, and Reckless finds the two. Crowny looking for damage onto Fleshy, who will go back in with a headbutt pulverize. No Emperor's Divide. At the moment, a Humanoid is a 4v3 in Lost Ratone's favor. Velia steals away the Emperor's, but he can't get the damage in as Humanoid uses the stopwatch. Linces with Nature's Assault, knocked up with a Decimated Smash. Onslaught going in from Bounce as he continues to chase forward. Humanoid turns it back around, Crowny on the back foot. Relics no mana, and Vitality will disengage.
The Baron is available. If either jungler had died there, it would have been an immediate call to go for the objective. But my goodness, what a close fight. LR win the initial fight, but the re-engage from Linces, the smite was just too early. 76 HP on the Dragon. It is secured by Linces. He gets the shutdown onto Nemesis. The soul is denied. And we have to get back to live because the Baron is available. Both of these teams are eyeing up that objective. And you can see how close it was. If either jungler fell, that would have been a Baron. That could have been the game. But the game will continue. The gold lead, insignificant at this point. 3 items across the board for both sides. Humanoid looking for a bit of a scrap with Baus.
Has the Leandries and the Nashes alongside that Zhonya's. Velia and Linces still yet to die in this game. Velia doing so much work in these fights as Vitality will deny vision around the Baron pit. Lost Ratones and Vitality vying for pressure in the mid lane. Nemesis looking for that flank position. No flash on him. In fact, only Baus has a flash at the moment on Lost Ratones. None of that summoner either on Vitality, so the engage has to be a flank position. Linces clears out the control ward. Tempered Fate going out as Baus looks to the backline but can't get in. Nemesis going to chase Linces out, stunned up with the shield bash. There's the Emperor's Divide onto Baus. He has to flash to try and get out, but the Chain of Corruption is going to chase him down, and Baus has fallen. Perhaps not a good death there for Lost Ratones. The gold lead down to a K. Vitality turn their attentions towards the top river once again.
I mean, it's really hard for LR to follow up on that. Once Baus is in the thick of it, there's no easy angle for LR to play for. That means the Baron will be secured by Vitality, and this Dragon becomes the main win condition. My goodness, what a scrap this game has been. An 8-0-3 scoreline for Valia. He's getting closer to that level 16 mark. An important ulti steal could be the difference maker. Nako is becoming tankier and tankier. We look back at this pick. A decisive play made by Humanoid after seeing the Tempered Fate comes through. They now know that that disengage tool of that ulti becomes unavailable. Baus is isolated. Humanoid with his quick thinking forces the flash out from Baus. It's not enough to escape. Fleshy picks up the kill, and Vitality converted into a Baron.
The gold basically even, and the game basically even again. Lost Ratones, a win here gets them into the playoffs. Vitality already have that spot. The higher you up, the lower seed you play though. So a win here would get them to 7 overall. And you can see this game means a lot to both teams. Vitality will deny vision down towards the bottom side. 2 minutes left on their Baron buff. The Drake up in 1:40, perfectly timed for them, means they can have these waves pushing in and makes it hard for Lost Ratones to gain purchase over this bot side jungle. Humanoid still only on those 3 items. Infinity Edge is complete for Nemesis, but you see if someone gets CC'd, the chains, the Chain of Corruption, the shield bash coming in from Linces, the ability for them just to keep you locked in spot. So damn difficult. With Nako pushing in the mid lane, there's a wave of red down towards the bottom of our screen for the first time in a long time. Nemesis trying to answer Nako has a 3-level lead.
I mean, yeah, XP is the biggest thing that LR's been losing. 2 Barons off the bat. I mean, look, there is a 2-level difference between the AD carries. Kazi level 16.
Tempered Fate. Humanoid doesn't flash it. Fleshy goes in. Look at the knock up here. Humanoid holding on to that flash. Chain of Corruption's going to go down, but only onto Baus, who's channeling that Decimating Smash. Still locked up. Another Decimating Smash coming out as Baus almost falls, but he gets the shield just in time. Valia going low as well, though. He needs to get out. Oh, the piercing arrow. Almost clipped his heels, but he's able to escape. Keep that perfect scoreline up, but now Lost Ratones need to go back, need to heal. need to bandage those wounds, and because of it, they'll lose an inhibitor tower. 30 seconds on the Drake. Resets coming out from Vitality. Nako does have his flash coming off cooldown in a couple of seconds' time, but with the TP coming in, he needs to run for now. Baus looking for the flank as well. Kazi will be able to reset in that bot lane bush, and Baus's TP, not for naught, but doesn't find the kill that Lost Return so desperately wanted.
Well, I mean, there's... Oh, good. Hang on a minute. What are they fishing for? Bowser snuck his way in!
Looking for Linces, looking for Linces. Nemesis going in with a base shield as well. Linces with the Age of Soul has to flash across the wall. TP coming in from Nako. Nemesis looking for more damage, but Linces is able to survive for now. Valia going in, stolen away the Alistair ultimate. Valia will get the shot down! Kills his enemy jungler now with the Unbreakable Will. He can do a lot of work here, he can survive a long time. Trample coming out. Unstoppable onslaught from Baus, distracting the enemy team once again, allowing Valia to escape. Now Nako on the front line, Taper Fate out from Reckless. Meanwhile, the Drake is Crowny, and Nemesis are trying to take it. They'll secure it! A mountain soul for Lost Returns the height of the century as Baus just distracted all of Vitality.
It's a 1-for-1, but the soul secured by Lost Returns. My goodness, what a fight it has been. And what a trap they had set. Baus snuck his way into that river brush. Fleshy and Linces had no idea. Our observers highlighting how they just had no clue. Linces gets CC'd, the follow-up from Nemesis. Linces almost gets away if it weren't for Velia. Chases him down, and this is where Baus kind of has to give his life. He's saying, in order to keep my jungler alive, I've got to make this trade happen. He dives into the backline, commits his ulti. Velia says, I've got to get out of here. It's too risky for me. Reckless does what he can, but it's not enough. But the sacrifice was worthwhile as the team secures the Mountain Soul. Baron 2 minutes away. The gold really doesn't matter at this point. Items are pretty much equal across the board. XP is still behind for LR. Regrouping up in mid lane though, here we go.
Knockback onto Belly, but he still has the Zhonya's. Fleshy now, he went in, he's caught out. Chain of Corruption coming out of Castle just before he gets caught in the Tempered Fate. The Emperor's Divide back, Baus on the front line. Nako caught up with the Abscon. He's going to have to flash as well. Vitality fighting a man down as Lost Returns begin to advance. Still 90 seconds before the Baron comes up, but Lost Returns will be looking towards those inhibitors. If they can get through mid, it makes the Baron play a lot easier.
It's only a single pick. The rest of Vitality have to back off. Humanoid so close, but look at the damage he throws back onto Velia.
Nemesis, Fate Seal doesn't quite connect. Humanoid dashes in with the shifting side. Decimating Smash coming out as well, but he pulses on just in time to avoid the knockup. Humanoid trying to get away from Baus, who does have the flash. Decimating Smash, Humanoid has to flash away from it. Meanwhile, the wave is here to continue Lost Returns advance. 6 seconds before the support is back up for Vitality, before they can make it a 5v5. A Grand Star fall in as Nemesis falls first, but Baus is in the way again. They look for Crowny, he flashes. Can he escape? Baus sacrificing himself, and Crowny on a sliver. Holding on to life by the tips of his fingers. He'll survive for now, but he's spotted out, and Kazi's on the chase. TP's behind him. Crowny's used that Valkyrie. The Mountain Soul shield is back up. Piercing arrow short again. The Corki not quite caught yet, but Linces still looking for him and spots him with the oracles. Crowny, they know you're there. Linces sinks a spear through his heart, and perhaps through the hearts of Lost Returns. Only Velia and Reckless left alive.
They have to stall. They have the Tempered Fate to use onto the tower. If they want to buy a little bit of time, they're going to use it early. They need to stall for as long as they can. LR overstay their welcome in the middle lane. Vitality have set their sights on the Nexus as Kazi crosses 1,500 kills.
1,500 kills, but looking for one more scalp. Lost Returns their target right now. Velia caught in the chains. Fleshy knocks him back. The Nexus towers will both fall. Velia and Nemesis there with a face shield. He catches 3, but it's just not enough. Vitality will Carl the Rats, will take them down and will take their destiny out of their hands.
My goodness, what a back and forth scrap. LR, after finding that pick onto Fleshy, they think that they can go all the way, they think they can get more, but they overstay their welcome. My goodness. LR came so close, they came really so close, but Vitality, they did not budge. You can vote for your player of the game. Nako, Linces, Fleshy. Wow, what a crazy back and forth. But as you said, with Vitality's victory, LR's fate is now out of their control.
It really is. LR now needs Na'Vi or Fnatic to win to secure playoffs. We're going to go to a short break. We'll be back with Finn and Nako after the game. What a banger, man. Wow.
until I see you again. To the end we begin. Stars that shine,
Damn it. Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Who's in charge of
What's
this
it going to be?
Let's see.
Na'Vi,
Na'Vi, okay.
okay.
Sion is through.
It's open.
Holy f, it's open.
It's open.
Oh my god, Sion is open. Oh my god.
Yeah, Humanoid comes in, Fleshy there with a follow-up knockup. Baus will die here. Doesn't have the unstoppable onslaught, but he is distracted Vitality.
I'm not sure about that.
Nexus.
I stun you.
Nexus.
I'm in my bad, bro. I'm so bad, bro. Sorry.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as I am joined by the victorious man of his word, Nako, who promised and delivered to leave Sion open. Welcome, congratulations on the victory, Nak, and how do you feel after that game? How many of Baus's deaths were good deaths?
Thank you, Finn. I think most of them were bad, but he was creating pressure on the map, so he was just playing good.
I mean, you did say that he would stomp you before the game, and you did need a lot of help to deal with him. Was that because of the intense pressure in the 1v1?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I was losing because I solo killed him level 5, but the dive was kind of questionable. I mean, I think the lane is just chill, nothing should happen, but he was just fighting me, so it was just his fight.
Damn. Take the fight to him then.
Yeah.
I actually want to break down one of the team fights that you played that game. I think this team fight was one of the longest team fights I've seen in my life. You were playing Mundo, I think it was the 3rd or 4th dragon, where you were just running around. We're gonna get the clip there for you, as you can see. Can you break me down what you're thinking about in this fight? Because it's really difficult sometimes in this chaotic fight to really see things clearly and know your role.
Okay, at first I was just trying to block the Sion ulti. And after that, there was just shuffle, I think, from Marek. I don't really remember the fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a really scrappy fight there, and you're going to be the last man standing here in this river. And there's just people dying right, left, and center. But you're really diving here on the back line. Did you not want to peel your carries?
No, I don't care about my carries. I will fight them. Who cares about your carries? I'm the real carry in this team. I mean, Sylas gets my ultimate and kills me after, but if he didn't, I will just carry the fight. Unlucky, Velya was him.
I mean, you say you are the real carry, and actually, news are just in. You got the Kia player of the game for that series. Do you think that was deserved, or do you think someone else deserved it?
I think I didn't deserve it, but I don't know who deserved it in our team because we just played disgusting.
You played disgusting and you won anyway, okay.
Yeah.
Well, just one last question here, because as the clip is still rolling, looking ahead in playoffs, Los Ratones might still make it. How do you think the chances would be in playoffs when you come into a best-of-3 scenario?
I mean, I'm just happy that Fearless is done, so I don't have to play Rumble, Xante, Sion. And I just want to play some other champs. Hopefully, we win the playoffs, but let's see what happens.
All right. Well, up next, we have GX versus KCB. Thank you so much, Nako, for your time. And we'll be right back. Now, casters, take it away.
We're right back.
Hello.
Hello. Do you want to say something? Because I haven't got my thing up yet.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
What's up, everyone? We're getting ready for GX versus KCB. This will be the last time we see KCB here in the LEC versus. Their road so far has not been an easy one, even though we've seen multiple valiant attempts from them throughout the regular season. GX, right now, if they win, they will secure a spot in the top 4.
Yes.
We don't know yet what position within that 4 they will be. It largely depends on the results of the rest of the day, but top 4 is very much what they're looking to secure.
You can say every game counts.
You certainly can.
Yeah.
The thing for KCB is they're ultimately just looking to prove what they've got.
Yeah.
I think that multiple players have demonstrated high caliber performances, and again, when you kind of look at how they came into the regular season, expectations were relatively low for this roster. A lot of second division players, LFL players, like very fresh players to the stage that, I mean, people weren't expecting to have super high performances, and I think at various points throughout the split, they've demonstrated a lot of great qualities, in particular their laning. I think the mechanical skill they've demonstrated has been very high. Unfortunately, it's just when they enter that mid to late game space where they do make those mistakes, they're not always paying attention to where they are on the map. Sometimes they get caught and it results in the enemy team being able to snowball. So even if they do get early leads, they can't always convert it into success. And I do largely think that that's just an experience thing where they don't have that same pedigree of well, experience.
Yeah, exactly. I think they just don't have as much stage time as most of the players that we have on in the LEC Versus. And for Giant X, I think they've had a pretty solid split so far.
Yeah.
The LEC Versus, they've put out some really good performances. Yes, against KC, they really struggled. But overall, Noah and Jun have really been stepping up to the plate. And I think Giant X will be one of the teams to watch, especially if they do manage to get into that top 4. The way that our playoffs format works is seed 1 and 2 will be put into opposite sides of the bracket.
Yeah.
And then 3 and 4 will be seeded in, and I believe 3 gets to pick out of 5 and 6 which team they want to play.
And I think 1 also gets to pick out.
Yeah, so 1 picks of 7 and 8, 2 gets the other one, and then 3 gets to pick of 5 and 6, and 4 gets the other one. So it does give you a little bit of an option, but as Vedi has said, like there's so many permutations still, and because there's no lower bracket, upper bracket, there's no fighting for double elimination. All of playoffs is double elimination. Exactly where teams place isn't at the forefront of teams' minds generally.
Yeah, and as far as I understand, in terms of stakes for a lot of the other teams looking to qualify for playoffs, this game doesn't have significant. Yeah, it has.
None. Yeah, so the reason it doesn't have any is because Giant X have already qualified, so there's not like they can knock someone else out by going higher or by going lower, and then the Karma and Cold Blue have not qualified.
But ultimately, what it does determine is their position, right? And that's what
for Giant X, they can be fighting for that top 4, maybe 1 or 2 if they do really well. We will see exactly how things permeate as we go through the day. But we are getting into drafts, so let's have a look. Giant X on the blue side, they're going to get rid of Pantheon, Vi, and Akali, whereas KCB on the red side will get rid of Yone, Orianna, and Varus.
That first pick is granted to GX, and they will start off the draft with an Azir. So in a game like this, sometimes we may see teams experiment. It looks like GX looking to lock in. They want to make sure that they are primed and ready, because we're straight into playoffs next week. You know, the schedule is changing. Next week, we're not on Saturday and Sunday. We are on Monday and Tuesday.
Yes, just for that 1 week.
Just for that 1 week. And then we have a crazy week of League of Legends after that. We go straight into Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Yep, 4 days of League.
Yeah.
Or Riftbound if you're going to Bologna, like some cool kids.
Yep, and so there is a lot of action, esports happening. Some paper sports, I don't know.
I mean,
does that fall under esports?
I mean, it's close enough. Close enough. We'll see if KCB pick off a Lightning Helix from the top or something for this game. Instead, Janara Rumble, no real surprises there, although Tower's only played the Rumble once already this split. It's often banned against KCB in about 40% of their games when they are on this red side. Yukino, I think, has been the standout performer for KCB, so we'll see what they decide to give him in the jungle. It's a Sion and a Jarvan. Okay, Giant X, we see what you're doing. Front to back with a little bit of engage. Good times. I need to check this. Wasn't Sion kind of undefeated in the LEC until that last game?
Really?
No. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have a quick look to make sure.
That's fine.
But I think Baus may have been the... yeah, he's the first LEC Sion loss this year.
Wow. And the Mundo win rate just
no, Wonder lost on it. This hasn't updated, so he's the second. Baus and Wonder. 2 G2 teammates from the MSI winning squad.
That's true.
Losing on Sion.
Let's see if Lot can keep the positive win rate going for Sion, or what will happen here is Talia going to be the last pickup for KCB. Camilo, we've been seeing a bunch of that from him so far this split. Looks like 80 carries are going to be the target for KCB, which makes a ton of sense as the draft disappears. Now, fortunately, I can still see it. So what I do know is that nothing else has happened. So
we've had another ban, but we'll see where we go from there. So we've got a Caitlyn ban and an Ambessa ban.
Ambessa has been banned on the side of GX.
At the moment, the comps are... Oh, it's back up on the screen.
We're back. There you go.
Azir, Jarvan, Sion with an Ambessa ban, and Yanama, Rumble, Talia with a
Aphelios,
Caitlyn
perhaps.
ban. Yeah, makes sense.
Oh god, they're going to take that away from Noah. You've always got to be mindful of his Kai'Sa. I was going to say, I'm personally not a fan of Azir plus Jarvan.
Okay.
I feel like they want to do 2 different things.
But you could put someone in the cage and then throw them out of the cage, and that's how you win the Royal Rumble.
But typically...
Or Hell in a Cell.
How often do you see Jarvan use his ult as a peel tool?
Sometimes.
Really?
Yeah, if you're on the retreat, you ult and then you EQ out.
Sure.
It's just like, you guys stay there, I'm going to go.
In my experience, Jarvan usually uses that ult as like an engaged tool, and then people flash out of it.
And then the Emperor's Divide
But then
goes
I
behind
often
them.
find that Azir and Jarvan are just too far away from each other to really work in tandem
So
with
you're
one
saying
another.
teams are bad? Because they could just get closer.
Sure, I mean, sure. What he does act as is a fairly decent front line and a very good engaged tool, so I think pairing Ezreal and Azir is always good. But this is what I mean, they're hovering the Kai'Sa. You can see Noah thinking about it, and that's why I'm thinking like, okay, Jarvan Kai'Sa, that makes a ton of sense to me, but then why have we got Azir?
Yeah.
And so
I get you. I think the Azir, like, you kind of know Camilo's going to pick the Talia into it, so maybe Jack is just very confident in his ability to play that matchup. The Nautilus does a similar thing to the Jarvan, just kind of wants to go in alongside the Kai'Sa, and as soon as you lock the Kai'Sa, you do want the Nautilus alongside it. I think Kai'Sa loses the early push into Yanara because of Yanara's Q, Cultivation of Spirit, just allows her to quite easily push out the wave, especially after she's got the Carl that keeps her sustained up as well. And there is the Rel alongside it for KCB. Now, Nautilus can interrupt the Rel when she goes for those engages. You can hook her out of her crash down, but good Rels are able to navigate their way around that. And it looks like both teams kind of just going for relatively traditional comps at the moment. Less tankiness on KCB.
I mean, you're saying that there's an Aatrox jungle.
Yeah, but like, it's 2026,
yeah,
buddy.
I understand,
Stop get your head out of the
Okay, let's use the
past.
word traditional, okay? Traditional implies we see it fairly often and it's standard. Do you want to stats tell me how many
Aatrox jungles we've had this split?
we've seen?
This
I
split?
feel like it's going to be 4.
Okay, out
I think
of
there's
how many
one
games have we
of
played this
Yike,
split?
there's one from...
It's 7, Betty.
Okay, I was close.
Yeah, I mean, it's as happened as commonly as like an Ambessa jungle or almost as a Mundo jungle.
Really?
Yeah.
That common?
Yeah, Mundo jungle has 9, Ambessa jungle has 5.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, there you go.
A lot of like Skummon's played it. Tau, I mean, this is top lane.
That's top lane.
Yeah, no, but I did look at jungle. But
Okay,
it just showed me all of the
That's
matches.
fine, that's fine.
Anyway, that's enough of our
That's enough of a
bickering.
tangent.
Yeah, it's enough of a tangent. The higher seed has a right of first selection for playoffs as well, which is quite nice all around. So if Giant can get into one of those 1-2 spots, if they can manage to mangle their way there somewhere, or, I mean, 3-4 is still solid for them overall. As we get onto Summoner's Rift for the second game of the day. For KCB, playing for Pride, I think KC fans have had a lot of pride in this roster, right? Like, they've done a really good job across the course of the split, even if they haven't quite been able to make the same waves as someone like a Lost Retones, but I don't think anyone expected them to.
The debut of KC, they were last place.
Yes.
Right? And now look at them, right? First place. You know? And so,
KCB do not have the same time
that's
in which
true.
yeah.
All I'm saying is that, like, having your debut be last place, I don't think you should think of as the end of the world. Like, this is an opportunity for a lot of these players that I think you just have to make the most of, and I really like that interview we did with Hazel, I think last week, where he basically just said, yeah, like, it's not been easy, but we got a lot of experience. The bot lane's just going to trade that barrier, as we often see in the early laning phase. But ultimately, I have high hopes for them in the future. I think that this has been a promising start, and I hope that they get given more opportunities in the future. I feel like Yukino is a player that many teams are keeping their eyes on. And in the ERLs, I expect this team to be quite the powerhouse with the experience that they've been able to garner off the back of competing here in the LEC. You have to imagine they got some pretty good practice. In the meantime, in this early laning phase, it looks like that GX's bottom lane gets the early level 2.
Yeah, hook coming in from Jun as well as they try and trade onto Prime. Both the barriers were exchanged earlier on. Heal did come out from Prime as well during that initial exchange, so another summoner down. I did see that Jun had gone Font of Life on the Nautilus, which does give you a little bit more sustain for your AD carry and for anyone else when you are landing those hooks. But often you go Shield Bash if you think you can get the extended trades out, because your Tyson's Wrath Shield does just allow you to really smack the enemy carries as good staggering blows them onto Prime. Hazel will trade back onto Noah, but overall Jun and Noah having control of the lane for now.
Nice push, nice control.
And that's what the Nautilus gives you a bit more of in this lane, right?
Absolutely. I mean, this has been, this is your traditional pairing. Kai'Sa Nautilus we've been seeing for a very long time, especially given the synergy it applies with her passive as well, right? So, nice to see Camilo, though, getting nice pressure in the mid lane. I've seen this matchup many times before, and I think that on Taliyah, it's really important that you play hyper-aggressive into the Azir. You don't give him the luxury of having like a comfortable lane. You can see about a 4 CS lead, nothing too major, but a lead nonetheless. So Camilo going to be committing to his first base. Jackie's going to look to do the same thing. Small pot advantage for Camilo. He actually sells that to pick up the refillable, so both mid laners largely going to come back into lane with similar itemization. Bot Crab going to go the way of Yukino, it looks like.
Yeah. You can see Isma actually already recalled, went back, got himself a long sword and a Ruby Crystal, and was like, I know I'm going top. I know I don't really want to try and fight the Aatrox this early on, so Yukino will be able to get that crab, and now he's looking for a flank down towards this bottom side. The wave is crashing in, though. He can dash across the wall. Don't really think you want a dive to materialize, and it looks like that's not going to happen at all. As, maybe Noah and Jun step up a little bit further. Camilo still trading onto Jackie's as much as he can. Meanwhile, Isma is here for that gank. Camilo holding on to the Unraveled Earth, so if Isma flag and drags, he can use that reactively. Seismic Shove keeps Isma at bay. and Yukino did just recall on the bot side.
It's a bit of farm lost for Camille, but no harm, no foul for the most part. This tower gets a very nice trade onto Lot.
Yeah, getting the flame splitter as you go into the danger zone, allowing you just to walk up and get those autos, and how do you trade back into me? It's literally fire. It's very difficult.
I mean, for a lot of people that also just don't play into Rumble much, it's really easy to underestimate how much damage his just auto attacks do when he overheats, right? Yeah. So obviously these top laners are quite familiar with it. That's why you saw Lot running away quite fast. But ultimately he's Scion. He's not particularly perturbed by such meager hindrances.
Yeah, I mean, the guy's died and come back to life. I don't think he cares about a few burns, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
His skin can't even react to it. He's a zombie, basically. Don't have that inflammatory response, right?
Is he a zombie?
He becomes a zombie, doesn't he? He's undead. Zombie war chief or something, right?
I mean, I guess by definition, that's just what a zombie is, right? Something
I mean,
that comes back from the dead.
Sure. There was a while in comic book history, I can't remember exactly when, where they wouldn't call things zombies because of the commissioning boards who didn't like the word zombies. They're like, oh no, it's not, you know, religious enough for us, so we can't use the word zombie. And they changed it to like Zwambi or something, and they were just like, oh, there's some Zwambies here. Yeah, very weird.
What an interesting fun fact.
Well, I learned it on a podcast. Wow. It could be a lie, for all I know. I listened to the podcast.
I did not fact check
true.
this. I just heard this thing on a podcast, and now I assume it to be true. Well, right now, a quiet early game for both sides as full clears come through from the junglers, scaling on either side. Dragon hasn't really been looked at for either team, is it? Yeah, nope, they're both going to go back to base. I mean, not too surprising. It's a bit of a risky start. You can see some pings coming down from KCB considering a possible start. Pings from GX on the top side, expecting Yukino to be pathing towards those top camps.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is here, everyone's kind of happy just to get 6 and a first item.
Seems like
right?
it.
It's even first strike Rumble. So he's just like, okay, you know, I'll collect as much gold as I can off Lot. He uses the Unstoppable Onslaught. Now he's going to get chased away by Tao, but in the end, both of them just really wanted to clear the wave. There is a small threat of a dive with Isma going and picking up this topside Scuttle Crab. Will hit level 6 off that. Yukino unable to get there in time, so he's going to be a level behind for a little while. His top camps are coming up in the next minute or so. So you can see Yukino probably having to cover towards this top side for a second, make sure he knows where Isma is so that Tao isn't at risk. Emperor's Divide coming out, Camilo flashing after it hits him. Jack uses low mana, but there's the Cataclysm follow-up. And look at it, Betty. Azir and Jarvan in perfect unity.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That was well played, yeah. I mean, we'll see if that unity continues as the game continues. Nice hook comes through from Jun, but first blood secured by GX. It's a classic play by Azir. You get the flash out from the enemy mid laner, and then jungler shows up. Usually junglers don't show up that quickly, but hey, take what you can get. First blood goes over the way of GX. No dragons still, though, so it looks like we're not going for a super early dragon play. Yukino not really in a position to cross map.
Also, because he lost that topside Scuttle Crab, he was a level down until he was able to get his topside caps, right?
Good spot there,
camps,
good
so
spot.
It's a little bit trickier for him to go for those cross maps. Needs to clear from top to bot to get back to that. Now a couple of pings coming out on the Dragon, so this is where Yukino is like, okay, we do have the ultimate advantage. We've got a Weaver's Wall, we've got a World Ender, and we have Hazel and Prime coming in with the push. I had a small think more about the Shield Bash not being on Nautilus. It doesn't work as well when you're playing into a Rel because she's got the Shattering Strike, so Shield Bash becomes a little bit harder to use effectively. As KCB will take the Dragon, or at least start it up. Collapse is beginning. Jun only level 5, does have the flash, could look for a flash hook, but with the smite coming down, KCB take it, and Giant X will, you know, just go back to their lanes. They should get the push in here on bot, but not too much loss for the KCB bot.
I don't really know what the plan was there for GX, because I mean, they didn't have anything.
Sure.
So, I guess I get a little bit annoyed when teams just kind of spectate an objective going down.
Betty, our whole job is spectating objectives
going
down.
No, okay, yeah, but that's our job. It's not theirs.
I mean, yeah, I understand the logic.
And yeah, I'd rather they just, you know, they could have pushed bots, they could have pushed mid, he could have full cleared his camp, they could have based. A lot of other things they could have done.
Onslaught used in the top lane there. I don't think Lot connected. It actually looks like Tao flashed away. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Jun looking to see if perhaps he can find a good hook. Yukino chasing him down. There's the dredge line away. Jun's still stunned up with the Shadowing Strike. With the Seismic Shove coming in, he has to burn a flash of his own.
Yukino looks like he's eyeing up a play. Not going to find much, though. The Q1 will connect. Isma's made his way down. He's now in the river. They ult.
Emperor's Divide going out. Camilo caught out. Doesn't have the flash. He'll fall first. And thought he had more protection with Prime and Yukino being around, but unable to be protected from a good Emperor's Divide out of Jackie's.
I thought that the ulti had been used there by Hazel defensively against Noah, who was looking for a fight, but both AD carries just trading the HP bars as GX do find another successful kill onto Camilo. The Java now 2-0-0. Great start for an early game jungler like J4 to just get him ahead. He's going to have a lot more power, especially as the Dragon spawns in 3 minutes time, but perhaps they consider using this advantage to set their sights on the Grubs. Camps are on the top side of the map for Isma as well. Jackie's, though, not with a huge amount of mana. Obviously, he hasn't gone back to base yet. Does have his TP available.
Yeah, I think with Jun moving across, they'll likely look to push this out, have Jackie's TP back, and then play towards the Grubs. Both the supports now level 6. You can see Prime opening up through the mid lane as well. Looks like Yukino wants another camp. There's a Sundered Sky advantage on Ismo, where Yukino has yet to complete his first item, so might be that they decide they can't really fight around this first objective. Good dredge line. Shadowing Strike still going to connect. Magnet Storm for the pullback. Jun has no flash, does still have the heal, has the aftershock as well. Depth charge down onto Camilo. Isma there for the chase with the flag drag and the knock-up. Can still chase him down here with the Cataclysm, but with Prime coming in and Yukino there, Jun's going to fall, so is Camilo. Jackie's TP's in. Hazel here to bolster the attack, but Noah's going to join the fray. Hazel dashes away. Yukino needs to do the same. A Killer Instinct in! Immediately locked up by Prime with the Shadowing Strike. The ward's going down. The Oracle stops the vision for Noah, but Jackie slides and glides, and Hazel falls as he flashes into the rays of the Wolf Pit. Isma there to chase Prime out, and Giant X winning out on the fight.
I mean, Jun has to lose his life, but that was a worthwhile trade for GX as they get themselves 2 kills. A nice skirmish goes their way as KCP, I think they tunnel just a little too hard onto getting that kill onto Jun. They spent a lot of time securing that extra kill, and I think it just cost them too much. We look back at this play, and it's an initiation onto Jun at the start. They don't really have the damage, though. Camilo's just used everything to clear out that mid-wave. He's waiting on those cooldowns to come back. He doesn't have them just yet. Nice sidestep from Jun. Finally, he throws the ultimate out. Then Camilo gets targeted. Rather than peel for Camilo, they turn their attention on Jun. Now it's a 1-for-1, but they say they can fight longer. I think if they just disengaged at this point, they probably would have been fine, but they looked for more, and it cost them.
Yukino going to start at the Grubs as TP coming towards the top side. As Isma looks for his next target, 3-0. Alonso out from Lot as he chases onto Tau. Flash forward, looking for the slow here as well. With an equalizer down, Yukino might be able to turn it around onto Lot. Tanks a couple of tower shots. The Infernal Chain's going to pull him back, and there's the Q3 with the Darkin Blade. Yukino gets his second of the game.
Okay, so a 1-for-1 trade. At the very least, this Aatrox is beginning to get stronger. The only downside is that Jarvan is a full level ahead of him and has been involved in every single kill that has happened on the map. Isma being as proactive as he can to build a healthy lead for GX. Yukino going to steal away his blue buff, though. At the very least, a small trade back in his favor, but really the whole map is going the way of GX. The fact that Hazel ended up falling, Jackie's picking up that kill. He's now got a 1.3k individual lead over Camilo. And this is already ramping up so fast with that mid lane quest completed as well.
Yeah, doing a good job of getting Camilo's flash off cooldown as often as possible, and then having the follow-up of Isma and Jun hovering around that mid lane means that Camilo's always had to play pretty far back. Nash's Tooth already complete for Jackie's. Hazel is waiting here in the wings. Isma around the corner as well. Looks like Jun might just go up into this jungle. Hazel back underneath this tower. Prime spots them. Hex Flash forward from Jun. Underneath the tower, though. Shadowing Strike and the interrupt. Hazel transcends, and down goes Jun, but immediately the dive in. The barrier from Hazel enough. Isma not tanking enough tower shots to fall himself, but the dive caught off very sharpish from Giant X.
Yeah, an ambitious play from Jun as he Hex Flashes over the wall.
Lot has no flash. Used it trying to kill Tau before. And it's an easy enough repeat gank for Yukino, who will get the kill, I think, with the chains proc there. Or maybe with the red buff, as now he turns his attention over to the Grubs. Already picked up one of these to make it 2 and 3. They're sacrificing the Drake for this RKCB.
Yeah, you could see that Camilo was fishing. Maybe he thought, oh, if I can get a kill onto Isma, maybe this could be a play, but he's got to catch that mid wave. The bot lane is basing. They can't afford to overstay, especially with their jungler on the top side of the map. So instead it will be a 1-for-1 in terms of dragons. Nice to see KCP getting a few kills for themselves, though, punishing some of the over-aggression that we've been seeing from GX. I expect Tau to just drop his ulti here to just catch this extra wave, go back to base real quick, spend what gold he's been able to build up for himself. KCB still behind in gold. A lot of it is in the mid lane just because of, well, Camilo has been targeted largely.
Look how far Noah ahead is as well. Almost 1.5k himself.
Oh, yeah.
Because of how far Hazel's had to stand back in that lane. Like, Noah's just been able to pick up plates, being able to pick up a couple of extra waves of CS as well, and Hazel having to be very defensive overall. It's unfortunate for him that Prime got the kill of Jun underneath the tower.
Oh, absolutely.
Hazel would have been very happy to take that one himself.
Yeah, Hazel has had to move over to the mid lane as well without having completed his quest. I imagine he has to be relatively close, given that we are at about 14 minutes into the game. But not an ideal spot to be in, as now GX is mounting up the pressure. Another plate secured in the top side of the map. Herald spawning in about 45 seconds. You have to imagine that GX will want to grab that objective for themselves. Right now they've got good vision coverage around that side of the map. Mid lane continues to be pushed in by Jackies, who's just so strong on the Sazir already. Things looking good for GX.
Yeah, overall really good spot for them. The question is how much impact Tau can have as the game goes on. A good equalizer onto a Kai'Sa, onto an Azir can at least make them use their tools to escape as the Decimating Smash comes out from Lot but doesn't land the knock-up. Did have to use that unstoppable onslaught alongside it, so Tau very much winning out on these top lane in the bot lane trades, Vedi.
Absolutely. 5 more seconds. Good position from GX. Reset came through from Jun. He's going to replenish those wards. Wards.
Noah forced to run away here. Infernal Chains are going to connect. Doesn't burn the flash. Uses the Killer Instinct afterwards. And that's a big ultimate out before a Rift Herald fight. Tau resetting as well. Does have the TP. So's Lot. So both of them will come back to the fight at about full HP. Tau holding onto that equalizer. Leandri's double amp tome. TP's into the back of the pit.
Right.
Ismo and Jun are looking. Gonna land the dredge line onto Prime, and Prime is down before the fight even really materializes. Cataclysm in, depth charge going down onto Yukino as well. In the end, KCB should leave this one. Hazel can't get across here easily. Another hook going down. There's the equalizer on the backline. Slice and shove not gonna connect. Camilo already very low, but Isma's burned to a crisp with the TP coming in from Lot. Now KCB disengage. A good dredge line again from Jun. Emperor's Divide will catch out Yukino, and Giant X collapse on the fight.
Yeah, Prime just steps a little too far forward, and he doesn't respect how quickly GX can engage. You also highlighted, Medic, how difficult it was for Hazel to really approach that fight, because all of the GX members were on the top side of the river while he was stuck in mid. These are some of the coordination issues that we've seen from KCB this split, some of that lack of experience that we've been seeing affect them. GX was just in a much better position. They punished effectively the setup of KCB, and then they converted it into a very dominant team fight win. They got 3 kills overall with the Herald to boot as well. And this is what we're talking about positioning-wise. Prime gets the passive proct on the Celestial opposition, and then the re-engage comes through. An early ult from Isma. And at this point you're thinking, oh, it's 3 versus 3. KCB thinks maybe we can still fight this. A nice hook once again from Jun, locks down Camilo. He's getting very low, he's forced to back away. And you think, okay, they get this kill, maybe they can turn it into something more, but the arrival of Lot means, this is a little bit dangerous now. Jackie's with a really nice punish as Yukino tries to help his top laner out, but ultimately it ends in despair. 8-5 the kills now, a healthy gold lead for GX as they look to secure themselves a spot in the top 4.
And as much as we praised Yukino throughout this split, and he's had a relatively good game, going back in there to try and help his top laner, definitely a mistake. Like, Tau was dead. Shouldn't really be stepping back into that sort of position, and Jackie's well and truly punished him for it. Noah now with a 2,000 gold lead on this Kai'Sa. Kraken Ginsu is already complete for him. He is in such a strong spot, has not lost on the Kai'Sa this year in LEC Versus, and across the course of his career, it's his 4th most played with a 60% win rate ready. So no real surprises that Giant X are very willing to put a lot of eggs in the Noah basket.
I mean, Noah Kai'Sa, man. Trying through pick. Jun, though, talking about positioning, but awkward for him.
Crashdown's going to come out. Death Charge used as well. He's going to have the Aftershock, but he still gets burnt by Tau. Another kill going, or first kill going over to the Rumble. Drake up in 16 seconds. Not great timing there from Jun. It's the second time this game we've seen a support caught out with an objective on the cards for either team.
I mean, let's not forget Jun also Hex Flashed underneath the tower bot lane. Obviously, that was a coordinated play, but coordination wasn't quite there from GX earlier on.
It's mildly off as the equalizer comes out from Tau. Just clearing this wave. Unstoppable Onslaught will get locked to safety. That's kind of all he wants to do. Make sure he's got the push in, get the ultimate out of Tau, and then makes it a lot harder for Tau to influence the other parts of the fight. Drake will be taken by KCB. Giant X not going to contest it. without their support, who is been one of their primary engage tools in most of these fights. His dredge lines have been on point, as you say, has been caught out a couple of times, though.
Yeah, overall, a solid game.
Good
X.
flashing from Jackie's. Camilo has not had a fun time at all on the Taliyah in this game. Jackie's constantly finding him when he doesn't have that flash up.
We're just continuing to see why Azir is such a staple in the pro play. He does everything: side lane, wave clear, scaling, engage, disengage. He's the whole parcel. Soon he'll be a jungler, I'm sure.
I'm just very glad he never went through the Victor Grasp of the Undying. Oh, did he? Was there a Azir
He's
Grasp?
played, yes, he has. He's played every Keystone as well. There is...
No Guardian, though. You leave that to Impact, as Yukino gets hooked with the dredge line. He's going to land the Dark in Blade. Ripto's going to charge in here and take out the tower, but Yukino's able to escape from the Cataclysm. Still the turret going over to Giant X, and Isma... He's going
really
for
using
red buff.
He's using it to get to his camps faster. Is that even faster?
Probably.
Probably.
I think if he'd actually avoided the wall, it would have been a lot faster.
Maybe.
But yeah, in the end, Ripto wasn't really going to get a second charge in anyway, so he's willing just to get to his red buff as quickly as possible. And a 3,000 lead for 3,000 gold lead for Giant X. Tao is almost 2k ahead on this Rumble. He's kind of the small breath of light for KCB with the Bloodletters and the Andrews complete. If that sticks, if that sits on Jackie's, on Noah, I mean on anyone, for Giant X, is going to burn them pretty rapidly. Only Lot really with the tankiness to survive through it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of looking for ways in which KCB can come back into this game, and ultimately it's that unfortunate position where you're relying on your opponents making a mistake. It feels like this Azir is just far too strong. Noah has too much of a lead on the Kai'Sa, and if you ever try to force a fight, unless you can one-shot one of these carries, it's going to be a difficult play, and they've already set their sights onto Camilo once again. He will clear out that wave quickly enough, though, that he's going to be able to get away to safety. Camilo can smell that there is a jungler in the area. He's already experienced it enough in this game. Ward going to be dropped by Prime, but that'll be quickly cleared out as GX continue to control this top side.
Yukino using the time to try and get himself some more gold. Steals away the bottom side. Scuttle Crab was looking for the Razor Beaks as well, but now looks towards mid. If they can get Noah, it's a big kill for them. TP coming behind as well as it's Tao who's going to join the fight. Jun trying to get away. Inferno Chain's going to land on him. Cataclysm Flash out from Isma. And now they go in with the Magnet Storm. Isma will fall. And KCB might turn their attentions towards the Baron. They'll start it up immediately. Question is, do Giant X want a bit of this? Do you want a piece of the fight? Do you want a little bit of spice, Noah?
It's
so fed. It is very slow. No flame spitter being used by Tao, holding on to the spells in case a fight begins. Dredge line wide, Unstoppable Onslaught coming in. Lot holds it up short. Equalizer on the backline, clips onto Noah and onto Jackie's. Yukino getting chunked out as well. 5,000 on the Baron right now.
Hang on
Side shove on a couple. The Emperor's Divide coming out as well, but Jackie's going to pull first. Noah still on the backline, trying to get onto Camilo. The barrier out from Noah. Killer Instinct in. Camilo flashes the wall. Lot in his zombie form, unable to do anything. A triple for Yukino, and KCB bite back.
Hang on just a minute now. KCB have just found a beautiful team fight around the Baron, and what was a 3k gold lead has been reduced to 500. Isma gets caught with a nice TP and collapse coming through from Camilo as well. Isma burns an early flash, Prime catches him out, and all 5 members are grouped up around the Baron. Now, all Jets need to do is use their range, but it's hard. Look at the positioning of Jackie's. The knockback that's going to come through from Camilo is the key difference maker. Here it is, connects to the crash down. We're back at the
Jun caught again. Locked up in the Magnet Storm, no escape for him.
What's going on?
Drake's up in a minute's time. KCB have evened out the gold. They have 2 Drakes to 1. And like, what? Yukino is 7-1 on this Aatrox Vedi.
I mean, this is why GX is a really frustrating team for me. Like, I want to say they're good, but they do this stuff all the time. And but it's so weird. They're just getting caught out so randomly, it feels. Like, it doesn't even feel like that they're setting up for a play in mind and then a team punishes them in that setup. KCB correctly just punishes them and like, you're where you're not supposed to be, dude. This doesn't make any sense. I'll take the kills. I'll take the Baron. The goal difference is now gone. And also, the thing about these catch-up situations, right? Look at the XP. Full level advantage for Tao. Yep. You've now got an Aatrox who was a level behind, now the same as Isma. You've got Camilo, who is still about half a level behind, but Hazel, a full level up on Noah as well.
I think all credit to KCB. We talked about it in the draft. Their mid-game decision-making has been where they faltered a lot of the time. And here, they've made a couple of really good mid-game decisions.
Well, here we go.
Now they're starting up the Drake. Isma in the back of the pit. Weaver's wall out will separate Noah and Jackie's. Isma needs to get out as well as Noah dives in with a killer instinct. Hazel able to dodge across the wall. The damage onto Lot is huge as he dives in, but Hazel still takes him. 1-for-1, the exchanges. We've already seen Jun go down as well. Noah on the wrong side of dodge. He's just going to die to this tower. Tries to supercharge his way away. Meanwhile, let's have a look at the Drake because Noah's just going to die to tower anyways. Drake was taken and is by KCB. Noah able to escape and was divided onto Kamilu. The flag and drag in. Yukino needs to do a lot of work here because there's 2 damage dealers to 1. Prime runs for the hills as Yukino escapes as well. In the end, KCB get the Drake and most of them get out alive.
I mean, it's a 3 for 2, but again, you put yourself on sole point now. Yukino continues to get stronger. This Aatrox is becoming a real problem, but the coordination from GX, I mean,
I'd have to have another look at the fight.
Yeah.
That was just a clump of messiness.
It certainly was. I mean, I can tell you right now, Jarvan ultimate on top of a Rumble ultimate. That Rumble ain't yours.
Jackie has to realize here, Isma's on his way across as well, and Tao now needs to get out because there's a TP behind him. Prime is coming in to try and help out his top laner, but wisely decides to back away. 1 death is still Prime, and it's all that KCB will give up in this bot side.
So a bit of a blunder there from Tao. His team can't really cross-map anyway. He overstayed his welcome on the bot side, and he's going to lose his life as a result. We look back at this fight. A great ulti from Kamilu. Noah's forced to ult early. He almost takes out Hazel, but this Rumble ultimate is fantastic, forcing the Jarvan out early. Jackie's, bear in mind, really isn't involved in this fight at all.
I actually think the killer instinct from Noah puts him on entirely the wrong side of the fight.
Yeah, I mean,
he's separated from his entire team. Jackie's can't get in with the Emperor's Divide, and so he's just left away from the fight the entire time.
Well,
Nothing he can do.
I have to imagine his logic is, I think that we can one-shot Hazel.
Yeah.
But Hazel beautifully dashes over the wall. Jun then force flashed over the wall to try and follow it up. They do end up getting the kill because Noah gets a nice snipe, but yeah, I mean, that was an overforce from GX, and I mean, it does feel like a degree of disrespect coming through the way that they approach some of these fights. The fact that they would so confidently dive in on a play where Jackie's really can't get involved is, I mean, you need this Azir in these fights.
Maybe just a little bit of miscommunication as well. Jackie's does still have a 4K lead over
that's
Kamilu.
what I mean, yeah.
And Noah still has a 2,000 gold lead as well. He's almost a whole item up. It's going to be Dusk and Dawn next for Noah. He's gone Kraken, Ginsu's, and Nash's Tooth. Hazel scaling into the game, albeit slowly with 3 items himself. But Tao and Yukino, the game on their backs for KCB as Isma begins to step in here. Next Baron up in about 80 seconds time. Tao will get another tower and a level lead over Lot. In fact, an entire level for him as Isma here with the Guardian Angel just dashes away. Prime and Yukino are looking for something here.
Whoa.
Yukino going in very deep. There's the Cataclysm as well with the Weaver's Wall. TP coming in from Tao. Yukino has to flash out, even using that World Ender. Jackie's caught up in the Magnet Storm. The Equalizer on top of it as well. The Emperor's Divide will buy him a bit of time, but he's going to burn. Not quite enough for Tao to take him out. In the end, Giant X do manage to extricate themselves from the situation, and they'll have a TP advantage with Lot having used his Tao having used his to get into the fight.
The only problem I see for KCB is that was a big commitment of resources. So Prime's Flash now gone.
Yeah.
With Dragon in 2 minutes and Baron in 40 seconds, that's such a valuable summoner spell.
They did get Jackie's Flash for
it.
it.
I mean, that's the trade, right? And ultimately, they need to make it worth it. But if we think about the hardest part of this comp, it's getting on top of that Azir.
Agreed.
So we'll see how much it impacts. I think Tao's going to have to be very deliberate with his ultimate. I'd like to see him just focus on Jackie's to make it as hard as possible for this Azir to play the fight, because as you highlighted earlier, 3.5k is the gold lead, a death cap finish on him. He's working towards the Void Staff. This is the man you need to deal with, and I mean, Tao's in a position to do it.
Yes, he is. Yukino burning his Flash alongside Isma in that last play as well means that this won't be up for the Baron that has now spawned. For KCB, what a way to leave LEC Versus if they manage to pick up this win. As you say, Giant X have been consistently inconsistent, but still a team sitting at 6-4, still a team that have been battling at the top of the table for the entire split. Giant X, they clip the Baron, but don't really want to go all in on it. They'll clear out the ward in the back of the pit. Jackie's will take that one down.
I do want to come back to this draft conversation a little bit, though, because again, like, I think we're seeing more and more how the comp wants to just do two different things. You've got a Sion and Azir that want to play a front to back, and you've got a Kai'Sa and a Jarvan that want to dive on the back line, and you've got Norlis that kind of has to decide between which of the two does he actually play towards. And I think this is how KCB can take advantage of GX in the fights, because every time they dive into an Aatrox, I feel like Yukino is very happy. When you close the distance against this champ, it makes it much easier for him to execute. But right now, we're facing off in the mid lane.
Camilla's going to get chipped out. There's the Cataclysm in as Hazel now needs to get out. Depth charge onto him as well. We'll knock up Yukino, who's used that World Ender. Shield on him. We'll pop him up and keep him alive for now, but Drake up in 3 seconds, and Giant X have forced KCB away.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a quick engage from GX. They ult immediately onto both Hazel and Yukino. Then the Azir chunks them down. And that's the Azir utilizing the range to his advantage. Good damage initially, makes it very difficult for KCB to approach the objective, and ultimately it denies the soul away. Now Baron becomes the main point of contention. Both teams going to continue to scale up as that 4th item now going to be completed for Noah. A very scary Kai'Sa indeed. Still a level behind Hazel, who's, I mean, very much a threat of his own. He wants to get a little bit more gold to complete that Infinity Edge. Once he gets it, I feel like he's going to start melting that Jarvan.
Really is. If you're a Na'Vi or a Vitality fan sitting at home, you're actually cheering for KCB in this game. We talked a little bit about how we don't quite know exactly where teams will be placed in the playoffs. If KCB win, Na'Vi will end up 2nd and Vitality will end up 3rd. We wouldn't be sure of where Giant X finish until later results. If Giant X win, it's all still a little bit up in the air depending on where teams place around them. But now Giant X are using the tools in their arsenal. 4 items on Noah with that Dusk and Dawn complete. Almost 4 as well for Jackie. He must be so close to finishing that Void Staff. Has been sitting on that component Lightning Jewel for a while. And there we are. I expect Void Staff on this recall. Noah's going to start up the Baron with Dusk and Dawn and the Plasma procs going.
Oh, they're melting this.
Goes down so quickly. Vision needed for Yukino. Has the control. Puts it in the back of the pit. Can try and Umbral Trespass across this wall. Can go in with the dash. Tau getting locked up. Weaver's Wall on the backside as well. Yukino just looking for the Baron. There's the equalizer as well. A great seismic jump! Giant X started it! But KCB are damn well finishing it! The only one left standing is Noah, and Yukino does not want that to happen. Yukino on the chase. It's an ace! KCB, take a bow!
That was a flawless execution from KCB. A perfect ult from Prime into a perfect team fight, and a Baron steal to be the icing on the cake. Just like that, KCB is going to end the game.
What a moment for KCB taking down Giant X in their final game of LEC versus. What a fight. What a way to close it out. They'll go back to the LFL, but for now they are victors in the LEC. KCB continue to build the blue wall.
I mean, what a way to end the versus. Naturally disappointed with where they placed, but my goodness. Some names on this roster have had some serious impact. I think Prime has made great plays, but what a way to end the split like that. Yukino a 7-1-8 scoreline, but to also steal the Baron, be a key carry throughout that game. There are players on this roster that I expect we will see again in the future in the LEC. There is a lot of potential here. GX, they play with a little bit too much confidence, and KCB managed to punish them.
And they take their final bow for now. On the stage, you can vote for one of them in your player of the game. Vote at LEC on X. Yukino, Camilo, and Prime are your options for that game. It's hard to look past 7-1 and 8 on Aatrox. He did get all the early kills, but Yukino had a Stormer. Prime as well with that Magnet Storm. Had a couple of mishaps early in the game, but after that, like he was part of the team that caught out the Jarvan for the first Baron, then he gets the Magnet Storm at the end. Great stuff all around from the men in blue.
I mean, it's just nice for the players as well. To end their split on a win. Again, 2 wins across the split is going to be frustrating, but still, as we said, expectations, the situation they found themselves in coming into the split was not an easy one, and they should hold their heads high, because I think a lot of these players did showcase really high-level performances throughout the split. Prime is definitely a player I'm keeping my eyes on. He's been competing for an incredibly long time, bouncing from team to team in the ERLs, and I'm excited to see what his future looks like.
Yeah, well, we're going to send it down to Law, who's standing by with Yukino for KCB's farewell.
Thank you so much, guys. Berlin, one more time for KCB, please. Yukino, thank you so much for joining me. I interviewed you in the LFL, I interviewed you in the LEC this time around. It has been a pleasure having you guys in the league, but talk me through your experience during those 4 weeks playing on this stage. How was it for you, even if the results were maybe not the ones you expected?
Well, it was definitely a humbling experience for me. I mean, I definitely thought when I was going to LEC, I would actually win against some teams. Yeah. But it was like definitely hurt. I mean, I'm happy that the last game, like, we won, you know? Like, right? I feel like I played a pretty good game. Yesterday, I feel like the worst game of... I feel like I played the worst game, so kind of like today I was... Even though like we're out of playoff, like I still want to show people that I deserve to be here, right? Yeah. So I definitely think that's what I did today.
You got the peak LEC experience, winning against the top 2 team, losing yesterday for what happened. What do you feel like you've learned the most as a jungler here, playing against the best in Europe?
I mean, definitely like a lot of the aggressive plays that I do, I can't really do as much because the second I mess up once, I feel like I'm really behind on enemy jungler. So I feel like I'm spending a lot more time just farming my own jungle, like just farming the Raptors, farming the Kirks. So, I mean, I feel like that's why I learned the most, like how to be more efficient, because I definitely think that I'm not really efficient. Like when it comes to fighting, I'm really strong, but before then, like, yeah, like I had a lot I needed to work on, especially like my early to mid game. So definitely that, yeah. I feel like it's gonna be pretty easy for you guys going back in LFL now. You agree? I mean, I definitely agree. Like, I mean, we showed really strong early games versus a lot of the LEC teams. So, and in LFL, like I expect that would just win us games. Like in LEC, people are more experienced. So even if we're ahead early, like I love it. We're kind of a new team, so we just get stomped in mid game. But I think it'll be way easier when we go back. Yeah. And I know it's just the beginning of the journey for you, Yukino. We will see you back on this stage. I have no doubts about this. I want to give you the final thoughts. You see this camera, it's on. Any words that you want to give either to the fans or maybe to the LFL teams, because they better watch out when you're coming back. I mean, thank you for all the fans for supporting us, especially the KC fans. Like, I mean, we didn't really do the best, in my opinion. Like, I had definitely had more expectations on myself that I could be the difference maker in getting us some wins for LEC. But nonetheless, thank you guys for the support. And thank you for being with us for those past 4 weeks, Yukino. Until next time, and best of luck for the rest in the LFL. That's all for us here for now. We'll be right back after the break. It's going to be Shifters versus SK. Stay tuned. Thank you.
Referee, you will be sad because it's last game for us? I can't say if I'm sad or not. I can't show any bias. Yeah, but you can say if you're sad that you will not see us thing, you know?
Yeah, it's not really biased.
It's not biased, yeah. It is.
Kill him. Et 3 dessous. Nice. Good job. I'm stuck in the kill. Azir on the flash. Nice. Cyan. Careful Kai'Sa. Nice. Finish. Can you guys finish? Oh yeah, I'll finish.
It's here, bro.
Yeah, I have to.
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. I think he's got it all. He's got the bad.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Hey there. Every season starts the same way. Everyone wants to win. But not everyone prepares the same way. I can't wait to show you what I have in store. And trust me, this year, everyone's leveling up.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Welcome back to the LEC ahead of Shifters versus SK. Now, heading into this match, SK are playing for pride as they've already been eliminated for playoffs contention. All of the stakes sit with Shifters. For Shifters, a loss spells elimination, and even if they win, they're not guaranteed in. For a chance to qualify, they both need to win, and between the combination of Na'Vi, KC, and G2, they need 2 of those teams to win as well. Now, before we get into the game, Lore caught up with Trimby. Let's see what he had to say about this pivotal matchup.
Trimby, thank you so much for joining me ahead of this last day of regular season. A weird one for you because unlike other teams, your fate is not in your own hands. So what is the mindset? What is the focus for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, I was a bit worried this week when it came to like the fact that, right, we didn't do so well, and then we didn't really, as you said, have much options outside of just winning. But then we just came into this week more like, at the end of the day, we still need to win those 2 games. And if the fate decides that, you know, it's our chance to be in playoffs, so be it. And I hope it will be for us.
So focusing on you guys, looking at it from the outside, the games look better, but I still don't see the stability that I want to see in Shifters. Do you agree on this? And what have been your struggles so far to get there?
Yeah, I think the main issues that we had was like just maintaining like the advantages that we sometimes gain, and as well just being able to close out the games, right? Because I think we had a lot of games where it did look like it was on our favor, and then we just pretty much threw it away.
And looking at it, it feels like there's a lot of strong voices within Shifters, so too many cooks, maybe, sometimes in clutch moments?
I think so, and I mean, for sure in that regard, I think also the fact that even though we have so many cooks, I feel like if one decides to cook something up, doesn't feel like everyone follows it 100%. And I think that's been for sure something that has been bothering us. And I hope that, you know, with this game coming up against SK, we'll be able to showcase that we can play clean game. Because versus them specifically, like for sure, it's not gonna be it's gonna be a messy one, I believe. So I hope we can we can come out on top.
That's the thing, SK, they're eliminated. They have nothing to lose. Knowing these guys, they're gonna have egos and they're gonna want to fight. So what should you guys be careful about specifically when it comes to SK? Maybe a specific player?
I mean, I played with Wunder quite a bit. I think he's been the most consistent out of all of them. And I think him and Mickey are the cooks, I would say, of their team. So I'll definitely be looking out for this because especially in scrims, a lot of times we would banter around the champions and the way they play. So yeah, I hope that they show a little bit because I'm definitely prepared for those.
I think all chat is the way here against them.
I mean, I will do so. When it comes to competitive games, I don't all chat that much because I feel like karma strikes back so fast to you when you all chat. So I try to avoid it. But if I see something funny, and I will definitely chat with Wunder to give some content for all of you guys.
Trimby, thank you so much. Best of luck today.
As back to us, as we're getting ready for Shifters versus SK. As has been said, SK out. They are eliminated. If Shifters win, they need 2 of Na'Vi, KC, and GC to also win for them to make it into playoffs.
It's not an easy route for Shifters, but in order to even open that path, they need a victory today.
Yep.
And SK, they must be feeling frustrated after how yesterday transpired, which means that they will likely be giving it their all to get a win over Shifters today.
Or Mickey Gragas mid, Pike support.
I very much don't expect. I mean, Pike's support seems realistic for Mickey.
You know, I wouldn't mind some spice from SK. Bring out some of the old dogs, you know, see if we can teach them any new tricks.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see a leader just say, all right, give me the Akali, give me the Katarina, give me the Silas.
See, that's what I like, you know, a little bit of.
They banned Aurelia.
Huevo. They banned Aurelia, they banned Varus and Rumble for Shifters.
Leader's gonna first
Cassio,
pick Azir.
Jarvan, and Vi bans from SK, and it's a first pick Azir for leader.
All right, fine. Okay, they want to take that away.
They do have a 100% win rate on it this split, Betty.
Don't they have one game on?
Yes.
I mean, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. How can I refute that argument?
Yeah, I mean, it's just maths, you know.
It's just maths. Will we see the Yunara response into? Well, there's no Rumble, which means it's probably what? Xin, maybe? Pantheon?
Yeah, can't go for the Jarvan either. Ricardo's Vi is banned out. I mean, you could go for something like the Skarner. Oh, I think that's going to struggle a little bit into Azir.
Well, it can, for sure. Depends what you pair it with support, probably.
I mean, sure.
If you have, like, Nautilus, it's probably fine.
Could also just look for a mid pick if you want to go Talia here.
Yeah, Talia's also okay. Oh, Wukong.
Yeah,
I feel like we haven't seen Wukong for a while.
It's very possible. Ricardo has played it a couple of times this split.
No, that I agree with, but I feel like just Wukong has kind of dipped out of the meta a lot more recently from what I recall.
Yeah, I can have a quick look. It was played Na'Vi versus Giant X, whenever that was. Week 3, so last week.
Okay, well then, you know, what 18 games is a lot of games. Okay,
only once last week, and then before that it was 2 weeks
Okay,
ago.
so it generally is less then.
Yeah.
We can take that. I'll take that.
I'm really annoyed at SK.
Why?
Because they could have picked Rakan first and then Xayah, and then the portraits would match.
Yeah.
And they went Xayah Rakan. Like, they had all the opportunity to have it be one synergy across the two champs.
Oh, I get that.
And there's the Talia. So, kind of what we expect in the mid lane. The Wukong does have quite a lot of CC as the game goes on with that Cyclone, or at least can get on the back line. I think Wukong Rakan is a great partnership, so I'm not surprised that SK decided to get rid of that by picking the Xayah Rakan themselves. It's also Mickey's Rakan. They have a 100% win rate on it this split, buddy.
Again, is it one game?
It is one game.
Was he perhaps playing Rakan?
Yopper also has a 100% win rate on Xayah.
I'm starting to think this might be the draft that they won on.
I'll have a look. It is so far.
Yeah, it's so
the important thing is, they played Pantheon and Rumble that game, and both of those are banned.
Okay.
So we're going to have to see a different top jungle.
Not to brag, but I was about to say perhaps Pantheon ban.
Yeah.
And there's that Nautilus we were talking about. So far, it's almost like a decent amount of drafts are quite predictable right now.
I mean, it's best of one, right? Like
You say that. I feel like when we move to Fearless, the meta's not going to shift that much.
No, the first game will be the same. And then after that, there'll be a few picks you're like, oh, they could do this or this.
Okay.
Whereas right now, it's kind of like, well, they'll probably do this.
Okay.
You know?
I like your optimism.
And best of 5 if they go to 5 games,
Now,
which
best
they
of
don't
5
often
will
do.
be, yeah, that'll be
Because we could just get 3-0s across
okay,
the board and then it's the same.
okay, we'll worry about that when we get to it.
Yeah, okay.
For now, let's think about what else they could ban. Another support, perhaps? Nope,
Get rid of the Renekton. It kind of implies an Ambessa. Renekton very good into the pick, although Wonder on Ambessa is not something we too commonly see. Could be Ambessa jungle as well.
Yeah, but then that wouldn't really lead to a Renekton. They could also be thinking about a Cassante, and they just think that Rooster will go for Renekton top as a response to it.
It's possible.
Nico is the hover right now to give Trimby and Paddock a little bit more of a stronger 2v2 in the bot side of the map. But Alistair can also work if they want to go for that instead. And looks like they're going to go for that instead. All right. I mean, isn't Nico better into Xayah?
No, because you pop Blossom to just ults.
Yeah.
Right, so...
Okay.
We'll see where SK decide to go. It looks like they're going jungle as their first of these 2 picks. Will be a blind top laner for Wonder. Oh, baby, it's a Mundo. Okay, a tank.
I think the champ is just OP right now.
Oh, is it the Ambessa? Okay, so it is Ambessa top
You're
for
right,
Wonder.
good prediction, yeah. So it is almost certainly a Mundo jungle. This is very straightforward front to back. I also think that normally I would say I don't love dive when you're playing with an Azir, but I think that in the context of Ambessa, it's fine, especially when you have a Rakan beside you, because at least they can work together a little bit. Ambessa is very much going to play in isolation, looking for picks, whereas the rest of the team comp is going to play more of that front to back style. Shifters do have decent skirmishing once they hit level 6. Their scaling also isn't that bad. We're going to see a return of the Rek'Sai towards top lane for Rooster. Very much just a neutralizing tank matchup towards that side.
Yeah, you have so much sustain as Rek'Sai. Flandre shows it off incredibly well throughout all of his games. Probably one of the best Rek'Sai tops in the world.
I do feel like SK's comp is just very cookie cutter. It wants the team fight, it wants to scale, it wants to take its time. Shifters, they do want to, well, I was going to say they want to play through silence a little bit more, but I think that their scaling is something, like ultimately both comps want to do very similar things, they'll just do it in different ways.
Yeah.
Mundo is going to be the biggest problem for them, which means that Yunara, if they keep her down, then
how do you get through the Mundo?
How do you get through the Mundo, right? So the Talia wall is going to be really important. Where Wukong chooses to focus is going to be really important. There are a lot of threats onto this Azir. Wukong plus Rek'Sai have very easy access onto the Azir, and while all that chaos is going on, a Talia is going to try and shift you with a rock. So you've got to be cautious of a lot of things that'll be...
You have to be able to smell what she's cooking.
Absolutely.
Otherwise you will get shifted.
Absolutely. So shifters need a win. Shifters need this win. Whereas SK, I mean, they're mainly just playing spoiler. After their defeat yesterday to LR, they're out of playoffs. They're going to be looking forward towards spring. And to hopefully end the split on a high note.
Yeah, which KCB just showed us that you can do. So victory over Giant X for SK. You know, finishing 4 and 7, much more respectable.
I mean, you could say, depending on who you ask, today could be the day of upsets. KCB winning, Vitality winning. Again, I said depending on who you ask. I did say that specific wording.
Like Lost Returns, I think still went into that game as underdogs.
Absolutely.
And I think that's where they thrive,
as well.
right?
That's why I said depending on who you ask.
Sure. So we're just asking people that don't watch the game.
No, we're going to ask Kadril, because he definitely would have said.
No, I think Kadril would have said.
Nah, he wouldn't.
Honestly, I think he would have said they were the underdogs.
Nah, he wouldn't have.
Okay. Okay, I get you. You can go ask him now if you want.
No.
He's probably listening. Actually, Kadril, can you type in your chat and we can bring it up on the screen?
We could actually, yeah.
And then we know whether you thought you were the underdogs or not. It would be a little bit like, if he now comes out and says, no, we should have thrashed them. Like, obviously, he's not going to say that. Anyway, we see Mickey using the Gleaming Quill here early to make sure that Yoppa and he are topped up. Something you can do really easily into the Alistair because you're not really any threat at level 1. And there is the headbutt back.
I thought there's something comical.
Oh, yeah, just about
just getting yeeted. Have this imagery of just, you know, a bird landing on like a cow in a field, and the cow just... That sound effect. No, Zai, get over there. Early push going to be gained by Nuke in the mid lane, kind of as we expect from this matchup, and it's the same old, same old. Level 6, Azia. You know,
has some threat.
Seeing, I was talking to Jack about this yesterday. He was like, you know, we tolerated this for years.
Yeah, it was
one of those things where, like, now that people have tasted Fearless, they're all just like, wait, we watched these same matchups
and like from the
so
same
long.
players for a full best of 5,
Yeah.
and it was like, oh, in this one, will they not do the salty run back?
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, the salty run back was the best thing about it.
Oh, yeah.
When you'd see a team run it back, there was that super famous one where they ran it. I say super famous. I don't even remember who was playing. But like they tried it like
3 games in a row.
Yeah, no, but the third game they changed like 1 or 2 things. Like their bot and mid were the same or something. And they still lost. Good times. Well, it wasn't actually because of all the other bad times.
There were good times.
Absolutely.
It's just we didn't know how good it could be.
That's true, but now we do.
As Skeens goes through his first jungle clear very rapidly, something that Mundo really excels at doing, already towards where that Scuttle Crab will spawn. It's going to come up in a couple of seconds. You can see Bukado realizing, yeah, I can't really challenge a Mundo at level 4 for that first Scuttle Crab. Both of them left one baby Krug alive to tell the tale of the murder of the rest of the Krug camp, which is something I see a lot of junglers do in the LEC. And I'm just like, man, there's a lot of XP and gold.
It's efficiency, man. It's efficiency.
But is it really that much more efficient?
They seem
he
to
was
think
there
so.
like 15 seconds before the Scuttle Crab even spawned.
Seem to think so.
So we're just appealing to authority, are we now?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Who am I to question the will of the junglers?
You're an analyst, Veli.
Yeah, no,
You're allowed to do that.
I was hoping you wouldn't bring that back up, but...
Oh, Picardo maybe looking to steal away these Krugs, just puts a ward on them instead. And he's got a ward towards the race piece as well, so we'll be able to track Skeens through his next jungle clear pretty easily. Leader is TPing to the mid lane, and Bukado is here, flash away from Leader, yep. The bird flew in and immediately realized, not really where I want to be.
That was a wise flash, I would say. Mainly because...
A bad TP, though.
Yes, absolutely. Because some may say, well, I don't know if they would have had the damage, which means that, okay, he was going to flash anyway.
Yeah.
So if you're going to flash anyway, you may as well keep your HP while you're doing it, right?
Yeah, because otherwise you just use your teleport and your flash, and then you have to come back to the lane anyway. It's like, okay, well, I'll take another 30 seconds to get back here, I guess. As Leader will be able to clear out the wave underneath the tower. Does get seismically shoved. And Nuke.
Oh, he's getting cooked.
Yeah, he really is, man.
That was a nice trade by Nuke there. Just really good spacing as well, just that he knew there's this very brief moment whenever you last hit a minion that you have to stand still, especially if you're using a soldier to do it. And so Nuke just took advantage of that. Now, supports have made their way mid lane. Trimby here first, lying in wait on the trap ward. Mickey, though, he doesn't care. He's going to face check.
I think this is the most animal League of Legends game we've had in a little while. We've got 3 birds on one side, and then a cow and a monkey on the other, you know?
Would Rek'Sai fall under the animal category?
Oh, she's a void creature.
She is
right?
scorpion-like, mole-like, perhaps.
Like one of those blind ones.
Yeah.
We'll see if Rooster.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, that's why she has the tremor sense.
That does make a
It's
ton of
the
sense.
whole blind mole thing. A lot of the League of Legends champions are actually based off real-life things.
That does logically make sense.
Rooster getting pushed in the top side, as he will just be able to dodge away. And the early game relatively slow between these two teams. We'll remind you all of the stakes for Shifters. It's still not in their own hands. They need to win here, and then they need 2 of the following teams to win. Na'Vi, KC, and G2 in the next 3 games. For SK, they're already locked out of playoffs, but as we've talked about a couple of times today. Still pride on the line. They're getting 4 wins is, you know, you'd be even with Shifters rather than be...
I mean, so my POV on SK is it's a long year, right?
Sure, because they're quite old and they're like every year they take as a blessing.
No,
is that what you're going for? Who knows when the knell of death will come for us? It's the joints. I can't even stand up.
No, what I meant was failing here doesn't mean that your year is over, right? And so you should take every opportunity to get the maximum amount of practice that you can in anticipation of the future, because they've got to be thinking about spring now. And there's a lot of opportunity, and I mean, we know that Mickey really does believe in the potential of this roster. And I think we've seen some of that potential, right? They've come very close to a number of games where they should have won. That GX game was frustrating to watch. Yesterday, it felt like the nerves got to them yesterday. You know, like they had a very solid lead, and then they just kind of let LR do whatever they want to do, and it cost them a lot. So
yeah, very miscoordinated in the fights yesterday.
So I feel like that you've got to treat every opportunity as an opportunity to grow and figure out how you want to play together as a team. And again, like, I'm not all doom and gloom on SK just yet. I'm excited to see where the project can go. But yeah, they're trying to end on a high. And hey, like, as we mentioned earlier in the day, for some pros, denying their opposition can be just as fulfilling as granting your own success.
And we do look at, like, Wonder and Mickey, who have had such storied careers in the LEC, and think of this as, you know, an older team, a more experienced team. But Leader has only been in for 4 splits. Yoppa just coming into the LEC, you know, Skeens hasn't been around for too long as well. So, as you say,
player he has, but LEC opportunities, yeah, you're right, he hasn't been given.
Yeah, exactly, right? So every time you get a chance to continue to improve and get that those stage reps in, very important. As Mickey and Skeens will team up here to try and force Bukada out of his jungle. But Honor's even basically in every lane. Nuke and Rooster have slight leads, as to be expected. And there's a small lead for Yoppa down towards the bottom side. Mickey here can battle dance away. Nuke hit with a cleaver and dismounts his Weaver's wall.
No kill, 8 minutes in. Grub spawn, 5 seconds time. Getting into my golfing voice, as I often find myself doing when the...
I was thinking of Mitchell and Webb Snooker.
Okay.
Oh, and that's a bad
I'm familiar with their names. No
comedy
idea
duo
who they are.
from the UK. David Mitchell and
I
James
do know who
Webb.
they are, yes.
Yeah, and they do the snooker commentary. It's like, oh, that's a bad miss.
I see.
And Leader here missed 17 minions yesterday in the first 6 minutes of the game.
Oh?
Goes in, does get the flash out of Nuke.
Bad miss. Get the flash out though, so it's still worth.
A forced error there.
How many cigarettes have you smoked prior
This
to
is
using
what
this
I'm going
voice?
for.
Oh, I
There's the
see.
voice, you know?
I see, right.
Snooker commentators sitting there in their dark rooms.
Right, yes. Absolutely.
A few millennials from the UK with a very niche type of humor would have got those jokes. The Yoppa going in here with the Ghost, looking for Product. Puts down the Featherstorm, flash away, still gets him with the blades. Yoppa with a solo kill in bot side.
Okay, Yoppa styling on Paduk. We did talk about in draft how Paduk is a key player in being able to eliminate this Mundo problem that they're going to have to deal with later on into the game. And Yoppa already off to a good start. Solo kill, 1v1, down on the bot side, going to pick up the Stormrazor. This Xayah is going to be feeling pretty good here in this early game.
Yeah, really good to get one of your scaling carries out to a lead like this. Leader obviously struggling a little bit in the mid lane, while Yoppa almost 1,000 gold ahead now. First Drake as well to SK, it allows them to play through that bot lane even more. No Featherstorm, no flash, but Paduk doesn't have his ultimate either, nor does he have that flash. Trimby looking towards the mid lane. Skin's going to try and chase him down. Mickey taking a little bit of a scenic route, dashing to Leader first, but Trimby forced low means that should be an easy enough Drake for SK. Trimby, though, does have time to reset and regenerate that HP bar before the Drake does spawn. Just gives Mickey a little bit of time to deny some vision. Does want to hit level 6, so isn't actually going to clear the ward. Instead, will go towards the bot lane, get the level 6, and then path back out towards the dragon you have to expect.
One of the things we heard Trimby talking about earlier was perhaps too many cooks in the kitchen, and someone has an idea, the team doesn't always want to follow it through, and I think that's probably been one of the most frustrating things to see about this team is, on paper, this roster has a lot of skill to it. I mean, we were having conversations at the beginning of the split, should Rooster be in the conversation for one of the best top laners in our league. His laning is typically very strong as Wonder and Rooster going for a bit of a back and forth, trying to lock him underneath the tower.
Yeah, because Wonder dodged the Prey Seeker with his public execution as Mickey's caught but can dance away, it meant that Rooster wasn't tanking the tower. And so, because of that, Rooster able just to burrow his way to safety. Drake up. Still that quickness available for Mickey. He's going to use the Gleaming Quill to heal up. We'll take one Dragon auto from it, but still a net gain of HP. Nuke here, no flash. Mickey can look for the quickness. There's the Emperor's Divide. Stunned up by the Unraveled Earth, but still the charm going down onto Nuke. Needs to get to the safety of his teammates. Bukada's on his way across. Nuke surviving with the heal, and there's the Cyclone onto Mickey, who flashes the wall, but Bukada chases him. Lands the crushing blow. Trimby with an Unbreakable will survive through the damage of Skeens and Leader, and in the end, it's Shifters who get the kill.
So, I mean, I want to see the replay, but I think Leader really misplayed how they went for that. I think he used his Q on the Azir super early, which means that basically, once you're shuffled over the wall, you drop another soldier, but then Talia walks away. and you now have no tool to actually follow that through. So I think using the Q super early in that exchange, oh, Leader now has to flash as well, as Bukada finds a play. If we get a replay of that, we can look back at exactly how he executed upon it. But yeah, right now, Shifters trying to make some magic happen on the Rift. They do lose the Dragon. We look back. So see, a very early Q to set up for the play. Now, of course, he did need to make that play happen in order to get the shuffle, but now you don't have the Q available. When it does come up, the fight's kind of already over again, and there's nothing really left. So he didn't have the damage. And again, you can understand the idea that you've got to commit that Q in order to get in range. But I question, like, perhaps using the flash earlier would have been the right play.
I think there's also there's an argument for Mickey to pop the quickness in the bush, then E-flash onto Nuke, because Nuke didn't have
himself,
flash, right? So he stunned himself going in with it, but you could put the Unraveled Earth down because you knew that you were going to get chased out. You knew they were going for a fight onto you. Mickey diving away here as the Void Rush in from Rooster, almost killing off Mickey for the second time the game. Still unable to quite get that final bit of damage down. Rooster might look for the Prey Seeker here just to stop the backs. Wonder's going to try and block it out. Trimby doesn't go for anything. Hasn't got the Unsealed Spellbook, so didn't have something like an Ignite at his disposal. Skeen's going to try and save Wonder's life here. Public Execution is back off cooldown. They jump in, they CC him, and the Ambassador does not have a chance to use anything before she falls. Skeens now needs to be a little bit careful because this tower is pretty damn low. He's going to start to walk away. They'll get rid of that CC from the Goes Where He Pleases and still get the knockback onto him. There's the trample stun for the follow-up. Good knockup coming out from Mickey. Charm as well with the quickness will stop the advance of Shifters, but SK kind of bleeding all over the map.
Yes, you can feel that the momentum is really going towards Shifters.
Would you say it's shifting?
I was deliberately avoiding saying that, but the fact that they turn around a gank in mid lane, they then force the flash out from Leader, they then set their sights on top lane, secured the tower, get a kill, get the flash out from Skeens, just a sequence of plays that all just went the way of Shifters, means that now they've really opened up the map, they're in a much better position to contest the next Drake. Of course, Herald will be the next objective, but we look back at this, they have 4 members on the top side, there's nothing really anywhere else on the map for SK to cross map. Skeens is here to try and help, but with Mickey back in base, he's not in a position to help defend this dive, and with the tower falling, it doesn't result in an additional kill, but hey, they got what they wanted.
Skeens having to use the ultimate to get out here alongside the quickness from Mickey, investing a lot of resources just to make sure that Skeens survives the fight. And after we saw Yopper get that early kill in the 1v1, I thought perhaps we'd see more play from SK towards Yopper. Like, get him really fed on this Xayah. Still sitting on the Storm Razor, still has about a 700 gold lead, but he's the only one with one on his team right now, although Leader slowly catching up to Nuke, a 1 gold difference down to 0. He'll be able to farm up those minions. Paduk able to force Yopper out, with Trimby waiting just around the corner in that bush. It would be a little bit dangerous for him to go in on the fight. Drake up in 2 minutes though. SK have been able to stack the first 2. Can try and play around that. For Shifters though, getting a little bit of a gold lead back in your favor, with Rooster being able to side lane threat onto Wonder in the 1v1. Becomes a little bit harder for SK to really match that Rek'Sai on a side lane.
I keep track of like what the next game plan is, because you've got a lot of members of SK on the bot side of the map, but Herald is the next objective. Bukada's up there. Rooster has the push and top as he finds very nice trades against the Ambessa.
Using that Fury really well with the Titanic Hydra as well, just to cleave through Wonder and the minions. Because of that, you've got a Rift Herald available to Bukada. Still a minute 10 before we have the Drake, so there's time for Shifters to take this and then move their resources down towards the bottom side to contest that Dragon if they so desire. Skeens and Mickey realizing this are going to go and try and make a play onto Nuke and Trimby. Unraveled Earth once again on Mickey. The trample stun coming out afterwards, but there's a cooldown used by Nuke, and the quickness still available to Mickey. Drake up in 50 seconds. Mickey may be looking for the reset. Doesn't actually have any wards on his Celestial opposition right now, so would want to get back and be able to replenish any wards that are cleared out by Shifters.
Yeah, you can see that SK have made a very deliberate attempt to put pressure on this bot side of the map, but they don't have the vision to control it. Slowly they're getting sweeped out. There are 2 deep wards on the bot side for SK that do offer TP flanks for both Leader and Wonder, but Wonder's getting constantly pushed underneath this tower. Rooster going to go back to base. I want to see what he actually grabs for himself. If he's going to complete another item, no, he's just going to go straight for the tier 2 boots. So get that extra armor secured to help deal with Yopper and Wonder. Dragon now 10 seconds away. Rooster making a beeline towards that mid lane. has quick wave for himself, but they're going to leave that to Padukra now. They're also going to drop the Herald in mid to provide that extra pressure. Wonder's going to get a quick base off as the Dragon gets started off.
Mickey not got those wards that he really wanted to stay around. SK are going to start up the Drake. There's the Hexgate behind by Trimbies. He looks for the engage. Emperor's Divide down on him. Unbreakable will use as well alongside the Locket. Quickness, Charm into perfect execution. They're diving onto Nuke. He's going to be able to flash the wall. Deadly Plume is coming out with the Featherstorm as well. Rooster's already killed off one, but Yopper will answer with one of his own. Cyclone on the backline. Yopper's going to have to flash, and now Wonder's left. Wolves, but Bukada unable to take him out in time. Seismic Shove back on Skeens, but has the passive backup, means that he's not knocked back. Shifter's low, as are SK. Question is, can Skeens and Leader with the maximum dosage heal up?
They have the HP, I feel.
And the Hex Soul is actually, the Hex Drake is slowing down Shifters. They need to be worried about these bouncing autos.
They're coming back already. Supports back out onto the Rift. Hexgate's going to be used. Trimby's on his way. Bukada just doesn't have the HP. I think Shifters can't afford to fight this.
Weaver's Wall coming out. Nuke trying to separate the fight out. Seismic Shove missing as Nuke, even with the Saris, is only betrayed into Yopper. Meanwhile, the Dragon going down. It's Skeens that gets it. We'll see Leader falling. Paduk exhausted, but Mickey trying to play a 1v4 here. Doesn't have the damage to kill off the enemy AD carry. The Drake is secured for SK, but they lose 2 lives for it.
I feel like that was a really unnecessary play from Mickey, but hey, they do get the Drake. They put themselves on Dragon Soul. Shifters know they have the numbers advantage, so they're going to try and get some more plates in this bot side thanks to Rusa. Reset's going to come through from across the board. Ultimately, I'd say a win for SK.
Yeah.
But it is close.
I think in the end, getting one away from Soul opens up the map a lot for you later on.
Yeah.
So we'll have another look at this.
So this is a super early ult from Leader, which, I mean, he's cautious of the engage from Trimby, so I understand why he does it. And then the fight becomes very scattered. Basically, you've just got to hit whoever you can. I think decent damage comes out from both sides, and ultimately it's just a trade of supports as everyone is flashing for their lives right now. Then the reset happens on the second half of the fight, which, with the HP advantage, a good ulti comes through from Nuke. That ends up isolating the AD carry. Leader then just feels like he's forced very deep into the pit, which puts him in a very difficult position. Kind of wastes the flash in that situation, but once you're already there, I don't really know where else you can go. And then Mickey, hoping to get a kill, trade back, ends up really not getting much off the back of it.
Yeah, a little bit greedy from Mickey, I think we can say. It's him and Hylissang shaking hands, creating space. That's what he did in that fight. Yopper's still only at that one item with the Storm Raider complete. Almost has the Infinity Edge, but the tower will fall in his face as Rooster has a 1.6k gold lead. Pretty hard to take down. As that armor from the plated steel caps. Yopper now caught out, doesn't have the flash. Featherstorm will be used. Quickness out from Mickey, but he can't dash forward because he's in Unraveled Earth. And now tries to dash away, but he's locked up again with another Cyclone. Shifters find 2 in the mid lane, and really SK overstepping after their tower went down.
Yeah, some nice picks from Shifters as basically SK think that they can push out that mid wave after losing that tower, but then Shifters are quick to punish it. Excellent play from Shifters overall.
I saw something duck, and I was like, we're not doing Year of the Duck again, are we? He's not in this game, he's not even in the region. Then I realized Paduk now, it's the Year of the Duck.
That it is. Okay, let's not, no.
Bring it back.
We don't have to bring it back.
So have another look at this. Yeah.
And ultimately, SK's just trying to push out the wave. They don't expect this collapse to come through. The collapse is fast, and a nice shove back once Yopper's ultimate wears off from Nuke to help secure that kill. Paduk gets the other one. He gets another added to his score.
And now he's ahead of Yopper.
Now he is ahead. Remember,
after
there
getting
was
solo kill.
Yeah, there was like a 900 gold lead for Yopper early on, but after getting all these towers, after finding 2 kills, he's now in a fantastic position. Rooster really with all that gold lead. We talked about how, as a player coming into this split, behind the scenes, we did have really high expectations of him. Even last year, I think we saw a lot of his potential, but you give him some of these winning matchups and he can do some serious damage with them.
Definitely managed to do it this game. Knockup happening. Mickey will grand entrance, try and get away from Bukada. Paduk on the flank position here with the Arc of Judgment. Will get hit with a cleaver in response, but vision control for Shifters, who are playing a very solid game so far. 3,500 gold ahead. They're looking towards that Baron side of the map. Need to be cautious for the next 90 seconds because that's when the Drake will spawn, and don't want to give a Hex Solar over to a Xayah and a Zir. And even if they are behind, you're going to struggle to be able to really match the extra damage and slows that can come out from quite long range with the double daggers and with the soldiers.
A minute 10 now until the next dragon. and Soul. So, let's check items real quick. Nuke in a really good position. Leader would love that Leandris to be finished. Now, I'm going to quickly check how far off he is. If my thing will work.
Yeah, too far.
Yeah, he's too far. I think he's going to go back to base now, and he'll pick up the Faded Ashes. But yeah, he won't quite have that Leandris in time. 40 seconds. I mean, he does have TP. If he can just get another wave, he might even be asking Yoppa, hey, give me this next wave. I think I can get Leandris off the back of it.
Which would be huge as well, because if they do decide not to fight around the Drake, they could look for a sneaky Baron play.
Yeah. I mean, look at what they're doing on the minimap right now, Meta. You can see Yoppa actually pathing towards top. They're basically conceding pressure around this objective. Shifters haven't really got any vision around the Dragon for now. Trimby, he does have 4 wards available to him. He's not committed to anything just yet. I think they realize, I mean, they've got information as to where Yoppa is. They know that he's on that tower. He's going to be chipping away at that in the top lane. Trimby is not really giving SK any space for the time being.
Reaver's Wall coming out. Yoppa's going to burn the Ghost to make sure he escapes from any possible collapse.
Tense moment both teams find themselves in, but this is exactly why putting yourself on that soul point gives you such an advantage, because should you start that objective off, then the possibility of a Baron is real, but...
This is smart from Rooster.
Yeah, Rooster can just start soloing it. And Trimby's invested those one ward for now, around this Baron area. He does not want SK to be doing this while the Dragon goes down. It looks like SK have said, okay, we don't want to take the fight. Leandris will finally come through for leader, but unfortunately for him, a little too late before being ready for the fight.
Yoppa able to pick up a bit more gold himself as well. He's ahead of Paduk in terms of gold, but not quite in terms of items yet. The Infinity Edge obviously costing quite a lot.
Absolutely.
So the Fiendish bolts, Fiend Hunter bolts, that's the one. Relatively cheap actually for an AD carry item. It does give you a lot of power on the Yanara. For Shifters, don't blame them for being a little bit tentative. A win here keeps them in playoff contention. A loss knocks them out. SK already eliminated, but Shifters' fate still not in their own hands. Even if they do win, they would need 2 of the following 3 teams to win, Na'Vi, KC, or G2. So the thing about that is those results seem very doable, right? Na'Vi could definitely win. KC playing up against Heretics could definitely win. G2 against Fnatic, maybe a little bit more of a 50-50 with how both teams are playing right now, but you could see it happening. And you only need 2 or 3, so you've got to do all that you can to make sure you get into one of those playoff spots.
Shifters now setting their sights on this tower. Should be, well, an easy contest. They get 2 plates to themselves. Good damage comes down. Another plate will be secured as well.
Does get more armor and magic resist with more people around it.
But we
staying
are
around to
playing on the new patch where that got nerfed.
It did get nerfed, so it's not as powerful as it once was, the extra resistances.
Which,
the extra tankiness.
great change.
Yeah, it was way too powerful.
Yeah, basically the idea is that before it was 20 to 80.
I think 100, maybe 80.
Yeah, because I seem to remember it being nerfed from 30 to 50.
Yeah,
so
it's definitely gone down to 50.
So now basically if you're solo, obviously the armor has gone up. But if you're a team pushing to end, it's gone down.
Yeah.
Was the whole point. And that logically makes sense. Because basically if you win a team fight, you shouldn't be punished for trying to end the game.
So it used to be 20 to 100, now 30 to 50.
Oh, it was 100.
Yeah,
okay.
So
yeah, pretty significant nerf for a group.
Also means your support can kind of stand near you a little bit, which is quite nice, because it's often when you have something like Analysis, you do just want him here. Wonder caught out by Rooster, using that Fury well. Furious Fight's coming out as well, goes in with a Void Rush. Public Execution will get the knockup, and then the dash. Rooster flashes forward for the Eclipse. And Wonder enough to keep him alive.
Yeah, he does keep his flash, which is great for Wonder, but you can see how Rooster on this side lane is definitely stronger. I didn't quite realize how effective Rek'Sai was as a counterpick to Ambessa, but
I mean, it helps when you have a like 1.5 to 2,000 gold lead in the mid game.
yeah, but I feel like he was just doing this all laning phase, right?
True,
Like he basically out-sustains the Ambessa and he just wins on short trades too. And then every time she tries to go in, knock up, trade, leave. So yeah, pretty interesting counter. I like seeing this stuff come through. Rooster constantly generating threat on a side lane. You just look at the minimap and you can see constant pushing. Like pretty much across the rift, it's like deep push in here, good control over mid. The Azir has been able to catch bot, which Rooster's now going to catch, but with his TP available, Leader will be ready to join his team.
Yeah, Rooster has to be a bit more cautious because he has burnt that flash and ult, so he doesn't have those tools. You see the Lord Dominic's Regards coming out from Paduk. Does have the Giant Slayer on it, was added back this year, so you do more damage to healthier members of the opposition, or enemy players with greater HP than you. Sometimes you see a Mortal Reminder into a Mundo, but if you are trying to get through HP stacking, Giant Slayer can do a lot of work as well. You don't have an Ignite or
I'm
any
also
Grievous
just of the
wounds.
opinion, like, anti-heal on someone else.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. It's you see the Oblivion Orb on Trimby, like he's kind of the one being assigned to it.
Yep.
I think Giant Slayer is very powerful, but I know a lot of people don't know that that Giant Slayer has been added back onto Lord Dominic's Regards because it wasn't there last year, so sometimes think perhaps it's not a good item into a Mundo, and you can argue that Grievous Wounds, if you can apply it readily, does make sense.
There's that third item finished for Yoppa as well. And pings are now being sent towards the dragon. So of course that soul threat still very real for Shifters. They want to make sure SK don't get it because it's such a big spike, especially the Hextech Soul. Looking across the board, Wonder's going to tick on over to level 17 as the base is interrupted. Nicely done.
Does Leader have gold for Seekers here?
Going to be really...
They just bought... He's got a needlessly large rod. I was wondering if it's a Rabadon's or a Seekers, but it's going to be a Lightning Jewel.
Weird.
It doesn't build into anything together, but perhaps just thinks he needs some penetration right now.
It might have also just... He might have had 1100 rather than 1200.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Actually, no, it's 1250. Yeah, it would make sense. Yeah.
Just wants the power for now with the next Drake coming up in 5 seconds' time. You can see once again SK like, okay, if you want to control the bot side of the map, we are just going to walk our way up towards this Baron and actually going to start it off. It's Leader and Skeens doing it. Far side observation does come in. We'll spot them out. But you can see how quickly this Baron does go down. Trimby knocked up. Bukada looking for the flank play. Weaver's wall out. Skeens sticking on this side of the wall. We'll keep the Baron aggroed. He's got help to work with. No soldiers in there right now. Rooster has come across to join the team with that TP. 6,000 now on the Baron as Shifters look to try and find a way into the fight. Rooster gets the knock up. Scuttlecraft secured as well for that little bit of extra vision for Shifters. Trimby flashing forward. Pops the Unbreakable Will is rooted as well, but with the Unraveled Earth, no one can follow up. No one can chase in with a dash to try and catch out the cow. In the end, that's all that will result of that.
I mean, Trimby really wanted to try and force something. He messes up his combo. Flash into the Pulverize does not connect onto anyone, almost loses his life, so he has to burn that ulti quickly. This means that SK ultimately have, well, ulti advantage, I would say.
Leader did use his flash.
Yeah, that's the big one. The fact that they got the Azir flash could be huge for Bukada, who'll be looking for a target in the fight. He may have found one.
Skeens. Seismic Shov's going to get rid of that CC reduction, and now Bukada on the chase uses a Cyclone as well, but Skeens with a maximum dosage will heal himself back up.
An early ult from the Mundo, not having it available. Remember, he is just a lot of HP.
No Cyclone 2 though, no Unbreakable Will for Shifters. Rooster looking for that flank. We'll use that Void Vision to spot out the fact that Wonder's there. He dashes in, trying to distract this Rex side. Leader a mile away from the fight right now, but begins to step up. Rooster going to take the Hexgate behind, 3,000 on the Drake. Skeens on that front line, the smite comes out, but it's Nuke that secures it. Mickey trying to get in with a charm, gets the double knocker, but Paduk is so far untouched. Wonder will kill off Nuke. Paduk now can step back forward, but it's a 3v4 in SK's favor, and Yoppa will go hunting, takes out Paduk, gets a double. The Drake secured for Shifters, but the Baron, you have to feel, will go to SK.
Shifters have done a good job of denying these souls away from SK, but a one-team fight will be good enough as SK can set their sights on the Baron once more. Pings are coming down, Yoppa will be making his way over there, and this should be an uncontested objective. Bukada might try to get in range. Mickey, he has to be on defense duty. Look at his position. He's going to try and track where Bukada is.
He goes across with the Hexgate. Now Rooster and Bukada beginning to collapse. Leader still has the Emperor's Divide and puts it down to keep Bukada at bay. Now look for the knockup. Bukada uses the decoy well, dashes away with an Ember Strike and will survive. The Baron, though, does go over to SK. Now Rooster looking for a re-engage with Trimby here in TPs. Perhaps Shifters can find SK on the disengage. Rooster deep. A counter teleport coming in as Leader dashes across the wall and Rooster needs to get out of there. He'll flash, he'll dash, he'll escape with a burrow. but has to go underground to get away from SK, who all survive with the Baron.
Okay, so a big advantage ultimately gained for SK as we look back at this Dragon fight. So Rooster's now in an awkward spot. He takes a Hex Gate to create the flank. The ulti from Nuke kind of splits the fight in two as he finishes off the Dragon, but Wonder finds a nice angle onto the backline to eliminate the mid laner from Shifters. Meanwhile, SK can just focus on playing this front to back inside the pit. They take out another member, they then convert it into a play.
In that fight.
Kind of same, to be honest. It was chaotic because of that Talia wall.
Yeah.
It split the fight in two, and I think it made it easier for SK just because they could clump up as 4 and just hit whoever was in front of them.
And it was like a horizontal axis rather than the vertical axis we usually see that like splits the entire river.
Well, hang
Instead,
on
we
now.
had two sides of it. Shifters have the Cryo in the mid lane here. Skeen's going to try and come across as well. Rooster, Paduk, and Nuke have got on towards this inhibitor tower. SK are the ones with the Baron, remember, and its leader who's pushing in the bottom side does still have that teleport to join up with a fight. Almost got the Rabadon. Should be able to take the tower himself down in that bottom lane, and a small gold lead begins to materialize for SK. The Shifters see things slip out of their grasp a little bit. This has happened a few times for them across the course of LEC Versus, against Giant X in weeks 1, against Lost Ratones as well. And now, after they did have a bit of a lead, things are starting to collapse a little bit again. 1.5k gold leads in mid and AD carry for SK. Rooster looking for the engage. Bukada doesn't have the flash, but does have a decoy and a cyclone. A cannon minion here for SK, pushing through mid. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, leader continues to hound Nuke, puts the Sun Disc down, and will buff up these minions for a moment before backing away. Does have the TP. It looks like it's just going to be a 3-way push for SK as they try and take all of the remaining outer towers.
Good job by SK. They're really making use of this Baron to the fullest. Looks like they're not going to be able to win off the back of this.
I mean,
Hang
they
on.
might. The quickness going out. Rooster's going to fall. Wonder on the right side of the wall as well, but Skeens joined by Mickey as they get knocked back with a seismic shove. Public execution onto the backline. Nuke. Wonder is the target as Shifters collapse on him, and now a 4v3 in Shifters' favor. Mickey knocked up. Tremby with a good flash forward. The Emperor's Divide out from leader. But for Duck, untouched. Bukada there as well. A quadra for the Duck. He's going crackers. He'll find himself a pentakill.
Paduk finds a penta for Shifters as SK is knocking on their doors. Beautiful team fight from him. The positioning was fantastic, staying out of range of leader and Yopper that set their sights onto them. SK went far too deep underneath that tower. They got that kill onto Rooster. They thought that they could get so much, but they end up losing everything. We look back at this fight. The focus should be on the tower, but the wall comes through. And look at Skeens, he's walking forward. He's now underneath the tower. A nice knockback from Nuke. Connects onto 2. Wonder's then diving, again with the tower still up. And the coordination from SK isn't there. Trimby uses the W to get in range to flash, knock up, and Paddock is untouched throughout the entirety of the fight.
You're the Duck, Betty.
Penta!
Said it early on the game.
Pentakill, yummy, yummy.
Oh, yummy!
I pushed yummy indeed.
Was gobbling up the SK players.
Absolutely.
And now a 2k lead for Paduk. Dragon up in 7 seconds time.
That's a GA on the Yunara as well.
That it is, almost full build, has a noon quiver. Going towards his final item. For SK, if they can get this, it is still sold. The gold is still pretty much even between these two teams. A 1.6k lead at this moment doesn't matter too much. Skeens walking in and just dying. Deleted where he stands. Rooster on the back line looking for Wonder. The Drake secured by Shifters. As Rooster continues to chase in, Mickey able to dash away. Public execution. Rooster blocks it. Paduk trying to chase down Wonder, but a good flash across the wall will get him to safety. And with the waves, it looks like bot wave might be the target for Shifters. They have a man advantage for the next 40 seconds. Mickey, you just got, okay, flash, gets the knock up. Yopper's just going to kill off Nuke. There's the quickness flash we were talking about earlier on, Betty, as Rooster TP's in. Counter teleport coming out as Wonder's going to join the fray. Exhaust onto Rooster, Cyclone from Bukada just to try and buy some distance, and manages to do exactly that. Trimby should be able to use the movement speed from the Shrine to get himself to safety down on the bottom side. But Shifters now do not have that man advantage, and so can't push in this bot side.
So, Shifters find a drag, they find a pick. They're threatening to go towards the base of SK. SK, in turn, find a pick of their own. And what does that mean? Baron becomes the player once again. 45 seconds until that objective spawns. Both players that died will be back alive, but we got to some pros seem to have this impression that when you ult on Mundo, it gives you a chunk of HP.
It does not.
It is regeneration.
Yes.
So if you lose 75% of your HP and then pop the ult, like, people can still just kill you. They could just do the rest of your HP. And I think that, yeah, Skins could not go where he pleased in that situation.
The thing about it is, it does give you increased base health, but it doesn't give you health.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So your maximum health does become bigger, but yeah, it's pretty tough.
But he didn't even pop the ult.
Yeah, he just died, man. The guy just died. He walked in, he was thinking, oh, if I can just steal the soul, maybe that's enough. His SK set up around the Baron once more.
Oh, they're just going to start this.
Okay. I mean, they do it very quickly. 5-item Zaya. Mickey going to dash across here. The Baron already gone. Schemes will land the smite on this one. Rooster now the target as Wonder dashes in. Rooster able to escape for now, but SK might look for the offensive. Product still has that GA. Trimby dashes forward. Mickey knocked back and Shifters find one. Picard going in with the Cyclone as well. Good effort survived by Leader, but Product is dashing in and looking for these kills. Schemes his target, public execution on him, but he's still got the GA. Yopper with the Featherstorm will be able to take out one. Trimby's his target. Rooster though kills off Yopper. Wonder's gonna fall as well. And SK may have got the Baron, but at what cost?
An ace is secured for Shifters as they tear apart SK. And it's all from an overstep from Mickey. He gets too close to Trimby. Trimby sees that opportunity to punish him and shuts him down just like that. The death timers are long. We're 38 minutes into this game, and Shifters are looking to keep their playoff hopes alive.
It should just be done. Only Mickey up. Does have the quickness. He's up in 5:20 on Leader, though. Shifters have done what they can today to keep themselves in the playoff race. They need Na'Vi, KC, and G2 to win at least 2 of those for them to make it to our top 8.
Shifters find a much-needed win. With that Baron falling, it was a scary situation, but they find a much-needed fight. Huge credit to Badak, really coming alive in those final team fights and putting on the carry performance that Shifters needed to bring it across the finish line. Again, their spot in playoffs is not secured, but they're much closer than they are compared to if they had lost.
Oh yeah, if they'd lost, they'd be out. So you can vote for one of them in your player of the game votes. Bukada, Paduk, or Trimby are your options. One of them got a penta.
That's true.
Just putting that out there. You could argue it's because of Trimby and Bukada that he managed to do it, but oh my lord, Paduk had a good game overall. They'll take a bow on the stage. Could be the final time for LEC versus for them. For SK, unfortunately, a loss in their final game means that they have to walk resigned backstage.
They will be back in spring, of course.
They will, yes.
But for now, they will be taking a break because for Shifters, as they move forward, as you can see on your screen, in order to qualify for playoffs, they need Na'Vi, KC, G2 to win. 2 of those 3 teams as SK give us that last POW of the LEC versus.
Mickey Project will continue in spring. We'll see how well they can do then, but for now they have a couple of months to reevaluate and see what they want to change going into next split. Dracos is standing by with Trimby. Let's hear from both of them.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. It was a hard-fought battle in that game. Trimby, it was crazy, bro. It was all over the place. What was going through your head in some of those really wild back-and-forth fights?
Well, it was like second time I flashed in and I couldn't get a combo. I was like, fuck me, I'm just kind of ending. But I think it was really nice to realize that even though it looked hard, right, the game, because of course they have like the champs they have and then like how the team comes interaction with each other, I'm happy we realized that at the end of the day we still could play it in a certain way and we pulled it off, so I'm happy with that.
Proud of you guys for getting the win. Obviously a super tense game, but your fate really isn't in your hands, right? We broke it down earlier on the broadcast. You need some combination of Na'Vi, KC, or G2. You need 2 of those 3 teams to win, and you're in. Job done. Unfortunately, you haven't guaranteed with a win. What are your thoughts for the rest of the day? Are you just a big fan of these 3 teams now? How does it feel? I mean, it's a rough question, but how does it feel to have your fate no longer be in your hands?
I mean, if I get a little discount on the t-shirts, I can get all of them, you know? It's like, if that makes me get into playoffs, why not? Like, no, but seriously, those are strong teams, I would say, so I'm happy with the fact those are the ones who have to win, and yeah, I hope that I can see myself big in playoffs in a couple of weeks.
I will say, based on the teams, it does seem like the odds are in your favor, but we'll just have to wait and find out. Thank you so much again, Trimby. That's going to do it for us here. Up next, MKOI versus Navi with qualification stakes for both Las Carpas and the Rats. Don't go anywhere. It just keeps getting more tense.
The upper going in here. Winter goes looking for Product. Looks down the pedestal, flash away, still gets him with the blades.
I'm dead. Oh, no.
Blue Rexay is here on me. I'm meeting Rexay. I'm meeting. Look how this is not second. Rexay in the pit. Look at me. Kill Avistar. No flash. Guys low. No flash. Yeah. Good. Maybe can we no flash, no flash. No wait, TLC.
Yummy!
I pushed me.
Drake is now Doran, decent position, double
break down my walls, but I won't rise again, cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in, Bishop flashes in, and down goes!
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Welcome back to the LEC after Shifters beating SK here. And the Kia player of the game was Paddock, another pentakill in the LEC. Wow, AD carries are happy this week.
Always the AD carries, man.
I mean, it's how it should be. I don't know, ADC is getting pentakill. It's been a pretty good season. I think everybody agrees, so.
Yeah, for once you guys can't complain. But anyway, focusing on the next match we have, there's a lot of stakes here. MKOI on this side, Navi on the other. Navi have qualified. These guys are still looking for their qualification. So for the stakes, it's quite simple here. MKOI winning locks them in. If they don't, and Navi wins, then the Rats and Shifters are going to be pretty happy about this one.
Yeah, a lot of eyes on this game. And if you told me that MKOI was this close to missing playoffs, because if they lose today, it's a really realistic chance that they will miss playoffs. And I saw their faces walking on the stage. They looked really serious. And you can feel the tension right now in the arena. A lot of eyes will be on this game, and they really need to show why they are seen in such high regard.
I see your disappointment, Finn, but there's a silver lining here. And that's the fact that today, it feels like 6 finals. Every single game matters so much. The tension, that just means it's more fun to watch. I'm so excited to watch this game because it means so much for both of these teams.
Not too much excitement, though, if you're on the side of MKOI, because they need to get their shift together, let's say. It's been going really wrong for them now lately, but how do you make sure that this last game is going to be the one that makes it count, especially playing against a team that has been popping off and that already qualified?
Yeah, I think it starts in the jungle, because I think Elyoya is still the captain of this ship. We saw Realish say in an interview, actually, that he believes Elyoya is the strongest jungler and he looks forward to playing against him. So I think, to me, that is the matchup I will be watching today.
Realish versus Elyoya. That is peak here in the 4th game that we have today. And actually, El Capitan is standing by with Dracos backstage. Or was.
Thank you very much. I'm joined by Elyoya in an interesting situation. You're not 100% qualified for playoffs yet. And I want to be honest, brother, it's been a rough couple of games. How have things been going from your perspective?
It's been, I think, being honest, we have struggled to perform on stage. I am always really straight with my interviews. I think when we are lacking some individual level, I'm honest to say it. I think it's not the case. I honestly think we are not showing up in performance-wise on stage. So, yeah, that's been a bit hard to deal with, but I mean, I trust that we are going to make it.
I've heard a lot of excuses thrown around. Earlier in the split, it was Mondays. Mondays were the doomed days. I heard Melzet wasn't there one day. I've heard a lot of reasons. What is the reason from your perspective that you guys just aren't able to show up? Do you have a firm grasp on, like, what is actually stopping you from delivering at your highest level?
I didn't hear those excuses, so
I heard them on the online. These are like made-up fan excuses.
It's nice to hear, you know. It's
a little
like I like how our fans have our back, but no, honestly, I think I cannot think of one case. I think every one of us has struggled in different moments. I would say yesterday game, for example, was me. Some past games has been Jojo. Some other games has been Supa. Mirwin has struggled too. I honestly think I don't know the main reason. I think we've also been trying new things at the same time because we gave a bit playoffs, let's say, too much for granted maybe. So yeah, but still, yeah, I'm confident.
So what's the focus today then? How do you rally? How do you make sure that you guys are able to deliver at that highest level? Is it just simplify the game plan? Is it stick to comfort? Like, what is the secret to making sure that you guys can just get this last win so you have a bit more time?
Honestly, it's play our game. Like at the end, I think we need to deal with this pressure. It's even a good opportunity right now to grow because not many times you have this much pressure in a normal regular season game. So we are going to take this as the biggest lesson that we can. We are going to play what we are good at, and yeah, we will win.
I like it. I like the confidence. Elyoya, thank you so much for taking the time. Good luck in the match today. We'll send it back over to you guys.
Because this match requires every bit of attention that you've got sitting at home. The last 3 regular season games of LEC Versus with Dagda and myself, Asterix. We are going to run you through MKOI versus Na'Vi, a matchup that has so many implications for the rest of the league. It is in MKOI's hands to seal the deal for them to lock in playoffs. It is in Na'Vi's hands to keep the viewership of the Rats going because they've already locked themselves into 2nd seed. Na'Vi are a top 2 team, and now they have to put up and show that they're better than MKOI.
Yeah, MKOI with the win will secure playoffs, and I mean, we just heard from Elyoya. They think that they can do it. They can turn it on when it has to happen, but it has to happen now. And as we get into the draft, you can see Orianna already taken away. So still looking to see things like the Rumble, the Azir, these kind of picks still up and available as we walk our way through this.
I feel like for Na'Vi, we can kind of dissect how their drafts have been going. Mainta, most of the time, the Scion, the Cassante, tank top with a flair of carry, but usually he's been a role player. For Relech, these top lanes in the jungle, he's had a bit of a flair of the Ambassadors as well as the Aatroxes, a Kiana to start the split off. There's been certain dynamics with this team, Dagda, very straightforward. I feel like already taking it away is MKoi. They get rid of Relech's jungle pick. They get rid of Poby's pick as well. And the Inara, which is strong, have done their homework.
Imagine it'll be the Rumble gone next. Yeah, there it is.
Cool.
Okay, so Azir, the one that you think of, JoJo's also kind of defaulted towards this in a lot of situations. It means you can respond still with things like the Taliyah if you'd like to. And we've seen like Taliyah Pantheon, Taliyah Vi as combos that can answer into the Azir. We'll have to see if that is going to be the game call here, or if they want to try and put their focus elsewhere.
Yeah, with no Varus up, that first pick, you're right. It could just be an Azir and then response from Na'Vi.
Yeah. Unless they feel confident on the Jace. Like Jace at least has been decent, but it's going to be the Vi.
First pick. Elyoya has played this a couple of games, but still, like, I don't think we've seen a Vi first pick in the LEC.
So this base is kind of a call-out to me, saying, okay, Poby, you take the Azir, we can take the Taliyah, and MKoi can fall back on what worked for them in summer, which was trying to play through these strong side lanes with JoJo as your main point of focus.
Yep.
And if Miran then can end up getting some sort of good pick for himself in that top side as well, as you can have this solid side lane pressure that can try and come through. But there's the Pantheon that we were talking about. And now it is a question of Na'Vi just take the Taliyah, kind of call the bluff from MKoi and say, no, you can have the Azir. We're actually happy enough to just try and take the Taliyah instead.
It's just interesting to me because, again, Dagda, I'm just kind of looking. I'm seeing, was it Na'Vi that played the Jace Rise against, or was that MKoi's comp? It was MKoi because Mirwin was on the Poppy. So Jace would have been a viable option, but they're veering away from it. I do like your prediction, though, saying, hey, okay, there's that Azir you mentioned. The Pantheon pairing is obviously taken away because the Vi's already on the side. But now you mentioned the Taliyah. That's an option.
Yeah. The other option is the Rise, but I think, there will be the Taliyah.
Crazy not to, right?
Yeah, I think it's such a strong combo in both of them. And also then you just got the opportunity to try and play for sides. The only change might have been going for a Rise because he is fairly tanky, so can survive a lot of that Pantheon pressure. But Scion, definitely something that can survive a lot of that Pantheon pressure.
It's meant to go for something like the Nah here, go for the range matchup and put him in the ground. Again, I was just talking about this guy. He's been a role-playing top laner. He could just go for the Cassante here, Dagda. Like, how many games of Nah has he played so far?
Just the one, but, I mean, could have easily end up moving towards that. I don't think it's the end of the world, but it's going to be the tank killer in the Aatrox that he goes
gets
towards
to play.
instead.
Remember, he's talking about this earlier in the split. He's like, yo, Relech just keeps taking my champions. Mainta finally gets to play the Aatrox top because we know that Pantheon's going in the jungle.
I'm curious if we end up with Lulu bans here from Na'Vi, though, because you've already got good engage on both the Scion and the Vi, and something like an Aphelios Lulu could be very strong to come through for MKoi with the way the draft is set up at the moment. So I wouldn't be fully surprised to see them maybe even try and ban away the Aphelios himself or try and take away the Lulu, but actually it's MKoi that ban away the Aphelios instead.
Maybe with the Ezreal fish as well, they're kind of setting up for it. I like that you do bring up hyper carries as well when we do have a Scion on MKoi's side. And a lot of setup already. I'm surprised too as well, Dagda. What else we got? I mean, the Inara's taken away. Ezreal, Varus, Aphelios we just witnessed as well. What else do we have in the pool?
The other thing that can pair well with Vi is the Caitlyn, because you can put the trap underneath and then you just go for it. So maybe that's the game plan here for MKoi on this bottom side. We haven't seen it. Sorry, actually I'm looking at the wrong one.
No, you're right.
Yeah, Super hasn't played it.
Okay. Zaya's gone though.
But it's, always an option here. Media lock-in of the Nico. Yeah, I mean, you could go Caitlyn Karma if you really want to. Go for the hyper-pushing lane. Nico doesn't tend to like things like the Karma into her because she can match a lot of the push, and also the AoE speed up in team fights can get you out of that Pop Blossom or reduce a lot of that damage as well. So I'm wondering if that's a thought here for MKoi.
Looking at the Corki now for mobility, if the Corki gets locked in here, I just wonder the Na'Vi AD carry to pair. Things like Siva are available for Sam D. Enchanter in the Nami. Now, I truly wonder, for Na'Vi, how do they round this out, Dagda? Sam D, options are Siva, Jhin for range, the Aphelios, the Varus, the Inara, the Corki, that he's all played the splitter off the table.
Yeah, it may just be the Jhin to be like, okay, I'll open up a curtain call and not actually try and play in towards fights and not give a target for the Vi. But Caitlyn works pretty well as well, and matching that early damage and early push from the Corki.
Great lane presence as well, right? Because Corki's become this bully in lane, thanks to his changes a while back now. Caitlyn, Nico, very strong 2v2 when we knew Nico was so good because of her lane bullying prowess. With the Caitlyn, SamD and Paris, obviously the attention's on them, while the rest are going to be playing out in their isolated lanes.
Yeah, and the reason I was talking about the Karma is that Karma has the opportunity to push the lane into Nico because she can hit Nico while also hitting the wave. Nami doesn't have that same level because all of her spells interact with the enemy team.
Yep.
So it means that for Nico, Caitlyn, you actually have a decent time of getting pushed now in this bottom side of the map. And it means that for Navi, I think that gives you windows to have pressure on this bottom side, even like try and trade Void Grubs for potential dives with this Pantheon on the bottom lane, and really try and hurt Super and Alvaro.
Quicker snap as well for things like the Tangle Barbs, as well as the Blooming Burst. But we'll see the matchup in action. This 2v2 important, but MKoi throwing a spanner in the works. His first pick Vi. We're going to find out if it's worth it here for Elyoya as MKoi fight for their spot at playoffs. It is such a crazy LEC split with the fact that MKoi, Fnatic, and G2 are still not locked in. But here instead, we have KC, Na'Vi, and Vitality, along with Giant X, now locked in. What a new realm we're in. LEC ain't the same as before with 12 teams battling it out, rather 10 left to go, 6 spots available. Here's one of them up for grabs. Maybe more.
If you're a team like Na'Vi, potentially pushing MKoi into that knockout territory could be the perfect way for you to start off playoffs. MKoi is a team that from the start of the split we were saying is a potential favorite to win it. Now, they've had a couple of whoopsies which has put them in this position, but if you could actually take MKoi out of playoffs here, Na'Vi could not only do themselves a huge buff, but everyone else who's joining them in that playoff slot.
There it is on the side of the screen for you as Relech goes for a deep ward. In fact, this is not just going to be a ward. Maybe he's starting at Raptors. He is indeed. No, red buff for now. Remember, MKoi win, lock playoffs. Na'Vi gets the rats to scurry into it as well.
I love this from Relech. You've got 2 pushing bot lanes and 2 enchanter bot lanes that want to really fight for that control of the wave. Now you're causing a split map position, which is just opening up for SamD and Paris to really try and play through this bottom side of the map. And I don't think it's been spotted. There is a blue ward on the Raptor camp on that top side of the map. But unless MKoi can sniff this out, Elyoya will have to go to the opposite side of the map. He'll probably start pinging it now in a couple of seconds, realizing that Relech hasn't shown on this ward yet.
At least it'll take another 20-30 as well, Dagda. I love the point as Poby's just going to face check into Jojo. That hurts here. Navi's mid laner walks into the most aggressive mid laner into the league. Jojo hits 2 first, and Poby down a little bit, has to pop the pots. Has 1 left remaining, as Jojo's now got none. Surprisingly, as there we go, Tangle Barb's combo. The power of this 2v2 lane now shown.
There's a very high chance that we end up with a dive off of this crash with how low Alvaro is. Heal is there. It's cleanse for Super, but I think if you target Alvaro, there's enough damage. Now Elyoya is going to know, hang on, this is a dangerous boss. But Relech is just going back over to his far side, and you can see the response immediately from Elyoya to move into this top half of the map.
Yeah, let's see as well if defensive ward gets placed down. Poby has 1 in inventory. 1 on Raptors would do nicely, but the pressure of the wave pushing into this turret probably just understands that, okay, Relech, you're going to lose the top side of your jungle here. This is going to be the trade-off. Maybe still okay with that with the map state, right?
But that's exactly it, right? You wanted to isolate SamD and Paris, and that's exactly what you've done. And Paris and SamD have done a good job of hitting most of their spells on this bottom side to put pressure onto MKOi's bot lane. And you already see Main just crash the wave, so he's fine. Obi taking a lot of damage, though.
A huge chunk, and this is, we don't always see the matchup exactly like this, but Jojo now running out of mana as Poby spaces nicely from the threaded volley upgrade. He's going to get out of there, but I mean, Jojo is one of the most aggressive laners we have. And that's a very good start for MKoi.
It was also a dicey start for Poby because you are low and you know that Vi is in that top side jungle. So was hovering down towards that bottom side, which would give him a bit of time to react. But always have to be a little bit careful in that sort of situation. Already, you can see Corki gone for the reset though. The tier picked up, which is a nice win for SamD already in this bottom lane, having forced that reset and got that place.
SamD gets a push in. Base timing great. Relech going to match that as well. And it's about that second clear, Dagda. We've been really focusing on junglers here, about how Elyoya and Relech interact now with the respawn of that vertical jungle.
Well, you can already see the pings are going down from Relech onto the Raptor camp. He wants to try and look for a reinvade. The biggest issue for him is that you've just had your bot lane reset, which means bot is pushing out, and you can then have MKOi's bot lane play over towards that. So that's why Paris hasn't gone to the bottom lane. He's actually sitting around this mid lane to to try and help LEC in taking away this camp again.
So as Raptor spawns, here's Elyoya. As you said, Alvaro's going to be here first. Paris not too far behind in 2v2, but at make it 3 with Jojo. He's able to snap over the wall. LEC flashes into the Talia. Jojo burns his, but now LEC has no way to get over the wall. He blocks the damage from Elyoya, but he's caught against the hard place. First blood into Jojo's waiting's arms as Aqua Prison avoided narrowly by Paris. But MKOI, what a read and what a response.
This wasn't the play from Na'Vi. You couldn't really go for it. You'd push on bot, you'd push in mid. Hobie was always going to be second. And LEC, as you said, even flashing into the waiting hands of Jojo. Not the start that Na'Vi would have liked for this game.
Jojo freaked out. He's like, what is this Pantheon doing flashing into me? Maybe want to make sure that upgraded Mortal Steel wasn't thrown in his direction. But regardless, first blood over to Jojo. Really nice, especially when he was already winning the lane, already up in CS. Now, 550 gold up as well. Jojo off to the races for this game.
It also slows down LEC on hitting that level 6 because you can see how much time he's just kind of wasting the map. Now only just starting his next rotation, the camps, whereas you're kind of moving through that very standardly already as Elyoya. So for the next Scuttle Crab, it's much more important for Elyoya to be able to grab that one. It's up on this top side as well, but Elyoya going for the full clear, so won't have access to that upgrade smite as he tries to go for this.
And I guess only saving grace when we talk about bot lane and their interaction with junglers is the fact that for SamD and Paris, they have that ward and that entering brush towards Raptors. Of course, Elyoya can always take the long way around, but for now, they felt safe enough getting a bit of push in that lane, still holding pressure, because they believe Elyoya is on the top side of the map where he currently is, as he makes his reset.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eyes on because Crab is on that top lane.
Yep.
But may just think, well, we know that LEC is clearing towards that bottom side. So instead, maybe going to try and make a play in bottom lane before LEC can actually get access to the wave. Yeah, looks like he just wants to cover boss, not playing for that level 6 instead.
I was going to say the XP bar's not going to lend itself to it, is it? But Elyoya, as he shadows around mid, let's just see, he's going to get 6 off the leech of the wave. He's walking up a little bit here.
No, he will need to finish the crab if he wants to. Spotted on a ward though, which now means that LEC has info.
Yep.
That Elyoya is going for this crab on the top side, but I mean, as we said, like he's very far away from level 6. So it's Elyoya, because he got that camp and the assist and the kill, actually using that advantage now. You can see immediately Hobie just wants to kind of dip out of mid lane, doesn't want to be on the business end of that wild.
True. He's already struggling enough as it is, has his flash available, but Elyoya just has to press one single button and to set up the snap engage, the first pick Vi. I think the reason will be shown once we see mid-jungle cooperation is Dragon going to be started by LEC. Elyoya is here. Level 5 versus level 6. The power of Elyoya right now is dangerous as Paris comes to help.
Yeah. He's engaged though.
Again, the shield is up. Aqua Prison as well. LEC disrespect. Elyoya's one hit away though, and will give a kill over to SamD. A 1-for-1 as Na'Vi mid laners are fighting up top, while Alvaro, running out of mana, has to run through bot. A bit of a pause here as we find out what's going on, but that 1-for-1 keeps Dragon still.
Yeah, LEC is heavily relying on the fact that he has this bot lane push to try and go for dragons. And they do end up moving across first, but it's Jojo who's reacting constantly from mid faster because he's had so much pressure. And it makes it nigh on impossible for Na'Vi to really take these early fights. And we already said, like, MKOI knew they had the level 6 advantage, so wanted to take that fight.
Trying to find out where the issue lies. Currently, it is just a pause. We're going to find out if anything's going on. Not sure if it's MKOI's side or not, just watching who's talking to refs, but we'll wait and see. That's a mighty time to pause.
Still, I think from MKOI, they've done a good job in this game so far, right?
Yep.
Sure, you trade 1-for-1 there, but you are denying the stacking from Na'Vi when they've got a crazy strong bottom lane. You're using the fact that you hit the level 6. Sure, you had that level 6 advantage for SamD in the bottom lane, but Caitlyn ult versus something like a Wild is significantly better in that sort of situation.
Sure.
So I think it's now a fact of, okay, how can MKOI try and keep up this pressure? Because now you're going to be in a situation where LEC is coming back out. You've got more of the level 6s available for Na'Vi. So in a repeat play towards this Dragon, I think it should be Na'Vi or in an advantageous spot.
First Dragon as well in LEC. It's been talked about for the past 4 weeks, but like this bottom side objective control has really won games. It's dictated games, and it did last year and previous years. Like Dragons
but we had
OP, but
you know, Atacon and all these kind of things that actually changed up.
Yeah,
how that was working, because you could see games made or like broken or made at that kind of objective. So I think, yeah, the Dragon stacking has just gone back to the key win condition for so many teams now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're still just trying to find out what the potential bug is, as you can see on the bottom of your screen, because this is a very important game. So players not giving or leaving anything to chance. I'm sure people are already rewinding and finding out what the hell happened. But seemingly there's movement on stage, which means that, okay, I see mouse movement. I see Poby going nuts with the keyboard and mouse. Look at those hands, man. Holy. Oh my God.
We're looking at Mirwin.
Bro, I know we are on the screen, but everyone in the audience, you just look at Poby. Everyone else is still, Poby just went for it. That guy's staying warmed up. He's staying red hot. And he's got a wrist injury. Slow down, Poby. All the fans looking at him, by the way. I mean, there was a lot of chatter coming into after the Lost Returns loss to being like, okay, Poby, save us. That's what the fans were asking for. It is huge that your fate is not in your hands. And I think that scares a lot of teams. Like it would scare Koi if they lost this. Like it, you know, scare shifters regardless, right? There's a lot of reliance on other teams. And the LEC is so unpredictable. The need for a psychologist after today for these players and these teams, there's got to be some bills going out because I imagine how I would feel in the position, let alone how they feel right now.
Well, I mean, you heard from Trimby earlier on in his interview saying, look, sometimes you just don't want to know because you don't want that pressure going into the game. You want to just take it one game at a time. And
yeah.
I imagine that's a similar spot that a lot of these players on the stage at the moment are in. You know, for Na'Vi, already successfully through, sitting at 7-3. But, yeah, we'll have to figure out because we're going to toss it over to the AD as we figure out exactly what's going on. But let's hear from the folks' thoughts down there.
Yay.
That's us. We're down there.
We're AD.
We're AD. I want to talk about the draft, guys. We have it in front of us on stage here. Looking at, I mean, two really different approaches. I feel like Navi's draft may be harder to play given that bot has to go well, but what do you guys think?
I mean, I gotta say something. MKOI lost to Lost Returns, and now I'm seeing a Nami, Corki, and a Sion.
Is that a run back?
I mean,
Is that a salty run back?
I start to pick up for sure. I mean, honestly, when I look at the Na'Vi draft, it's very high execution. Because look at your front line. You have an Aatrox that's most likely not going to be with the team most of the time. You have a Pantheon who is rather squishy but can be invulnerable for 2.5 seconds with his E. And you have a Nico support. And there's a Caitlyn and a Seer that needs people to walk up so they can hit the enemy team. But who is walking up when I look at the Na'Vi comp? Is it going to be the Nico? Is it going to be the Pantheon? It's really difficult to execute this fight in these river congregations that we see where you just have a front-to-back team fight.
yeah, I mean, they have a really hard to execute comp, but what they do have is 3 winning lanes, right? You have the Caitlyn Nico that's going to win bot lane, Azir is going to get pushed into the Talia, and then also Aatrox into the Sion as well. I think if they can execute this early game and keep snowballing, allow Reletch to just move around the map, that's the type of win con that you're looking with this sort of roster.
I mean, we saw Reletch just now. He is locked in, eyes closed, faker mode, meditating on stage. For me, that's the attitude of a player who knows exactly what he's going to do and who knows exactly how to execute this draft. We have the replays of the first blood and how the action broke out in the game, if we can check that, because it seemed like MKOI are the ones who initiated what happened. No, actually, it comes from an engage from Reletch.
So yeah, here Reletch wants to go for these Raptors, right? But MKOI do not want to concede these. And it looks like they're making a pretty good pick onto Reletch. And here he gets really stuck here, trying to block a lot of damage with his E, which he kind of does. But in the end, there's just not enough damage on the MKOI. The Azir was a little bit too far away from this invade. If you want to go for this invade, you probably need the Azir to be a little bit closer so you can actually fight when they come to contest it.
And you can see they have the right idea, right? That I talked about earlier. The winning lanes, they want to try to utilize that to give a lead to Reletch. But it's just the execution ends up falling a little bit apart. And as Finn said, I think this is a team comp where if you start to fall behind like this, especially then if Elyoya is able to utilize this to get his laners ahead, suddenly MKOI have a really big draft advantage.
Yeah, I mean, let's just say, like, in a perfect world, what does Navi's comp want to do? You have a Pantheon that has a lot of global threat with his ultimate, which should, in theory, allow your Azir and your Aatrox, who is winning their lanes, to push out sides deep, knowing that if they get collapsed on, there's a Pantheon ult to back them up, and then you can transition that to your strong Caitlyn lane and set up the objectives. Problem is, if this Pantheon makes one bad ult, that all changes, because suddenly you lack this threat. You lack this backup from this Pantheon. So this is really why Rilesh must be precise in this game. That first ult is crucial.
How detrimental to the early game is that invade going to be, do you think?
I think pretty big, especially because when you're playing up against the Vi, what you really want to do is abuse her before level 6, or at least try to get some sort of lead, because after level 6, Vi just has so much more pressure on all of Navi's lanes and just much better fighting power. So now the fact that they weren't able to get that invade off, Rilesh falls behind a little bit as well, and he's also just been such a key pillar for this team. He's been the one player that's always been performing, that we've always been looking out for. So if Rilesh ends up falling behind and not being able to be this carry for the team, I think it's going to be a completely different Na'Vi than we're used to.
You can see here that players are conducting ready checks, but I just want to update on the pause that MKOI initiated at 6:58. They reported a bug to referees where Talia potentially was knocked off her ultimate, and after review, referees determined that this interaction was intended. So I'm guessing the game is going to resume as planned. And the casters are ready? Okay. Well, back to you guys, and back to the game soon.
Okay, yeah, because we went back and looked at it, and it was Talia wall through the wall, and then as soon as Jojo touched that wall, he fell off.
But we don't know what happened, right?
Yeah,
could have clicked off, could have been anything.
Speculation here.
Yeah, there's no point to speculating.
But,
like, basically, the game will play from the current position,
Yep.
which means that Elyoya is dead, Rilesh is dead, and we're back into just seeing what's going to happen around this dragon.
And as you said as well, from this point, Na'Vi in a good position maybe to pick up the Drake. Obviously, both junglers are dead, but as soon as Rilesh maybe gets that ultimate, he's stuck at 7 seconds. Now, that's not the case. Junglers will be alive pretty soon, and in fact now. But it's all the fight over the dragon. Na'Vi's kill went over to Sam D, and Sam D with a kill is exactly where they want the gold right now. In response, looks like Alvaro picked up the kill as Jojo got the first blood earlier on, so there we go. Okay, Dragon's still the thought process, but for now, junglers are just clearing up top side. They're going to go for the respawn, and we'll see that fight again shortly.
Yeah, as you say, everything on the top side's respawning, so jungler's going to try and clear down towards that bottom side, but we're just going to get a replay of the fight. So you can see Jojo's not able to go through, but it's Elyoya who has already gone forward, so it's a trade of junglers, thanks to Sam D being able to get some nice damage in towards the back. And then Flash forced from Alvaro. So it does mean with the level 6 now hit, there is a potential to try and make some plays down towards that bottom side with Rilesh. But you can see the Vi is already moving down there as you get a little bit of support attention towards the mid lane.
Yeah, Paris just getting the push out as well, so maybe Poby can move over to this start. Maybe it'll be Grub's trade, in fact, for Na'Vi, but we'll just see for the time being. Red buff is being taken for the moment, rather, as Rilesh now has level 6, so he's a bit more global, a bit more movement here, as bot lane in a very good wave state right now for Sam D.
Yeah, just trying to keep my eyes on both these junglers, because ideally you do have Dragon taken before Void Grubs are up, but now you kind of open up where there is a potential for you to try and trade both of those objectives. But you should have push continue on this bottom side, and it looks like with the early move from Paris in towards the mid lane, Poby was able to get pushed there. So I mean, Na'Vi were able to get this objective. And you're seeing a quick reset from Elyoya, means he's more than likely going to start moving up towards these Void Grubs to try and trade for it. But I'm curious if it opens up some sort of play on the bottom side for Na'Vi.
Maybe, but Dragon's on regardless. Rilesh is going to hover, he'll get scuttled. Grub's in question as Elyoya comes back out on the map, but an early objective for Na'Vi that looks pretty good here as the wave is just going to push into Na'Vi's bot lane. And they'll receive it as super. Yeah, he's just going to back off, probably reset and build more towards his Triforce.
So it's just going to be that trade. Does mean that Mainter has to be a little bit careful on the top side, but in the isolated 1v1, he's been doing a decent job. Has a good amount of CS there, and this is kind of what you're hoping for when you have the Aatrox. Because ideally, I think what they're hoping for with Mainter was you'd end up with an engaged support as well, and then you can try and play with the Aatrox into these, 2-3 melee champions. But I think with both Mirren and Elyoya there, you should still have decent healing and a decent opportunity as Mainter to have impact in these fights.
He's doing fine in the individual 1v1, 300 gold lead at the very least, as Mirwin's about 10 CS behind, but it's lending itself to the matchup right now as Jojo looking for Poby. Elyoya is nearby once again after taking away those Raptors, or rather Void Grubs. And everything's going to chill out for a little bit as well. I feel like after that last fight, that pause just slowed everyone down. That's the thing about pauses in League, and especially in pro play, when there was so much momentum on the map and there was a lot of fast play having reached level 6, It's not just the fact that, you know, Jojo's ulti was down for a little bit. It's also the fact that these teams are kind of resetting after waiting 10 minutes to get back in to what the start of this game was.
Still, I think you kind of heard Finn on the desk talk about this as well. For Na'Vi, it's about trying to play through strong lanes. And when you've already kind of isolated these lanes to a certain extent, and you have winning in both top and AD carry, it makes things significantly easier for you as this game goes on. Because you want to start trying to play with this this Pantheon to try and make plays on side lanes. So from this position, I think Na'Vi should be relatively fine. The only kind of problem they're having is this mid lane where Jojo has done a really good job, point to case, of getting some damage onto Poby.
And Relech is looking for an angle through this mid lane as well, but how he hovers in is going to be difficult as wards are spotting him out. One controller there that he can't even risk going near. Poby stepped up to this. Threaded volley's hitting him. Seismic shot flushed away from. Jojo's lane continues to be impressive, both as a player and in the matchup.
And he's also setting up for, oh no, actually he's just going to clear this out. I was about to say a bit of a freeze, which makes him very safe and would force Poby to overextend, which could make some sort of play open up here for Elyoya if he wants to.
It opens up the jungle for Elyoya at the very least. Further to that, the Grom spawn is there. Maybe an angle on bot lane.
Well,
Elyoya,
Pantheon's already here.
Genius, you're right, but with the Pantheon ult, or rather Pantheon standing there on a ward, I guess Elyoya is just hovering in case something happens of it. I can say maybe ult's the term, but Elyoya is clear of vision, is controlled, holding the tri-brush for now. Scuttlecrab are going to be taken as well. Niche little movements there from MKoi, but nice ones.
Yeah, still, I think this is more about trying to protect this push from MKoi so Super can actually get the reset in. And now you can see Elyoya basically moving to shadow mid, ensuring that Jojo can now push this in because he didn't reset, so Jojo will want to get a reset as well. And it should set them up relatively nicely for, you know, a minute and a half time when that dragon comes up. Super's still a little ways off, I'd imagine, from the Triforce, but might just be able to get it if he picks up place here on that bottom side, which I think he's sticking around for.
Should get it right. A quick back here from Alvaro in the meantime. Not going to walk up. Maybe a little bit too risky again. That Pantheon changes the whole aspect of the game. Relech does pop an ulti, but he does have Sundered Sky. Good damage coming from Mainter as we look back towards top. He's got Sundered Sky as well. So those first items coming on board clearly for Na'Vi, as well as on the other side, that Triforce you're talking about, finish for the bot lane of MKoi. Sundered Sky there for jungle. And we're just seeing the role quests go along with it as well. MKoi are the first to do all 5. Na'Vi ain't too far behind. I think Poby has been bullied a little bit in the lane and spent some time out of it. So 10, 20, 30 seconds more, and Poby should be finished as well. Which we all done.
You can see, though, the bot lane push is evening up now with Super picking up that Triforce. So it makes things a little bit more difficult for Na'Vi to actually get pressure on this bottom side. So for MKoi, I think that's where you're happy, because you've got no flash on this Azir. It gives you an open opportunity to try and take a pop shot at him before this dragon spawns, or even if the fight comes down to it.
20 seconds to break. Minute 20 till Herald. Oh, he's going to get a quick reset in. And there was actually a quick one from Relech as well right before the objective. Thought about a pickaxe, but went for the Tarby instead. So worried about the 80 damage that's going to come through. Not about the chain CC that can follow, but I guess Merc trades against the Nami's like, or you get flicked back as like, oh well. Bro, I'm probably dead at that point anyway. The layering of CC from MKoi on one target is kind of disgusting. Like, if you get locked down, the pick is so easy for this team.
Yeah, and I think that's where it is going to be very dangerous, because at least on MKoi, you've got that true tank on the top side.
Yep.
So you can kind of face check, but don't really have that luxury for Na'Vi. At least Relech does have that Aegis Assault to dissuade a lot of that damage. Still though, this is what we're talking about. Push in mid, and good control on Bob Paris.
Close. Heal comes out. Tangle Barbs do connect. That probably saved his life. Relech just had to stand there and watch. A summoner down is still a summoner down, and that's a nice move from MKoi.
But I think that might have actually just gotten MKoi the dragon, because...
SamD.
Oh, SamD as well.
Phosphorus Bomb flashed away from. The big one was there too. That was a kill. And another big step up, another bad step up from Na'Vi, and MKoi are going to punish.
Yeah, nicely done by MKoi, using the fact you got the slow and auto on the Nami, the Triforce procs. This is a very nice item spike, or at least a combo spike, for this MKoi bottom lane, and they're using it really effectively.
General Mandate with a Corki with Triforce, it just feels so much stronger. Easy to proc, easy to take those summoners, and easy to take the dragon at the end as well. Chemtech rolls into a Hextech, and now we think about the Herald. Na'Vi going to reset, look towards top lane. Poby using the home guards through the lane. to get that quick reinforcement. Maybe just to accept the wave and then move down for the potential. But MKOI here to chase. We're going to have a fight around Herald.
Mainter does have TP. Should be able to catch this wave and potentially teleport in. So I think it's going to be a little bit of a slow move for Na'Vi over towards his objective. Whereas Mirwin, he's just immediately moving down towards his bottom side using the Hex Gate. So MKOI all in on the fight at this Rift Herald.
They're going to start it off first of all. I exposed good damage and already we're off to the races, but a little bit slow here from Na'Vi. And Poby's just holding back at turret. Their option maybe not to contest. Roulette's going to peek his head in, but again, slow is the word I'd use, Dagda, because this Herald's pretty much gone.
Yeah, I mean, they were looking at that bottom side, but Jojo moves down to cover the wave as it hits that bottom lane tower, and they already moved Mirwin into position. So honestly, nice moves here from MKOI on the map stays. Like, yeah, you lose the plate, but you get the Herald, you get the wave boss, and you get it onto a carry rather than Mirwin. So all said and done, MKOI really happy off the back of that.
He's going to steal the Krugs in the meanwhile in our picture cam, or rather in our map. But Na'Vi are still trying to find a pick off the back end of the plate. He said it, Sam D got a plate. I'm not sure if Mainter got one down in the bot lane. But regardless, the Fed Aatrox is just going to stay in his lane, stay there isolated. He did take the Krugs in the end. I saw him on the camp for quite a bit. So it's a nice gold injection. And he is the lead right now. Yeah, sure, Sam D has the lead, but it's because of the kill. But Mainter has a pure CS lead over Mirwin.
Yeah, the thing is, though, for Na'Vi, what you want to be using is this Pantheon to go for cross maps.
Yep.
If they're all invested on Rift Herald, well, then you should be ulting boss and trying to kill Jojo and moving Paris in as well. But because it committed resources to the top side and Paris went for a very late reset, they're not actually in a position to go for anything on the map. So for MKOI, the fact that you're not getting value from this from this Pantheon is a win in and of itself. And sure, you've still got like Caitlyn and Azir who will scale well, but it's giving you these moments where the game hasn't blown out of proportion and you're about to hit these 2 autumn spikes on a bunch of your carries.
And you go into a mid-game versus a Talia Vi who can start doing things like this. They can play side lane as Mainter goes into the fire instead. Oyoyo hovering there, the clone going to spot him out, and Jojo almost found a pick off. Mainter still takes a lot of damage, but regardless, MKOI don't get their wish of finding that dead Aatrox.
And Supa now, still clearing well against Sam D, so not even winning out on the mid push anymore. Now MKOI all moving down towards this bottom side, trying to just guarantee themselves a tower. And they're even investing more gold into Jojo. Like, he is the strongest portion of MKOI. And they're kind of realizing, hang on, as long as Jojo can win out on the side lane, then you have to put these resources as Na'Vi into trying to push him back. And Na'Vi right now just don't really have those resources. Like, sure, you have the Pantheon, but it hasn't really worked out.
Mainter, okay.
There
Wings out, Wings of Fury interrupts Jojo. That one ate a bug. That's for real as Roulet knocks down the kill.
And that's what you wanted to see. Na'Vi immediately getting that ultimate off. A good job by Mainter as well, just clipping Jojo before he can escape.
Meanwhile, Poby in a bit of trouble in the top lane. He's got Flash available, doesn't pop, but he knows he's dead. Decimating smash into the hand. Elyoya slaps him silly.
And that's a good cross map from Elyoya, but now Na'Vi trying to collapse.
Vault Breaker over the wall. Roulette's just there waiting, stun out as well. Paris gets the flash out of Elyoya. The enemy jungler running away from Na'Vi, the tidal wave. Good defensive maneuvers. Vault Breaker back in with an Acro Prism, but hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Pop Blossom from hell. Paris sets it up. Elyoya has to stand his ground, but where's the damage? Super just got to kill Paris. Mainter now in without an ulti. And the stun up onto Mirwin, yeah, it's great, but the damage wasn't there. Root comes in after the TP, and now the top laner just has to stand and look at MKOI. So uncoordinated from Na'Vi of what looked like an overstay from MKOI.
MKOI just realizing, hang on, your damage dealers aren't here. It's a Pantheon and a Nico, and we've got Supa on mid-wave. We can immediately collapse on this, and they get the kill, and again, MKOI. This is what we wanted to see from. This is the team that people were afraid of. Great map play, great understanding of how they can push their advantages.
Yeah, they get credit.
And this is just a good show of it. Understand they need to cross map because the Pantheon just showed on boss. Immediately get the kill onto Poby. And then here as well, Caitlyn is stuck on mid-wave because you've just pushed in with Supa and Alvaro. So Supa and Alvaro get to move across first. Caitlyn has to take the long way around. And this is just 2v3. Like, Sam D can't really do anything in these fights.
It's a really nice Pop Blossom, but Alvaro's doing so much work here. Supa just gets to step up, and we just saw Mainter in the bot lane. They got the kill, but he used his Wings of Death for it. Mirwin great zone control after the fact as well. Mainter has to flash over the wall, or rather get out over the wall. Alvaro gets ganked by the Aatrox again, but he can't do much.
Alvaro shouldn't have gotten away with that, to be honest.
No.
He face-checked into the Aatrox, and Mainter doesn't hit Q1, doesn't set up then for the rest of us, and Alvaro's able to walk away. Very lucky on that play. Mirren now taking that top side, still has that TP advantage over Mainter if MKOI want to try and push in. But yeah, MKOI, they are coming alive in this game.
They are, and they're playing on the edge. I mean, talk about like a style of MKOI. I feel like when they're at their best, they play on an edge like this, right? That looked like a risky play. That looked like something they shouldn't have gotten away with. But they do, because at their peak, MKOI, a 5 player that play on the edge of risk. MKOI also going to get themselves a dragon here. The stacking has begun. The gold lead has started to grow. Jojo in the lead from start of this game to now where he is. 21 minutes in, mid-turret falls. And MKOI is starting to break apart the pieces of Na'Vi's dream.
Yoyo waiting on his cue to come back off cooldown. Samdi trying to play very far away from what is unknown territory in his own jungle. But it just, again, Supa getting to clear out the wave. There was a big gold lead for Samdi in that bottom side that is completely disintegrated. And Mainter barely holding on to what was a 1.2k gold lead, now down to a measly 500.
Yeah.
MKOI have evened up the lanes. They're not allowing Na'Vi to play through this 1-3-1. You don't have enough firepower in SamD to control mid-wave anymore. So LEC looking towards Mirren in the top side, but I don't think you have enough damage here.
No, even with the Pantheon coming in, how do we kill Mirwin? This guy's almost got 2 items. They at least push him off to get the turret, and especially since SamD was on the way up as well. So gold evened out a little bit there, but breaking over the map, the next big question is, again, can they get this Pantheon rolling in the mid-game? Can they start moving to these sides, Dagda? Because the time for playing through these strong lanes has ended.
But I think you have to start looking at pick before this next dragon.
Yeah.
Like, if you can make some sort of play onto MKOI or they overextend somewhere, that's where Na'Vi can try and bring this back. But from this position, it is very tough. Supa is playing safe in and around this mid lane. They have a ton of vision to make sure that he's fine. Like, you can see it at the moment, just how much vision is invested around this mid lane. Like, they just, anywhere that you want to move is going to be fine for Supa. And it means that it's just difficult then for LEC to kind of get an angle here.
Has been all game. 2-item Pantheon. We'll see how he approaches for, well, Baron's already up, but we'll sit on that thought for a little bit. It's Dragon in 3 minutes. MKOI are just still getting these pushes out and just absorbing gold. They've played time very nicely here as Na'Vi move into the brush. They've seen the Fog of War play today, but Supa was also watching, expecting Na'Vi to be in the bush, and there they stand. And Paris in LEC really looking for a pick rather, to navigate the game. Ulti on the Supa, but Aqua Princeton, oh my god, Alvaro, what a read! The big one maxes range as well, and this Nami is clean. This fish has been swimming for years as Poby gets out of there, but not for long. Here's the pick'em composition, and Poby gets smacked down. Elyoya and Jojo firing as well.
MKOI are just doing what Na'Vi wants to do, but better. They're finding the picks. Poby wandering through river, should not have been in that position, maybe expecting much more resistance in that mid lane. But now, MKOI starting to take down turrets. They're going to have items on reset as well. It's a great position for MKOI.
And it felt like it was a starting, secret recipe that was working well yesterday, even though G2 didn't get the win. Operation Kill Poby is continuing to be a success and at least lead to a gold lead.
And it may lead to MKOI being in playoffs. This is where MKOI needed to step up, and this is significantly cleaner than we've seen.
Seismic shot back, he's got the shield up, but the whole team is here. Steps forward, knows he can't go anywhere, and Elyoya will survive. Outer turret goes down rather inner. MKOI just moved up to 4.5 and more. This game is quickly walking away from Na'Vi.
But this is the stuff that we saw MKOI improving on last summer. Their side lane plays, play around Jojo and things like the Talia. This is kind of where we knew MKOI were at their most dangerous, and MKOI, we talked about in draft, they were feeding into this, we want to play back on this Azir pick, actually taking the Vi first, gifting over the Azir, so they could have Vi and Talia as an answer into it. And Jojo stomped Poby, to be perfectly honest, in lane. Like, absolutely. It wasn't even close. And now, Na'Vi feeling the brunt of that, as they're just bleeding gold across the map.
Mid-jungle diff this game for sure, right? Like, top in isolation has gone the matchup's way. Bot was not too bad, but LEC even vertical jungle. That's why SamD and Paris got the extra push that they did, or more the comfortability. Mid-jungle has been gapping Na'Vi this game. This is showing you why you can never count out MKOI. showing you why there are going to be some pretty sweaty rodents right now in the chat as Relech, half HP already, stunned up. Acropresent tidal wave as well. And a Scion ult from downtown Mirwin flew in and shut the door. Now Na'Vi backs up against the wall as Poby has nowhere to shift to. MKOI, when they see blood, they take.
That was so well orchestrated by MKOI. Mirwin coming in, the truck slams into Na'Vi, and it's just putting a break on all this Na'Vi hype. MKOI, like this is a stomp.
This is a stomp now for sure. Baron is going to be taken. Relech has his ulti, but he's 15 seconds in the dirt. And for MKOI, they're putting the finishing touches on this game. I mean, this has gone from close early game, a couple of moments, to an absolute wash. As Alvaro right now, stating case for MVP.
Yeah, Alvaro's had a fantastic game, but it's also just playing so well around, knowing that Na'Vi have no vision. MKOI have been very clinical in where they've been placing their vision, how they've moved it forward, how they've cleared out that vision from Navi's side, which is just allowing them to make picks, you know, with Elyoyo, now with Alvaro as well, even Mirwin there to help. And there was no cross-match from Na'Vi. Baron was going down, but they left the Dragon up. So now you kind of get that opportunity to take it here as MKOI, but Paris hoping that he can find some flank here.
This is going to have to be Hobie levels of flank, ironically enough, from Paris in that bottom side brush. The patience from Paris must go beyond into this Dragon play. But for Na'Vi, they've got Mirwin who has TP. The Dragon's already gone. There's no contest. And Paris is going to play the ultra long con, looking for that long bot push where he can run up the lane.
But Mirwin's on top side. So Poby had to go and answer, but it's already going to be a few plates taken off and a bit of damage done there. As the rest of MKOI, they just pushed in mid. Now they're grouping on this bot wave. And now there's so many points of pressure on the map for Na'Vi. They just look lost.
Observers, can we go to the Sven cam, please, in bot brush? MKOI 4 members with Baron. There he is. Okay. Is this the moment? Can he do what the legendary support never could? The angle is here. He finds a new brush.
Are fishing. They know something's up.
They're like, where is Paris? Jumping back in, the Weaver's Wall is out. They're a little bit fishy, you're right. Paris now caught out, and he's like, what do I do? Seismic Shove avoided, but down he goes. The Na'Vi support, it doesn't even have Na'Vi nearby.
But can they make a play onto Mirwin instead? You got the ult from Relech, but Na'Vi seems scared.
They got to do something because they are just passively losing 10k in the dirt. Baron's now going to open up bot turret. Na'Vi had to make a play, and I fear it's way too late. It's flush away from Relech. It just opens up inhibitor. Guess what? Mid is now open as well. Main's like, okay, it's my turn, but he's isolated. One by one, they decide to go in, and now stepping up to the plate is super into Sam D. The flash engage, the flick back. Poby can't move. Na'Vi are playing Spectator League of Legends. There's the pop blossom we were promised, but Paris, his team is dead. Na'Vi were hyped up, you're right, Dagda, and the Ruts were hoping they could get it done today. But MKOI are fearless. Absolute domination over Na'Vi to be studied. Looking once again like an insane team as they lock in playoffs in easy fashion.
It didn't feel like they had any hope. MKOI, from start to finish, they played well around the split map. Jojo looked fantastic in mid, and this constant push and pull around the map looking for picks was just too much for Na'Vi to handle.
You can vote for your player of the game, Elyoya, Super, or Alvaro. Na'Vi already locked into top 2, but that was not a top 2 performance because realistically, MKOI smacked them down from their position and gave them a reality check. This is the MKOI we saw last year in spring, towards the end of the year as well. Dagda, this is a good MKOI. And shout out to Jojo. He's not on the player of the game, but Jojo's lane was insane. Like, he really showed us why this Taliyah matchup is so good into the Azir, and I don't think we always get that response out of the 1v1.
No, but I think, as we said, like, it was drafted for. They knew taking by into Taliyah, they were happy to make that trade into the Azir and just make the life uncomfortable there. But honestly, like, I think Elyoya had a fantastic game here. Like, he controlled Relech, dictated how that early game went, even with the split map that happened. So, yeah, honestly, and as you said, like, Alvaro, Super, the fact that they could do well in the 2v2 was fantastic.
Oh, we're going to send it over to Mr. Canada with Mr. America. I don't know where Dracos is actually from, but he can tell us.
He's American.
As they lock in playoffs. He's in America somewhere. I don't know.
Thank you very much, Jake. Yeah, it's America, Mr. Canada up here. Jojo, congrats. I'm not going to lie, man. It was looking pretty scary for you guys. I was talking to Yo-Yo. He had a lot of faith, but we were talking about it before they tossed us. If you had lost here, you needed Team Heretics to beat KC. You needed Fnatic to beat G2 to have a hope of going to playoffs.
Yeah, we weren't going to make it. Yeah.
Bro, in a split where your org is hosting the final games. We might not have gotten to see you in Spain, but you did make it. Thank God. Shout out Paparito there. We all came together in the end. The plan came together. How do you feel in this moment? Did you feel that pressure playing on stage? Were you feeling like this was a do or die match?
I mean, honestly, not really. It's kind of weird, but I was kind of excited because I feel like this type of the year, it's not too fun, I would say, of course, because there's no playoffs and anything. So there's really something on the line. So I had a lot of fun playing today. I'd say it was the most fun game I played the whole season. So I just took it as an enjoyment, and I think we played really good. So I'm happy.
Do you feel like it helped everyone wake up on the team playing under that kind of pressure? Because you guys have been on a bit of a slump, I think it's safe to say. Was it good for you guys to be kind of under the gun today to make sure that you could show up the way you needed to?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if we lost, I would have been really sad because I think we're progressing very, very well this week, actually. So I think we're playing really, really good league. So if we didn't show what we're capable of in playoffs because we ran it down the earlier weeks, it would have been, well, specifically me, I would say, but it would have been really sad. So, I mean, I'm glad we made it to playoffs, and we're just going to keep looking forward to it.
Yeah, man. I'm excited to see that journey. Talking to Elioya earlier, he talked about it felt like people just weren't quite able to show up on stage the way that they were. I don't know if it was in scrims, people weren't delivering at the highest level. What's your perspective on that issue? What do you think was kind of holding the team back over these last few games, and what was the difference today?
I mean, I think we all took this winter split with the same plan. It's the same goal. We're just going to try to experiment a bit and see what works for us, what doesn't. I also think we use that experimentation excuse too much to just play bad. So I think it was kind of a wake-up call, like, okay, we're actually not good at some things. We can't keep using this excuse that we're experimenting. Of course, we got a lot of good things from it, but now's the time to show up. Yesterday was the time to show up too, and we didn't show up. So, I mean, I'm glad we showed up today, right? So I think we just tried a lot of new things, which is why it's been a slower start, I'd say.
Yeah. Well, glad you got it in the end, brother. Now you have a little bit more time before we get into playoffs. Thanks again for taking the time to talk to me, and congrats on making playoffs. That's going to do it for us here. Let's send it over to Analyst Desk to talk a little bit more about everything that we saw here.
What we saw, as Jojo Pune beautifully mentioned it, is that it matters when you show up on time. And they did. It's like they don't do anything for 2 weeks, but when it matters, they actually prove that we were wrong.
I think they're a very clutch team. I was really happy to see them just lock in today, secure playoffs for themselves, and kind of show that top-tier dominance, especially going up against Na'Vi, who we thought would be really tough competition for them.
I was never worried, Jack Spencer. I never doubted a moment that MKOI would make playoffs. I was sure all the time. I was not sweating bullets backstage.
A lot of reversible jackets here on this desk. But MKOI joins the rest of the team that are now qualified for playoffs. But I want to take a bit of a moment to talk about the stakes for the next game. We're going to have Team Heretics versus KC. Sorry, it's getting a bit confusing. Yeah. So what is going to happen here? If you're a Los Ratones fans, you want a KC win and a Fnatic win in the next game. That's simple.
I mean, it's cinema right now. Every game kind of matters right now, and coming into this game, Heretics versus KC, a lot of people with different team affiliations want different results. And I feel like if you're Heretics coming into this game, you're kind of David versus Goliath. You can come here and knock G2, Fnatic, LR, possibly out of playoffs. Yeah. That's insane. Imagine the upset that would be.
You know, it was so wild because before we went live, I was overhearing just above us, there's the G2 Tribune on this side, the Fnatic Tribune on the other side, and I was overhearing G2 fan and Fnatic fans just arguing about stakes and how their teams can make it. I didn't see any Team Heretics fan, but they have to win next game. They have to win next game to stay in the race. If Team Heretics wins the next one, they both lock themselves and Fnatic in playoffs. If KC wins, they lock G2 and Los Ratones. That's wild.
That's crazy stakes on one game. That absolutely phenomenal season ending. I couldn't be happier.
Yeah, I mean, having such a game as well, like later G2 versus Fnatic. I mean, to have such stakes, it just makes sense that it's a medium rare kind of sequence.
I mean, quickly, what do we think from both teams? Because KC are in this position where they locked first yesterday against GX, going up against Team Heretics, who were on the rise, but is that going to be enough against the most consistent team we had so far in the winter?
I mean, all common sense dictates that KC should win today.
Yeah,
they're the first place team. They've looked really dominant. But
this is Europe, baby! This is anything can happen. Heretics can walk on stage right now and upset the world. Come on, Jack Spectre, do you believe?
I mean, Team Heretics, they might be TH or they might be T1 today. Who knows, really? It's LEC after all.
I believe anything can happen. We will see that right after the break. KC Team Heretics for one of the highest stakes games we have still left in regular season. Stay tuned.
No ult, Pantheon.
I'm moving.
I have TP in 8, guys. He has nothing this Pantheon.
Ulti, okay?
Yeah.
I'm flashing the wall.
Aatrox, no ult. I'm gonna TP in 3. It's a good fight. I like it.
Look, Pantheon. We are slowing him. I can kill. I will ulti now. We don't reach there, okay, guys? Don't I'm ulting. Good.
I'm ulting too. I like Azir slowly. Look.
Yeah,
we'll
go. I tank. Go forward.
Has flash and ult.
No flash.
Let's go Nash.
Damn it. Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey there. Every season starts the same way. Everyone wants to win. But not everyone prepares the same way. I can't wait to show you what I have in store. And trust me, this year, everyone's leveling up.
right, another playoff stake for you coming up. This one's huge for your second last game of the regular season, LEC versus Asterix Dagda, and we're going to run you through Team Heretics and KC. Now listen, if Team Heretics win this, not only do they lock themselves in, they lock in Fnatic, and Shifters will be Betty bye-bye. But KC win, they lock in G2 and LR, and then Team Heretics are out. So Team Heretics literally lock themselves in or don't. They're do or die. This matchup is all about them.
It is incredibly important here how this one pans out. And coming into this week, I would have been like, you know what, Heretics, it's not really going to look good for you. But they have had some great performances. I mean, they're able to take down MKOI last week. They beat Fnatic this week. Like, they've kind of gone through some of the top contenders. Now, you can kind of say, look, it was MKOI on an off day. Maybe it wasn't Fnatic's best day, but still, Heretics. This would be such an insane statement if they can take down KC, the team that is at the top of the standings right now.
The team that lost to Shifters at the start of the split, the team that lost to LR at the start of the split as well. I mean, there were so many moments where like Heretics should have closed out the game, but they did not, they could not. The redemption arc begins as we move into pick and ban. And it does mean we're going to get a red side first pick here for KC. Dagda, I have seen so many picks for Busio work out well. I would be surprised if Heretics leave up some of those priority supports for KC, I'm just saying.
Well, my eyes were actually going towards Varus, which is now left open, which may have to be banned by Heretics. But I love the read here from KC. They saw the Jarvan ban and know that Heretics are trying to set up for an Azir Orianna trade where the Azir goes across to KC and they can respond with the Orianna. But now you can see, okay, well, actually with the Orianna ban, we're going to leave Varus open. KC now have to decide what they want to try and take here. Is it the Varus, is it the Azir, or the Rumble hover that was there? But now Heretics have set themselves up for two prime picks that could be, it looks like, the Azir and the Rumble.
Because, I mean, are those prime picks worth it, I guess, is the only question. Because Varus, to me, is the strongest out of any of the picks, just purely because of what we've seen in the LEC, but more so because it's Kalist on Varus as well. He's had some clean games last year. He's already had a clean game this year. Let's see what he can do on the pickers. You said Rumble. Jhin to match the range is the next question from Heretics.
I thought they'd take the Azir, because then you're kind of forced as KC anyway to match top and mid.
Because now you get Azir.
And now they can take
right?
Azir, right? And they can then take their jungler. Yeah, so I'm kind of surprised.
I forgot about this.
Yeah.
Yike on this was a nightmare. And if you're playing a range draft, if you're playing a poke comp, how good is that?
So this must have been what Heretics were thinking. It was like, look, if we go Azir, we've left ourselves actually kind of up a creek without a paddle. So instead, we're going to take the Jhin, does well into range. And now if they go for this poke style composition, we can respond with something different for Saren, something like a Zoe that we've seen from Humanoid, something along these lines.
I wonder if that's going to be worth it, though, because then you also leave up Busio has Leona in the pick for long-range engage.
I was honestly Bard
KC.
was the thing that I was
Bard,
thinking.
you're right. This would be a surprise to me, but okay, Nico's going to be the engage tool. They're going to go in a different position, but also a very good zone keeper. I think Nico is as a champion right now as Nautilus to close the gap on Heretics side is the choice. But I truly wonder how this is going to round out Dagda, because Shayo's still without a jungler. He needs an answer into Yike's Jace.
The Malphite is kind of the answer and also does work well with just finding engage tools, right? And Malphite Rumble, pretty strong combo if you ask me, you know? So
you're not wrong.
I'm wondering if that will be one of the bans that go away here. It's kind of surprising to me that we've seen it less and less, but honestly, I think Shayo has looked best on, you know, we've seen the Mundo respectfully banned away, but on these tank-style junglers. So if you end up taking the Malphite, I think you're in a decent spot.
Love the call. Malphite just in the back of my head, just simply because we haven't had the best games on in the LEC, but such a great response. Yike needs to be dealt with. Yike needs to be shut down. Shayo has been a bit of a Mundo jungler so far, a bit of Wukong in there as well. He's played the Jace himself, so you got to think that the guy knows how to respond to this jungler, as Vi seems to be one of them to close the gap. That's now taken off the board.
Yeah, it makes the most amount of sense. And again, it's the same kind of logic as the Malphite, so wait and see. I am curious what Heretics are cooking up here, though, with the Galio on the opposite side, because I'm not 100% certain what their plan is for the mid lane.
They were maybe thinking that that was going to be a Galio top.
Oh, sorry, Galio top.
No,
yeah,
no, but you're right. Like, we don't really see it much, so I wouldn't be too surprised. But maybe Kana's going to cook a little bit more, especially since Rumble running into a sign, okay, it's just a mitigating matchup. Cassante might be the answer for Kana this game. What do you think?
If you really want to get spicy, I think Aurora could work really well.
Yeah.
Got into the Rumble, we see it a little bit over in the LCK and LPL. And honestly, you're playing from range here anyway. So maybe that's the tool. But also nullifies the value of a Malphite if you do want to go for with both the Nocturne and the Viban by adding a lot of AP damage in as well. But what is the call here? We said the Zoe
You
from
called
Humanoid,
out
yeah.
the Zoe. Please. Team Heretics, you go out with a bang. You play like what I would call a KT-style draft from what we've seen many times from them. Okay.
They take the Aurora. Okay. So that's where I think Kana could have taken that. So I think Heretics kind of with a heads up to say, oh, this is something that could be pretty good.
Can he just go Gnar? I mean, Kana's Gnar is legendary. Can he go Gnar into this matchup? What do you think? What's on the board
other
for you?
option is Gwen. Is kind of a good matchup into the Rumble, but not exactly with the rest of the composition. So, like, you don't really have a lot of members on Heretics that are kind of playing into right now.
But running into the Aurora, the biggest question is, like, what are we going to see from Yahoo this game? Because Cassante might just be, okay, I'm just going to take the bad matchup. I'm Cassante, it doesn't matter. But mid matters so much here. What is Yahoo going to pilot? The best team in the league. What are they going to run into this Aurora? Do you want range?
Probably something like a Rise or something along these lines, to be honest.
I think so, but Rise is banned.
Rise is banned,
banned.
actually, yeah.
LeBlanc for Yahoo. I mean, we saw the Vayne Hover. It was cheeky. It was false.
I mean, he could go for the Zoe if he really wants to, but...
Lock it. Do it.
Is it going to be? Yeah, okay.
Oh, yes. First LeBlanc on the last day LEC. Do we get the... No, we don't. Chill. Everyone chill. We need a jungle. We need a jungle.
Is it Rumble Jungle? No.
Not Rumble in the jungle. Surely not.
I mean, it's
That makes
not...
more sense.
I think it's still playable, if I remember correctly.
It is playable. It's just about what you think of the comp. I'm going to get you a question answered on that, Dagda, because Ambessa gets locked in. There is single target lockdown here. You're going to have to run me through, because I see a lot of poke on Team Heretic side. I see a lot of range. There's good team fight setup. But do you think they're like a shotgun comp, or what are we talking about
I mean,
here?
KC is all about the poke, right?
Okay,
It's,
KC,
hey,
yeah.
try and land a lot of that from the Varus, from the Jace, even a Blanc, like Distortion in, Q, ult, and E, and you're just going to one-shot someone, especially if they're already taken low by the rest of the poke.
Yep.
And the good thing about the LeBlanc as well is that she can try and play in fights to match Aurora on flanks. Because a lot of what we're looking on Heretic side is, as you call the point-and-click CC with the Nautilus to set up for the Rumble, to set up for the Ambessa. It is a Rumble jungle, it looks like, as well.
Is it?
Yeah, I mean, well, it looks like it from the setup here, so... Yeah, so it's a Rumble Jungle.
Oh, yeah.
So I think it's good, because you get the Ambessa counterpick into the matchup in the top side. And for Heretics, all you really want to do is have that combo of picking someone off, finding engages with this Ambessa and with the Nautilus, and hoping Aurora can find some flanks to slow people down so you can play catch-up in the rest of the engagement.
I'm just looking in a bit of solo queue, looking at the build as well. Looks practically the same with Leandre's as well. Ignore Speaker picking Vandal pipes up, but everything else looks pretty practical. So Rumble in the jungle for Team Heretics, and I think what I said came true, Dagda. They want to go out with a bang. This comp is a massive bang. A flash in the pan, because Heretics either live or die with the success of this draft. Welcome to this best of one, where so many teams watch closely. The lives of G2 Lost Tones relying on the best team in the LEC right now in KC, while Team Heretics can change their fate and lock themselves into playoffs.
So we're actually seeing some cool Jace tech in the jungle specifically from Yike. If you start without a pot, you can full clear into one accelerated shock blast combo with your first strike, which gives you just about enough gold on your first reset to hit 1,100 gold. So then you can pick up the early serrated dirt. That makes you very powerful then when you start to move through in the rest of this. So we'll keep our eyes on Yike to see what his reset looks like, but it's something that a lot of Jaces have started to do.
And also he's going against comp that doesn't have a true tank. Like, it's really important to note that there is a lot of shredding. KC, it was like this last time. It was like this when Yike pulled out the Jace last time. And there was just no true tank, Dagda. And guess what? Casey got to run away with the game. And from there, he was 10-1 and 11 last time, by the way, as well. 1K DPM is what he pulled out.
Set the
of
record
Shifters.
for the largest goal difference in the jungle in LEC on this pick. And a lot of that was because of how Yike and Busio interacted together. Now, you've got a good pushing lane on this bottom side. That opportunity for Yike and Busio to link up together is at an all-time high once more.
Well, that jungle support, the best in our league, and again, they're not just getting that name because they're the top team. It's really how they cemented themselves in this top position. For KC, it's going to have to start with that bottom lane. We talked a little bit about the Varus being left open, importantly enough. Ignore top for now as the Ambessa gets a good matchup, and as you expect, will get better and better with time, like a fine wine. But Dag did that bottom lane, that Varus. We're going to find out if it was a mistake to give Kalist his Varus again.
I mean, for Heretics, it's risky, but I think you have to risk it all in this sort of situation. You're trying to take down KC for the hopes of keeping your LEC versus campaign alive. But keep my eyes here, because, oh, that didn't end up connecting. Because again, like, Yike wants somewhere right now, as he finishes off his blue, to go towards, hit an accelerated shock blast, and have enough gold for this serrated Dirk on reset. But if there's nobody in the bottom lane, it makes it a little bit more difficult.
True. Sten trying to pull the wave, but he comes close, but this will crash in the end, so nice from KC. Just to get the wave back to a net neutral as well. Notice Yehu actually in a bit of a lead as he teleports back to the lane with an amplifying tome, but obviously some good trades there against Seren on the Aurora, and that's what you want to see as a LeBlanc as well, getting your game off to a snowballing start.
Yeah, Sheo going to move in, just get a ward down, matching Yikes. But this is what I was talking about here. Accelerated Shock Blast combo, hits, gets the first strike gold, and now he's got enough for the serrated Dirk on reset. So just if you're playing solo queue at home with Jace, this is something that you can't do.
Use the rune, got it. Nice little take on the Raptor camp on the respawn here as well. So for Yike, he'll be at the right place at the right time. Same can be said here. Sheo is there crossing the map for now. Brayson getting really good trades up in this top lane, and I mean, again, it was always talked about how Ambessa just a nice matchup into the Cassante. This last minute flex when we've had a lot of Ambessas just go to the jungle was very sneaky from Heretics. So another question as to if this works out. Trayson really going to have to make the top lane his own against Kana, who's a great weak side player, by the way. That is a tall order, because I think Kana has still been one of our top-tier top laners. It's just about how he interacts with the rest of KC, which is team fighting, and the lane being his own.
But that's why I think Heretics did some kind of messing about in draft to make sure that they could end up with this, because you don't exactly end up with the best jungle matchup for Sheo in this sort of situation, right? Yike can play from range, make it a little bit more difficult for you, and you're not really going to be able to connect on towards the Jace, but it does open up Trayson to have a good matchup at the moment. I mean, he's a wave ahead in the CS department, so he's doing a pretty good job in keeping pressure on towards Kana, and that is making it way more valuable at the moment than anything else.
Only utilizing the fact that Yike was spotted moving across mid, going up towards the top camps, and now obviously be clearing towards bot as well. I guess it's also because Sheo's hovering the lane, so giving a bit of comfortability to Trayson here is in the early game. Nothing much has happened until now. Busio with an angle onto ice, cleansed away from. But this is what we saw on his Alistar the other day. This is what we've seen many times from Busio. He finds these creative, innovative paths through the jungle, and he's where you least expect him. He just pops out of your own tri-brush at a timing where Stand obviously reset.
Yeah, just kind of moves up towards mid, post Stand up there, make sure he's sitting around, and then starts to move back. And I think this is where we were kind of saying Busio is so dangerous as a support, is because he knows very well how to play with these small timing windows. You even see Yike again moving in to get vision down. We'll spot out the Shea was going to make his way towards the bottom side. But if Ice is underneath his tower, like, it sets it up very easy for Yike to move over, just take a couple of pop shots with Kalist, you know, take a quarter of Ice's health bar, but Stan, that's not it.
It's a failed dredge line onto a minion. Kalist is looking for the Q here now. It's dangerous damage onto the Nautilus. And if Dragon wasn't free before, now for KC it's guaranteed.
Yeah, and you got push in mid as well, so I think we'll have, Sten has to recess. Can't stick around for fear that people are going to come across. Yike, a little low.
Nah, calculated.
Has the help of his team, so we'll all be fine. But this is kind of control in the early stages from KC, playing off these strong lanes, and it's something we've seen very consistently from this team, is their ability to just play from pushing lane in bot into controlling space in this bot side river, stacking dragons, looking for early skirmishes, and there's no different story here.
Speaking of stories, just quick side note, shout out to our production. Apparently the last LEC Jungle Rumble was in 2024 summer, and it was from Sheo, and he lost.
That's not good.
That's not good, no. Let's see if we can right the wrongs. So far, he's losing out a little bit of gold, but it's not much to Yike. I mean, Yike is on the same cancer, but he also got the Dragon, so things are pretty even between junglers. The biggest lead right now on Summoner's Rift is Yehu. Yehu's up 20-something CS. I think he's bullying the hell out of Seren. He got counterpicked for mid, and it's working out well as Team Heretics are now going to try to do something well down pod. Flash over though, Sten, beautiful. Busio gets out of the way with the rubble into a corner. It's first blood, matched with second, overheating. Kalez dies to the fourth. Ice lines him down and the pins are shot into the ground.
Massive timing exploit there from Heretics. The wave is pushing in. Level 6 for Ice, not available for Kalista and Busio. And Sheo has that ult to make the play in the bottom side. Massive swing for Heretics in the bottom lane.
Great jungle timing here from Sheo. And KC are rats caught in the corner.
Because Kalista, if you could clear this wave, will be fine, but he just used his Q, so can't actually clear out the wave to level 6. Sten sets it up, flashing in to make that fight happen. And it's a double kill for the Jhin. And what we've seen is when Ice gets ahead for Heretics, good things happen for this team.
Pentakill Master. That guy already a double kill when we talked about their matching range, what the Jhin was in the composition. Ice on Jhin. That chatter knows what's up. I feel like for Team Heretics, this early lead has mitigated what we're seeing happen in the bottom lane, right? Like Serrated Dirk pickaxe already picked up. Yeah, there's poke from Kalist, but now Ice is going to get to that first item sooner. Next Dragon, maybe a reality. And Team Heretics in this 2v2, maybe an even better scenario where they come out unscathed.
Yeah, you do have the cleanse coming up shortly for Ice, which helps out massively. The only downside is that there's no flash on stand.
Yeah.
And if you end up looking for, you know, Busio to hit some sort of tangle barbs and then the follow-up with the damage from both Kalist and Yike, I think that's where you might struggle here to keep your bot lane safe as Heretics.
Chains after the sigil comes in and the trades. This is what Seren is dealing with. Korean LeBlanc. Oh boy. You know what? I'm really worried, Dagda. Seren's in the pit.
Yike is moving down towards this bottom side, though. Expecting Sheo, I think, to go towards these Void Grubs, but he's actually moving into this bottom side to help protect them.
Get something back for KC. As you said, that cleanse is now up and available for Ice. Chains miss there and a whiff from Kalist as Sten gets the hook in, but with the Tangle Bars follow-up as well, depth charge has to be used. Curtain Call going to come out. Busio has to block every shot here. Teleport in the flank. Heretics have an angle on Kalist, but the TP is so damn slow. Seren flash between worlds, and he gets both. Another double in the bot lane of trouble.
Bot lane die is the name of the play here from Heretics, and they have been pulling it off beautifully. KC are 0-2 apiece in this bottom side.
Bot is danger right now for KC as we look at a couple of wins.
And it looked like it wasn't the play here from Sten, but he immediately ults Yike, who had actually gone into melee form, so couldn't follow up with the accelerating shock blast onto Sten. This TP comes through, shots raining down from Ice, and Seren, the flash over the Tangle Barbs was perfect to set up for those kills.
And that was double flash, right? Sten in the first time over the Tangle Barbs, then Seren. Both these carries are reading the movements coming out of Busio here. And it has given him so much relief in a lane that he was losing so hard. Grub's going to be taken as we come back to live. But for KC, they're down 1,000 gold, sure. Mid is going well. But the rest of the map currently is either on fire or in a very happy place.
Yeah, you're not getting the value that you're hoping for as KC in this sort of position. And as long as Heretics are keeping up this pressure, you're not going to get value that you're hoping for from this poke comp. If it's Heretics that are starting to take vision, starting to control River, you're in a good spot. There's still a lot of wards on this bottom side of the map, though, for KC. And I believe it may have spotted Sheo as he tries to move in here.
A good face check with the clone as well. Sten narrowly avoiding, or rather missing here on the dredge line. But KC under so much pressure on this Varus pick, and it is nice. We asked, are Team Heretics going to have an answer for the Varus? Like, why did they let this open? Well, I think we're getting one now as we look for the top lane 1v1. Kana onto Trace, and the all-out going to be used. It's buffered. Trayson does get out of dodge as Kana takes a turret shot, but there's no Kastante 1v1 happening here today. At least not yet.
Yeah, both top laners now more than likely going to need to reset, though. Kana a little bit healthier, so there is a teleport play if you want as KC to go down, but Kana, low mana and no ultimate, makes him a little bit less threatening. You see here, though, KC just trying to set up for that poke. But this should be Heretics.
Look at the way flash dredge line. No setup here from KC. Instead of pick on support, Busio's down. Yahoo was looking for an angle himself, but there is a steal onto Dragon, so KC get double for the life of Busio. But only time will tell if that's really worth it. Team Heretics keep stacking up the gold.
That smite was clutch from Yike, because a kill and Dragon going over would have been a complete disaster, but at least giving yourself a little bit of time here with 2 dragons now for KC. Heretics really would have liked to start stacking those objectives up now.
And Yikes, by the way, is just picking up gold piece by piece once again here on the Jace. No ultis in top laners, so for Trayson, he should have the edge for now, but Kana looking for the flip, even out of ulti form. It connects, and once again, Trayson in trouble as Busio on his respawns now come top the range. Trayson lucky to be alive, he's running for his life. The setup needs to come through, but there's no roaming LeBlanc. Not yet. Team Heretics looking to cover. Yike still looking for the dive. Trayson, one more shock blast into hammer form. He flashes, he still gets hit. Equalizer down. Flush away from Yike. Team Heretics on the chase, but I don't know about this one. Kana's going to get the acceleration, get a bit of movement speed, flush away from the dredge line between worlds. Gets to Cassandre, but he needs a bit more damage if he's fallen down, and Seren will complete. Heretics get one back. It is on to Seren again, who's now 4-0.
It's a 1-for-1, but looking at mid, LeBlanc starting to take those turret plates. May even honestly take that mid lane turret as Heretics extend further.
Yike needed his mana back, so he got the camp. Sheo flashes forward, he wants the blood, and with the dredge line, how easy is that? Sheo with a kill up as well in this game. He's getting out of hand as 1v1 between Eddie carries. He's firing off Kalist, missed the ulti, and Ice is running at him. Doesn't even need to count to 4. The blood is raining, and Heretics are making it flow faster.
Heretics know this game matters, and they are putting everything on the Rift. KC, they're falling apart here.
Yeah, who's going to run out? He's okay for now. Trayson made the roam down. Nothing down on the bottom side of the map. It's just swapping lanes here so Trayson can get some turret plating. But Sheo is speeding the game up. I have to say as well, Seren's roams. At first, it sacrificed so much in the CS department, but it has paid off twice now. That goal's just about even between mid.
Stend is playing out of his mind.
And he is too.
We've been looking at Busio as the best support in the league, like with Alvaro and him battling it out. But Stend has come in and he's flash Tango Barbs. He's flash engaged onto Busio to set up kills. And he's the one that's setting up these plays on the top side. Stend is playing fantastically here, and it does start off with this kill. Unfortunate for Trayson with the flash. Yike follows through. But it's here as Sheo manages to hit with the slow that gets Khan into position. Stend forces the flash. And then as they get the kill onto Kana, it's the follow-up here from Stend once more. These hooks have been crucial in setting up for the picks as KC try to take a camp. But again, slows from Sheo, sets up for Stend with the hook. And Sheo's just burning them alive.
I think Yike thought he could get the camp and get out. You know, got the mana, would have his combo up, maybe look for a turn, but a bit of greed from Yike cost him instead of going through the lane. That guy's holy molying out of his mind, and Team Heretics are indeed everywhere. And chat is popping off today. But 1.7k is a concern for KC right now on Ice, who's collectoring, almost going to be IEing. I mean, there is a very fed Jhin in this game, and while there is a tank, it is early enough where I feel like Ice is going to be able to shred the carries.
It has to be on Yahoo to try and take Ice out of these fights. You still have the curtain call, which is always going to make him a little bit more dangerous. But I think you just need, as Yahoo, to firmly set your eyes on Ice. Because in theory, the rest of Heretics is going forward, which does open you up for a window. But at the moment, Heretics, they're just not letting go. Seren pushing in on top side, making things uncomfortable for Kana, who's gone for the Iceborne Gauntlet, so good lane matchups and assignments by Heretics to force this. But again, Yahoo with Yike on the bottom side, trading for the Rift Herald.
Side turret goes down. Herald is the trade. Bit of gold back in KC is important, but it is shared. So these are the two strongest members right now of KC. As you said, Yahoo needs a bit of gold. I mean, Yahoo needs to be that threat onto Ice. Completely agree. I am just worried, though, that when we were talking about the angles these mid laners play, that Seren is going to have an equal, if not greater part at this point. He might not have his first item, but there's a Darksteel with 8 stacks, and there's an Aurora who has a Varus to deal with. Like, how dangerous it is to be an AD carry in this game.
It's just because Yahoo has gotten all the plates, almost all the plates, I should say, in the mid lane turret.
And the
got
CS
a ton
lead,
of them on the bot and the CS lead. Yahoo, even with 4 kills onto Seren,
I'm actually
Yahoo
surprised,
still has a lead, right?
Didn't even think about that.
So this is where, again, like, you have opportunities as this LeBlanc. You've gotten an item nearly up to 2. You are quite strong. And if you can pose a threat, you have a chance. And KC, already established on this mid wave, Heretics want to try and use this Rift Herald play to draw KC back out of River so they can actually establish themselves.
Poke's not bad. Herald's spawn gives the distraction. It was from Kalist onto Ice, but Ice is having to step up. Remember, he has ulti. Who gets hit by Seren. That's a big chunk Teleport not available here from Yahoo either. Dragon as simple as that from one spell from the mid laner.
Yeah, that's Heretics fighting back. Huge poke from Saren. Nullifies everything. You're still having Kana pushing this top side, so should be able to get the tower. But KC were hoping they'd be able to play that a little bit slower. Saren just shuts that down.
They thought wrong. Tower going to go down to Kana in the meantime. That's something here. But Team Heretics fighting off their ass. I mean, this is a brilliant game so far. Like, if I saw this Heretics all season, what a joy it would have been. What a different story they would have painted. It's like when the fear sets in. You know, Heretics play out of their mind, I guess. I mean, a lot of teams do, right? Quick side note as well. I'm going to keep reminding you all what today's all about, because we still have a couple of teams unconfirmed. We said it at the start. We'll say it again. Heretics literally do or die, obviously. But also, if they win, Fnatic will also lock playoffs. And then G2 will have to fight for their lives at the end as well. And Shifter's also watching in the back. Like, there's so many teams affected by this single best of one, and it will change the whole season and the next 2 months for these organizations as well.
Well, so many of these stories have been written by teams like Heretics stepping up and beating teams that we consider the best in the region, having fantastic performances, and now here against KC, Heretics are doing that once more, and Yahoo is going to be in trouble.
Finds angles, doesn't get the chains though. It was really sneaky with it with Saren as Dredgeline almost connects as well. Sen gets bound, depth charge there onto a LeBlanc depth charge. He is now connecting against the wall, waiting for the dredge line. Chain also out.
TP though.
The change is going to be coming here from Kana. He needs to stack up the Q. He's looking for the Natopos on the way, but Team Heretics already too far away. They got Scuttle Crab as well and Dagda. They're going to run it out. TP was committed and now down.
But they don't get anything for the TP. Heretics, sure, they burned 2 ultimates, but they'll be back up relatively shortly, and it's a minute until Baron, which is not going to be rushed by KC, and 3 minutes until the next Dragon. So for Heretics, you'll take that trade any day of the week.
Yahoo has to go match bot anyway, so let's see if it really matters as Tracing goes back up towards top wave. Ice gets poked out a little bit, and even though Kalist is behind 2,000 gold, I mean, it's still a lethality virus. It's still a very big post 80 carry with Yike as well as Chains Corruption Connect, and the turret now gone. Stand poured out. He's had a great game so far, but now with his pads down, what can he do? Curtain calls lining down, and Kalist behind his whole team. He gets saved, mid-turret falls down, bit of gold again back for KC.
So KC find the pick, and Sten just not respecting that Chains of Corruption. Ends up getting caught. Heretics have been playing this fantastically, but they cannot give those moments across, especially as you start to look towards these next Dragons coming up. Sure, they got one, but KC, with that sneak away, set up for a third Dragon, potential for a soul. Heretics still need to be very, very careful. This comp can be so dangerous for picks with KC.
Isn't that why it's great though, Dagda, as Ice gets chunked? Like, this comp is so sink or swim. If they get caught out, if they get poked down, oh my god, the fight looks useless. But if they launch and Saren's able to find the pick, we saw Dragon's a freebie, maybe Baron's a freebie as well. All it takes is one shotgun to the face, and the face is gone. That's generally how it works.
Still though, KC all grouped up on this mid wave, and it's just opening up for Saren to push in on bottom side.
Okay, picked up. Oh no, flashes away. Gets out with the blast cone, but I don't think he's out. Yike's still looking for the follow-up. Kana's there, slams him against the wall. Back to the ocean with him, and Sten twice now has been the picking grace.
And now KC looking for Tracing.
But need a binding to connect here. For the chains, it does max range. Yahoo gets the stun down, the poke. The range comes in handy, and Yike launches. Hammer time for Yike again.
Yahoo has been so clean with these chains and setting up the plays. And now you get that top lane tier 2 Sheo in behind Kana, though, wants to try and find some sort of answer.
They need a little bit more, though. Deadly Flourish buffered for the time being, but Sheo's damage is good. Now that he's out of the overheat, he has to keep on going. And with an Electro Harpoon, the slow from Kana's good, but Kana's still Cassante, 2 items strong. It takes more members and more than that to cut through.
KC starting to fight back, 40 seconds until Dragon resets, quickly coming through. Yahoo, I think, will have Rabadon's death cap, there it is, on his return, which makes him significantly more threatening in these fights. Heretics didn't burn that TP from Saren on the play though, so going to send him top. They still have him to try and move through, and a lot of vision is already established here. But Heretics, I think they're set up a little early on this. KC can look to poke from this position.
Thinking Yahoo's going to send out the chains because behind him was Yike again.
TP from Saren down to the bottom side. Heretics trying to regroup on this objective. But KC have pushed Heretics back, and moving through these choke points is so dangerous as Heretics. Stend, point to click CC with the setup, but it's Kana he finds.
Dredgeline comes in, Kana's out, Yahoo jumps in, a little bit of poke onto Trayson. KC to turn the fight, get third Dragon. It's all about this play. Team stand and watch and wait and hope. As Heretics start off the Dragon, if only softly, Dagda. Going down very, very cautiously as Busio looks for an angle onto Trayson. KC line the river. Seren here goes in, Viz tries to make a play, but KC aren't stepping up. Equalizer in the river with the ultimate setup as well. Trayson, it's a beautiful one. Trayson's kept them at bay. Heretics have already found 2, and the Dragon. Kana came in to help finish off the fight, but the fight is done for Heretics. It's over the wall, Yahoo. Bit of poke, but there's not enough damage. They pounced. They threw, they jumped in, and Team Heretics knew exactly what to do.
Trayson with a great ultimate to set up that play. Catches onto Kalist, sets up for Heretics, and they immediately turn over towards the Baron as well.
Oh, it's gone? I mean, it's a Jhin, it's an Aurora. We'll go to a replay and come back to that one, but this was a beautiful setup.
Yeah, Busio spends some time marking Trayson off on the side here, but as soon as Busio steps away, Trayson able to get with that Rumble ultimate, I think, oh no, she didn't get onto Kalist, ended up onto Yike. And Yike ends up going down immediately, but just doesn't have a chance.
Too many damn circles in League of Legends. Aurora ult, Pop Blossom. We need a different shape. Looking at that fight again, I mean, Busio didn't get to put his circle down because the Aurora ult was there and the burst was there as well. Seren also just picked up the Book of Death. That thing is there. And I can't get rid of that off the screen. Dagda's going to have to help me as... Yeah, Seren is feeling it. And Heretics, another one moment. A Mountain Dragon denied from a Cassante again. And Baron picked up in the replay. Now this is their time. They're going to start picking up gold and make this lead an opportunity.
But it also denies KC access to the map, which is crucial against the poke composition. If you are trying to take space as this comp on KC, it's not a fun time. Yes, you have Kana there, but if he's not with you, it just becomes so much more difficult. And for Heretics, you've got a ton of damage. We just saw it in that last fight. If Trayson or Sheo or anyone ends up locking you down, it just becomes a very difficult game to play.
It's such a great one from Heretics. I mean, I cannot exclaim that this is their best game of the season right when they need it. And obviously you at home are sick of the stakes, so let's focus on the League of Legends. Let's get to the roar of it and how this game operates from here, because it's 2 dragons apiece. Baron has been used to get these waves out, but it hasn't really done a solid dent. For Heretics, taking it off the map feels like justice, feels like a bit of extra gold, but Dagda, we are starting to approach 3-4 items here on some of the carries, and I want you to tell me how the next couple of minutes of this game is going to go, what you're looking out for, because things are tense and they're quite even, with a lot of poke being flown out, hoping to get a pick.
Yeah, a lot of this is Heretics staying safe until this next objective. If Yahoo's able to push on side lanes and then collapse on mid and find a pick on towards ice or something like that, that's where this game can start to fall apart for Heretics. But at the moment, if Heretics just play safe in lane and don't give that opportunity for a pick, it's significantly harder. But Stend is kind of playing with fire here a little bit. We know Yahoo is missing.
He's been found out as well. Yahoo over the wall, chain doesn't connect. Now, as you said, Sten plays with fire because if he gets caught by one chain of CC, the rest follows, he's dead. That's all it takes. Sheo's able to block a bit of damage there. With help of Bastion Breaker, Yike just pops in, but so does the turret. The turret gets popped down as well, and Baron now gets a bit of gold under the wing. It is only about a 1,200 gold Baron power play for now, though, 30 seconds, and with Kana pushing the wave, there's not enough pressure across the map for Team Heretics to actually break another one of these in.
But Heretics kind of got what they wanted. Like, all this vision has been established on this bottom side,
point, actually,
which makes it much more difficult if you're KC to try and move through, because then it's Trayson who can set up for a play, Stend who can look for the point to click CC. And again, if Kana isn't with you, you don't have someone who's very good at taking this space back. So as long as Heretics can play off this vision that they've established and where these waves are settled in the lanes, it becomes much easier for Heretics to play for the Dragon.
I mean, that Dragon as well that stops a poke comp in its tracks, like how much buffering you get, not only with the Mountain Shield, that's obviously the end goal with the Soul, but the individual stats are there. Stend, don't be up and available, rather that was Celestial Blessing, but he mitigates some of the poke, and you're starting to see that Yike, although he was quite big and has 3 items, he's not doing really that much to anyone outside of Ice and Seren anymore.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the Seeker's Arm Guard already come through. You've got the plated steel caps there for ice. Like, armor is starting to be stacked up on Heretics, which just makes it significantly less threatening. And it's Yahoo again that I was saying that we kind of have to focus on, because if he can pop someone, maybe that's the difference. But I don't quite know if he has the capabilities. There isn't much magic resist, which does help.
Oh, Trayson ran into that. Yahoo jumps forward with a distortion. Sten got poked out again, and I'm going to retract my previous statement. There's still quite a lot as Callista's hanging all the way back. This is a fight brewing in the river that KC really want to take, and take it before the Dragon has even thought about. Sten not getting hit this time around, but Busio, Deadly Flourish caught out as he goes golden. Sten is rearing for a hook. Dredge line too early. Kurt Call blocked by the clone. A misplay from the support of Heretics. Okay, Dragon still being taken though, but it's about the afterplay. Trayson hit up, flash ball from Yahoo, doesn't get the stun up. Trayson down, chain corruption. Here's the ulti from Seren, and he finds one. Yahoo is no. Team Heretics get the Dragon as well. Triple on the board, and KC are starting to get outplayed.
This game is quickly falling out of their hands. 3 Mountain Dragons against this poke comp, you already called it, Jake, is just gonna do nothing. Like, there is so little damage KC are capable of doing right now. And even there you can see Yahoo hoping to focus Trayson, take out one of those arms that are the engaged tools for Heretics, but it cost him his life.
Moly holy, that's a new one for me. I think Seren is playing out of his mind.
Big time, yeah.
I want to see a replay again, but I'm not even sure if we have time. It feels like Baron o'clock in 50 seconds is once again going to be the focus. And yeah, we're getting a replay now. Like, am I watching Seren? Who are you looking at in this fight, Dagda?
I mean, it's Yahoo's going in initially, but it is the damage from Shale, the fact that you end up getting that equalizer set up. Seren pops and then passes back.
Yeah.
Really well played by the Aurora.
Insane play. No one could catch it. No one probably thought Seren would jump into 4 people, but there he stands. Majai's 14 stacks will keep counting as there's no big gold lead from Heretics, but the stats again that Dagger and I both told you is massive. Baron's up in 15 seconds. More to play through here as Sten gets poked from afar, but Team Heretics are still in the driver's seat in this game as River, the fight for vision continues.
Yeah, they're still going to be completely fine. It's Heretics just playing on wave states, not letting KC get multiple angles of attack, and if Stend is the one that's tanking up, he's going to be grand. Like, he's got those shields to come through, has that belt as well, which is going to heal him when he drops low, so it's, again, like, Heretics doing a good job of marking the angles of attack for KC.
Yeah, who over the wall. Shao doesn't get the binding down, and there's Seren again, Seren again! The game-winning play maybe, because Baron's up, and Team Heretics have got a pick on the mid lane.
Heretics immediately move over. Shao's going to start it up. They're trying to deny KC access here as Trayson.
They're trying to 5v4. Kana gets rooted down. Sten gets poked out. Yike's looking for a target. Shao is soloing Baron for now. He needs a bit of help as Ice moves over too, but Team Heretics are separated, but it won't matter because KC are pulling off.
No.
Wait, Sten, flash, engage onto Seren. The poke there, and down in an instant goes Yike. Kallis running as well, and they thought, nah, we can keep him from range. But Seren again lined up with Trayson, and the Heretics are preaching their message.
Kana reset and doesn't even bother with the TP. He knows that one's gone. And what a performance from Heretics in this game. Their playoff opportunity here if they can win. And they have absolutely taken it against KC, which for the last couple of weeks have seemed like the best team in the league.
They have, easily. I wasn't even going to question it. They have been the best by far. This support jungle has been insane, but they have been countered, and Sten is stepping up to the plate. Shao is having some great equalizers, but Seren on this Aurora is unreal. And so is this gold lead that's now in their pocket. 5,000 just about. Setting up the mid-plating as well. Chains Corruption do land, and here's an opportunity with the chain barbs as well on top, but Sten is not taking any damage. Mountain Dragon stats must be the difference maker there, but still a bit more poke to come, but Yike won't be able to land it, while Team Heretics use top as their stomping ground.
Yeah, Trayson is happy to just reset and match the push from Khan on that bottom side, but there's already pressure on towards the top half of the map. The tower goes thanks to Baron, and now a minute left until potential Mountain Soul. 4 Mountain Dragons for Heretics. This game is just becoming impossible for KC.
And I can't believe Heretics are doing it with this draft as well. They pulled out this crazy, like, you know, sure, like Rumble got first pick. They're giving away Varus, though. They gave away Cassante. They gave away Jace. Because a lot of the time, Rumble gets neutralized in top, but they're like, no problem. We still got Ambess. We're going to run at top. Yeah, we're going to last pick this Aurora, and it was a counter from Yahoo. But the map movements from Seren, that double kill bot, and then the kills up in top, completely changed the game.
It's the way Heretics played around bot lane that's been the most impressive. Like, getting these early kills, managing to get that TP from Seren, it has been at the forefront of this success for Heretics. But KC still looking for the poke.
Yahoo gets some down as well, but Trayson is just going to brush that off. Dragon up in 15 seconds. Dagda, this is the soul. KC need to stop this for any chance of keeping in the game. Trayson's going to back here with enhanced recall and come back quick with his teleport.
Mid lane tower falls in the bottom of your screen. KC looking to find that poke, but Heretics entering through this bottom half. You've got Seren on a flank as well, which makes this even more difficult. Busio has to try and match, but I don't know. Yeah, you can see the ping. Seren just kind of moving around this vision that KC have established.
But yeah, who's done a lot on the side. Curtain Call's going to start off the fight, but at 5k, the Dragon is already in threat range. Seren now spotted out by a clone. The Curtain Call doesn't do too much either, and Yahoo gets iced down to half HP. 4.5Ks, Team Heretics, the fight is skirted out. These equalize down in the back. Trayson looks for an angle, but it's stolen. Yike's going to die for it though, as Yahoo is found out over the wall. Match, triple flash, they find him. KC now on the run. They've done the dirty work, but the Pop Blossom is kept in place. Best support of the league is taken down a notch as the Heretics are continuing to preach.
It's Dragon for base though. The minions are here, and it's only Kana that is left standing. Heretics have just done it. They have just locked themselves playoffs.
They're the best team in the league. That's what we thought about KC. But what is the best to the Heretics, who now hold hands with the Fanatics alike? We are moving to a different kind of church today. The believers of Team Heretics, step on in. We welcome you. It is a Sunday after all. That Heretics will not let us forget.
What a game from Heretics. The draft was thought through so well, giving over the Varus and the Jace, knowing that they wanted to take that and best at top, and the hyper focus on the bottom lane, the timing on the level 6, everything came together so well for this team.
That is my kind of League of Legends. Heretics, you play like that, and I will believe, because not only do Heretics take down KC, it's a statement in the sand to show that they are capable of the top.
And they lock playoffs, but they also secure playoffs for Fnatic. But it does mean, sadly, that we do have to say goodbye to Shifters, but I think for Heretics, that could not be further from their mind right now.
Yeah.
What a game.
Shifters gone, but a lot of teams now waiting to see what happens in the final game. Your player of the game in this very strange day is Sheo, Seren, or Ice. Seren popped the hell off on that. Those angles were ingenious. Ice had another great game where he scaled into the split to show he's an 80 carry not to be trifled with. And Sheo is getting some of that jazz back, man. We thought Sheo was a top 3 jungler end of last year. And now look at these smiles, man. Heretics lock in playoffs. And I'll say it again, they play like that and they will go far.
Which just leaves us another turmoil for last game as well.
Yeah. Law, ask Sten to tell us what the hell. He just gapped Busio out of this world.
This day keeps on getting better and better, Stan. Thank you so much for joining me. Congrats on taking down KC today. I was seeing a lot of glazing for you on social media. Hysterics right now was saying that you just took down Busio, the best support in the league. People were comparing you to Kyria and Hylissang in game for some stuff as well. You're sweating and you're all red right now, so tell me about your performance and what happened here.
I mean, yeah, I'm really happy we won against KC, especially Busio playing really well this split. We had a lot of angles to kill them on bot. We dove them, we TP behind them, we killed them a lot. So yeah, really happy about that.
Tell me how you made it happen, because I was looking at your draft. It looks wonky. It made sense, but not really. The Rumble jungle, especially paired with an AP mid. Like, what was that?
I mean, we cooked a bit today.
Yeah.
I think their drafts was a lot about poke, and they didn't have a chance to tank my hook. So the com was just send it and fight. So that's what we did.
What gives you the confidence to send it like this and to take so much risks, especially when you know that it's an elimination game? Because unlike other teams, your fate was in your hands. You lose, you're out.
I mean, yeah, there was a bit more pressure today for sure, but since 2 weeks we have this mindset of do or die because we were like 11th at some point in the
standings, yeah.
Yeah, in the standings. So today we just had no regrets, when we play. So just send it and see what happens.
No pressure, just send it. You qualified yourself and Fnatic in playoffs. There's one more game left. We see G2 gearing up and getting ready on stage. They're going to face off against Fnatic, but only them or LR is going to make it to playoffs.
Oh.
Who wins next game, Fnatic or G2?
G2 will win.
G2 will win?
Yes.
Let's see about this after the break. Congrats on making playoffs yet
Thank you.
again. One more game to prove it all and for the last spot in the LEC. Stay tuned.
Curtain call going to come out. Busio has to block every shot here. Teleport in the flame. Heretics have an angle on Kaliz, but the TP is so damn slow. Saren flash between worlds, and he gets both.
You can fight her if you see something.
Oh, so you have the same?
Nice, good job.
I need help.
Pressure slowly here.
Here. 1 HP. Nice.
I'm fine.
Hook in 2.
No flash. Nice.
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the bad.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Hey there. Every season starts the same way. Everyone wants to win. But not everyone prepares the same way. I can't wait to show you what I have in store. And trust me, this year, everyone's leveling up.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Fnatic versus G2. It all comes down to this. A decade-old rivalry. Fnatic, the original champions. World Season 1, 2018 Worlds Finalists. Reckless and Caps, back-to-back on the precipice of greatness. 2019, the era of G2, an MSI that rewrote expectations for European League of Legends and made a region believe once more. But the league changed. New blood arrived, and in 2026, two of Europe's most iconic teams are now struggling to make it into playoffs. Today we watched this match, not to see who is the best, but to see who will survive. One seat remains in the playoffs. Fnatic are locked in, while G2 fight for their lives. And Los Ratones are watching, waiting for their misstep, because if G2 fall, that seat is theirs. It's the final match of LEC versus regular season. A match where we will watch two of the LEC's most storied rivalries play out. Fnatic versus G2, Cadril versus playoffs.
Okay, I don't know if that guy's laughing right now. I can't see into his booth, but
I mean, is the curse just real?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Because honestly, today, like, there were so many chances for Los Ratones to get into playoffs with the rest of the teams supporting them in, right? The Vitality win was almost there. The matchup we had before, what was it before Team Heretics and KC? It's been such a busy day. We've had another situation where it should have happened and it didn't. And then we had Team Heretics versus KC. That was going to look for me. Oh, it was MKOI versus Na'Vi. Na'Vi were a top 2 team. Then MKOI just came out of the woodwork. And then Team Heretics versus KC. And then Team Heretics suddenly have the best performance of their life to lock themselves and Fnatic in playoffs. Now, in this 9.6% probability world where Los Ratones would not make playoffs, we're staring down that barrel and saying, can Fnatic go against the now heightened odds? In our last matchup of the regular season, Fnatic are already locked in. They're fine. G2 have the pressure on them, and domestically, I will say, when they have pressure on them and everyone's like, oh, G2's going to fail, that's when they prove us wrong. It is G2 in playoffs, or it is Los Ratones in playoffs. One of these things will happen after this last game of the regular season.
And it's been a long while since Fnatic have been able to take down G2 in a series that would define whether G2 stayed in a playoff run. Like, you can look back at summer where G2 did fall to Fnatic in the first round of playoffs, but when it actually came to later on, it was still going to be G2 were able to take down Fnatic.
Yeah.
There is a history here that only makes it so much more difficult. As you say, I mean, Cadril still have yet to make playoffs, and if the curse is just that real, can G2 keep that alive, or can Fnatic finally do the unthinkable and take G2 out of playoffs?
But let's end the regular season in style. Welcome to Pick Ban. Fnatic on red, but they get first pick. Rumble's gone, Yunara's gone as well. The Jarvan and the Mundo ban against G2. That guy who came up in face paint, unfortunately for him, well, he'll be only Mundo on the Rift, or at least in the studio for today. Also the Yike the Jace rather, we just saw Yike pull up. That didn't get a win, is now also taken off the board. First pick for Fnatic, Dagda. The Vi was there in our last game. Razork loves this Vi, and he's going to put it all on the line for it.
I mean, just saw in that MKOI game how you can try and look for this trade with the Vi. You take these here for caps, okay, cool, but we're going to take the Vi and the Talia. We're going to set that up. But also, if you think back to one of the most successful comps that Fnatic ran last year, it was the Vi and the Kai'Sa combo that was at the forefront of that Fnatic discussion. So is that the angle that Fnatic want to try and go back towards here? Just more of that engage. But they're going with the Orianna and the Xin Zhao, so bypassing these here altogether.
But do they, I mean, lock in Talia here, right, for Vladdy? I mean, Vladdy's got a good Talia. I'm just going to look at his stats. I mean, he's played it 3 games outside of that. Yeah, his win rate is not the greatest, but Fnatic aren't the cleanest team right now. Outside of the last game, they were also vying for a point in playoffs. They were going to be one of the last teams in. But Dagda, we've got Vi, we need pairing. It's going to happen again. A bit of range added into the mix for upset here. And it feels like we are just getting a similar redraft with maybe a question mark into how our mid lane fits into that.
So it looks like it may not be the case that we're going to go for any of our top of the meta picks.
Yeah.
It's instead looking like the Akali. I mean, it works for dive. Actually, no. Last second, going to swap over to the Seer. So
Most played.
yeah,
Comfort.
it is. But I think when you've already got that buy, you want something that's kind of diving in there with you.
Yeah.
And at the moment, that doesn't exist for Fnatic. So unless you're looking at something like an Ambessa for Imperials, this is where you are kind of now playing by without a lot of those tools that she wants to function.
And you also have options for the tank buster here, or rather tank pick, I should say. You talk about Ambessa, Sion's up, Casante's up, running into a Jhin with only an Azir. Let's see if it is top lane or if an AD carry gets locked in here instead. Scaling AD for Hans Summer, who's had a bit of a rickety split. It's going to be all on the line here to make these team fights work.
It does open up though if BB wants to go for something a little bit more carry orientated in that top side. You have the Sivir to help with that engage tool. Opens up Labrov as well. So we'll have to see exactly what the game plan is. But as we move forward, I imagine those bans are going to be towards supports in that bottom side. Like just trying to deny things like the Braum, because you definitely want Labrov to take that engage champion. It's what he's been most comfortable on.
Yeah, historically. Alistar most played from both supports. Just looking at this split. Rakan there for Labrov as well. Like the Rel's also brought up. We've got things like Leona, Nautilus, the classic. There's been a fresh game from Lost, but anything possible here while Nico gets taken off the board. But Renekton ban makes me think, what, we're getting to get an Ambessa from Fnatic here, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we were talking about, right? But now you're caught as G2. Do you ban the Ambessa, knowing that Fnatic are going to probably take that? Or do you ban the Alistar, which is such a good pick into the Sivir here as well?
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a difficult call.
A lot of things in this game are going to be difficult. Final ban. Alistar or top lane. You get rid of Rakan. Now, G2 can be the ones who pick up the Alistar instead for themselves. Remembering again, Alistar and a Civ is something you just can't give over. But also, that top lane is still in question here. Alistar gone, okay, makes sense.
Okay, so it's Fnatic who banned it away. I actually thought they'd kind of leave it, thinking, hey, you take the Alistar, we can match with Lost on Braum. We've already got some engage tools for Imperials. We're opening up for a potential Ambessa pick of that top side. It kind of was already starting to all function well together, but with the Alistar gone, it makes things significantly less uncomfortable for the Sivir. And it's going to be the Bard to try and deny any sort of plays on the bottom side. Nautilus, I don't think, is the play here, because again, like, you've got tools as the Sivir to try and play around this.
Right. If Nautilus gets locked in here, it's another piece of engage to follow up on that Vi. But then we have to show cards to the top again. Cassante, Sion both still open. Easy to see how either would operate here. Empross has played a lot of Cassante. I think right now they're opting into Comfort. Jax would be more so for the Xin Zhao, and I don't think Empross is going to play Vi top. Like, I don't think this is going to be a flex, you know? We're not talking about Vals.
Well, you kind of just need frontline here. You don't really have those champions. So Broken Blade kind of has to either go for, you know, the Cassante or a Sion, which opens up good opportunities for that Ambessa. So the Poppy is what he's going to go for.
Or
it's a good response,
into Azir, into Vi, into Ambessa. Forget just about the lane because it's whatever, but into the comp. Poppy, a monster pick here for Broken Blade as G2 look to keep themselves alive. Dagged a bit of scaling here as well. They now have a front line and they've got reasonable engage and set up for the ball.
Yeah, I think with the last two picks on either side and the bans, I think G2 have rounded out nicely.
Yeah.
I think Fnatic had windows to try and snooker them, but the Alistar ban isn't really doing it for me. Could have been a Poppy ban, could have set up better for the Ambessa in the top side, but now you already called us there. Poppy great into so many of these picks on Fnatic's side. Sivir relatively untouched by that Nautilus, unless you're going to invest two ultimates in her with the Vi and that Nautilus. And shockwaves for, you know, two dive members as well, who aren't exactly big tanks themselves. So there's a lot of answers here on G2 side. But what we've seen throughout this split is that it is not about the draft. It is about how these players enacted on the Rift. And at this moment in time, I don't know where that lands. In the past, it would have been an easy G2 call. They've owned that head-to-head for such a long time.
Really have.
But for Fnatic, this is their moment. G2 are weak and G2 look like they're on their knees, and you have a chance to knock G2 out of playoffs.
For the first time ever, that would be true. G2 have never missed playoffs ever. In the history of them, in the LEC, G2 have always been there. This would break history, break the internet, and it would send out a plague once again of very, very happy rodents. But today has not been a fairy tale, it's been a nightmare for them so far. Now relying on Fnatic, and it is so symbolic, it is so poetic. Cagel's team from 2024, for when he was co-streaming here in the studio, I remember my first year, Dagda. And now he has to rely on that same team. Great quote, as long as there's delusions, there's hope. For G2, their backs against the wall, and a lot of people don't like when G2's backs are there.
That tends to be when they show up. That tends to be where this man on your screen shows up.
Oh,
Caps has kind of been the focal point for G2 for so long. And he's been the one that has to step up now once more. A best of one to decide it. And I think the main thing that I want to see in this game is how Lebrov and Skumon link up together. I think that's been where G2 have been at their weakest in this split, is not finding that success where Lebrov seems to be going one way, Lebrov has gone the other. And if that is the case, that's where Fnatic can try and work with Razork and Lospa to very quickly turn around plays. Like this core on the jungle and support is very, very strong on Fnatic. I think that's where G2 might struggle if they're not careful.
Caps gets a good trade onto Vladdy as well. Clockwork wind up, just gets a couple of those autos in. Vladdy takes a big chunk. Not good for the lane so far as Lospa tried to set up with the Warden's Mail, or rather, that Warden's Wrath. Gets some autos in, doesn't manage to do so. Skumon thought he was going to go for a gank in bot lane, but instead he's going for a bit of an invade. Xin Zhao, one of the best duelists in the game, ready to take on this challenge of blue.
Still though, I don't think that wave has been pushed in enough on bot, and Lospa could try and respond. Razork has Lospa coming, but it's level 2 support to level 3.
Yeah, Lebrov, all he needs is a wall and to line it up. Lospa, dredge line onto the jungler. The stun up, though, is great. Deadly Flourish follows through. Blue buff over to Skumon. Now the heist, he wants to get on out. Magical journey through. Skumon is there, but it's taken. Fnatic are going to follow up dissonance for movement speed as well. Lebrov, now the new target as he flashes over the wall. Lospa will not commit his. Blue and out. G2U summoners, but they get the objective.
Yeah, it was a very early reset from Vladdy in the TP in. Picked up the Amplifying Tome to try and help out, but they do get away. Still, it's heal and flash burn from Lebrov. May not be the most worthwhile blue at the end of the day, but at least Skumon holding on to his means that maybe he can still be a factor when it comes towards those early duels.
Got a full top side to clear as well. Nice spell shield from Hans Summer. And for Fnatic, they're just going to look for the push in, but Hans holds the wave out a little bit as well. Oh, he's going to be able to freeze this. This is annoying. Fnatic, yeah, they can't back here. They can't back here. A couple of minions reach the turret, but again, this is going to be too slow. They need it to push out. Razork's coming in as well. Maybe just apply the pressure, Dagda, and help Upset and Lospa crash so they can get the back. Dredgeline comes in, Deadly Flourish to follow up as well. As well with the Aftershock, there's good damage here. Maybe a dive? Do you think they can dive this?
Upset has no mana, same with Lospa. I don't really think you can, but they're going to desperately try here. Skumon has made his way to bot side. He didn't actually reset. Razork showing.
Smart pathing here. There's a shrine out for a bit of HP. G2 have to buy time, but Lospa flashes in. Great gank, great dive, but Lospa dies in the process. First blood goes over to Razork. A 1-for-1 as Hans Summer's the one who picked up the kill, even in death. And Skumon looks for the kill, now turns to Upset. 3 Talon strike on Upset. No, doesn't complete. Deadly Flourish dodged away from a 1-for-1, but Upset gets to hit the wave.
And Fnatic are so worth on that play.
Yeah.
You get this wave crash, you deny that from Hans Sama. This was, I mean, the best case scenario, well, not quite best case, but one of the best cases for Fnatic.
I was just wondering, Lebrov trying to pull the wave, but the minion's too low. 2 minions doesn't matter, it's so good. We slow pushing towards Fnatic's bottom lane, so breath of fresh air as Razork does get the kill here for the Vi. But the 1-for-1 means that Hans Sama comes back with a BF sword, just to be noted there. The bot lane still not really out of that much trouble. There's 15 seconds till Dragon. Bot continues to be the focus here. Obviously top in isolation, Dagda. Emperos getting stunned up a bit by Broken Blade's steadfast presence, but it is what it is. Solo laners for now are just pretty isolated.
I didn't actually twig that the kill went over to Hans Sama. I just assumed it had gone to Lebrov after he'd gone down, so yeah, that extra kill actually making quite a bit of difference there.
It's been the last order.
So Hans Sama now in an okay spot. Now the wave, you can see there, a massive wave crashing into Upset. So the CS and that gold will even up for Upset.
Oh yeah.
But the fact you get to come back with a BF sword is really big. It's one of the best backs you can have as this sim.
Cap's going to shockwave. Oh, Vladdy runs into it. He's got lethal tempo up and available as well, but he needs level 6. Cap's going to get dissonance, and Vladdy, he made a good outplay, but if he takes one more combo, he's dead. Lethal tempo keeps him in the fray, but Vladdy needs that level 6 now, and he needs to make a flashy play with Razork in the vicinity. LeBron found out. Razork sends himself up with the Vol Breaker. Skumon manages to get the Wind Becomes Lightning. 3 Talon Strike, gets a knock up as well. Razork in trouble as Vladdy. He's level 6, but he doesn't want to go in. He's scared as Razork flashes away. And jungle help from Razork becomes a bit of a disaster as Summoner's now down.
Yeah, Razork preemptively flashing because Skumon could have flashed to redirect. The Wind Becomes Lightning connected with it, and that would have been Razork going down. So Razork respecting this, flashes away, but still pressure on this mid wave. This is getting very, very tense. G2 trying to make plays in lots of different areas.
I mean, Skumon has just switched it on, right? Like, yeah, there's a small lead for Razork because of the kill, but Skumon got the invade before. He's kept tempo up. He's a bit ahead in CS. Now with that flash burn, he's able to just take the drag and set up the first of this game. And with bot being so precarious, a really nice start to G2. And Skumon will be level 6 soon as well. And we'll see if he can get some of these summoners out of these solo lanes, because there's still flashes up and available for people like Vladdy, Empross, Upset. Surprisingly, Skumon needs to start taking them away and start snowballing this game.
The junglers have also completely desynced. You can see the camps are respawning on this bottom side now for Skumon, so he's going to have to clear it, whereas Razork up towards this top side may try and make a quick play towards the top half, or at least try and clear out some of the vision that's up there, but with Broken Blade resetting, not much window.
Razork just got 6 Dagda. Think he can make a play on Caps. Caps has flash though. Caps face
he's
checking.
walking into it.
Wrong time, Bolt Breaker, but doesn't get the summoner. Dissonance was beautiful again. Shockwave up in 3 seconds. Razork will back away.
If Razork had hit that Q, Caps was dead. The ultimate from Vladdy, the ultimate from Razork, there just would have been too much damage. And he would have had nowhere to go. And Razork just a little bit short on the play, actually coming in clutch for Caps.
I can't believe he got away with that. Great timing. Ward was placed in the end as well. As Vladdy misses, whiffs the ulti shockwave in response. Caps has him on the spot. LeBron, what a roam timer. Flash away from Vladdy. Cosmic Binding doesn't connect, and that probably saves his life. But Vladdy, in a game that is so important, will absolutely miss.
I don't know what force field is around Caps, but I need one of them for my solo queue games.
Yeah,
because nothing is hitting that man.
Oh no, we're
But
doing
does
this
Skumon
again.
have the same?
Razork coming in, he still has his ulti up and available. Skumon gets a 3 Talon Strike, Wind Becomes Lightning over the wall. The blue is taken away by Razork this time. Dredge line, but numbers mismatched. G2 had the advantage. Teleport's going to come in from Vladdy, but he just uses his ulti. Skumon flashes away from Razork, cease and desist, but Vladdy has nothing. You just saw him miss air as Hansama gets a kill. Now Razork has to get out, but he's interrupted. G2 have switched on right when it counts.
G2 have just turned Fnatic off. This has been a stomp. The push in mid has, the play in mid into the push into the jungle, and numbers vantage again. This is just deja vu from the first invade from Skumon, where Vladdy TP's in late. We have a numbers vantage for G2, but Fnatic still tried to take the fight, and it only goes worse this time.
Vladdy, even if he had the ulti there, G2 have already done the damage. Engages out the window. And for Fnatic, an egregious play off for this blue buff. Razork will get it, but he transfers it over to Skumon again anyway.
Sigh of relief from Dylan Falco on that play. And G2 know they are in a comfortable position. Dragon stacking. LeBron going to be here to force Razork away, so it will be the majority of the boy grubs going across to G2 as well. But the kills are all going to the areas they need. Like Hansama, 2, 1, and 2, very quickly stacking up towards his items. Caps in a good spot as well. And with Dragon in 2 minutes time, like, you should have these first items completed. And G2 should be in a reasonably decent spot to contest, just because Caps had so much control over this midway.
G2, as you said, with those kills in the right spot, obviously very, very confident here. 2K gold lead. They've got a Dragon under their wing as well. It really is a game right now that you kind of expect to see from a team like G2 when it counts as a top lane. Getting a little bit frisky. Empross takes a hammer shock, but not the second charge. Broken Blade's been fine in the matchup. In fact, he has a bit of a CS lead. Empross, I think, will be okay once he gets that Eclipse, once he gets that item to get the shield, trade a little bit better. Maybe things do get better for the top laner, but for now, it is G2's story, and we are just simply telling it. Almost first item for Hansama there, by the way, as Skumon gets his. On the other side of the map, I can't see any first items there, so Skumon obviously quite ahead.
It's just the fact as well that you can't really make plays now as Fnatic. You wanted to try and play around this bottom side with Lospa having the setup to enable Razor because he hit level 6 to try and make plays on towards Hans Sam and LeBron, like take out the squishy bot lane. But with Skewmon repeatedly invading on this bottom side, the advantages on the push for Hans Sam are there. The ability to actually make plays has just gone out the window because you're constantly on the back foot. But Vladdy, one more time. I wasn't sure if he wanted to try and go for the shuffle there.
Yeah, but Caps
Lost behind him.
Blade again, good interrupt, but the shot back, a turret shot. Empross has to be careful. Buckler comes out for the shield in case it went further. Mana a little bit low from Broken Blade, so he stops there. He's got to keep his verdict available and a teleport. There's a bit of action getting pinged around bot as the Rov goes for a deep ward, but Razork just can't punish, doesn't want to pop the ulti.
I'm just going to take that one safe. Still, Vladdy going low in this mid lane.
Shockwave again, wait for the dissonance command attack. Bloody gets out with the shifting sands, but as he walks back into the last minion, his teleport's not available. Caps has a 1 minion lane in front of him. That gets pushed in. Vladdy has to stick around, and now Razork has to cover again. But Lebrov following through. Magical Journey is there. Wind becomes lightning, doesn't connect. Caps goes through, pokes out Vladdy. This mid laner is constantly under fire. Caps is gapping right now.
And that's causing major issues. The Dragon's up, and G2 just get to take it for free. Vladdy's reset got interrupted. Razor couldn't try and play around mid. And I wanted to see Lebrov and Skewmon working together. Well, they're like a two-man army right now. There's nothing Fnatic can do to get past them.
It's a lane kingdom. I mean, this is what you want to see. And we've seen it a couple of games, this split from Caps, but seeing it right here at the very last one is impressive stuff. 2 dragons for G2. It is not looking good for the team of the people. But remember, before the team of the people, there was the team of Europe. People will argue it's Fnatic. Yeah, Season 1 world champions, but G2 have long since been the dominating force. The fact they're in this position still blows my mind. We haven't seen many games like this one, though, to be fair, as Lane Quest is complete for Caps. As one of the first, G2 have got the top side of the map, in fact, completed.
But this is where G2, we talked about, are the most dangerous. We know they're a team that can just turn it on when it matters. And now against Fnatic, it seems like they're doing just that. 2 minutes now until the Rift Herald. Imagine resets are kind of where our push out into looking for resets for items. And starting to shift people around the map is where G2 are going to be. And I think if I'm Fnatic, I want to start trying to make plays towards Caps. He still has a flash, which does make it tough. But when this Orianna enters into a side lane, that's where she's at her most vulnerable. But BB.
Flash, but the flashback is even better. Empross can't escape. Now he's got a 2v1. So well played from Broken Blade. And Skewmon is running the top side of the map too.
And Vladdy nearly died in mid lane as well with Caps in the 1v1.
Yeah.
Had to shuffle away.
Dredgeline comes in. I mean, the 2v2, what are they going to do there? Storm Surge Sivir. Doesn't really matter. Upset doesn't have a full item in his name, and it's just nullified. G2's bottom lane are chilling in their own right. And as you said, Caps is finding so much pressure in this lane. And Vladdy still has his flash, but now he has to burn TP again.
And he's just not standing a chance. I know that Orianna wins the matchup early, but it's not supposed to be quite to this level. Caps making a statement game here. And the fact, again, that he's been doing it without having to burn his flash, without having to burn these spells, is what's causing more issues for Fnatic. Like, again, Razor can play mid with Vladdy, where Vladdy ults once, you burn the flash on Caps, and then you just go for a repeat performance. But Razor's been under so much threat. And as well, Vladdy just hasn't been able to win out in the 1v1. So now you're looking at level 9 on Razork. Skewmon a full level ahead of him. G2 setting up on this bottom side for Dragon. Sorry, Provision, if Fnatic try to make some sort of cross-map play with Rift Herald coming up, but there's just no way you can do it.
If there was ever a player, Razork would have to be him. 30 seconds till Herald.
Oh, they just died and lost.
They're taking everything, yeah. Empross is now just spotting it out. Good sidestep there. For the Wind becomes lightning, but Lebrov's still taking the angle. If Empross steps forward, he's still in trouble, but Caps is solo taking the turret plating, and Orianna's very good at this. Just winding up the clockwork yet again with 2 grubs. This will be another plate eventually, but more minions denied to more members of Fnatic. That's why this gold is never-endingly growing as Upset gets boomeranged out, but mid-plate also taken as well. Upset gets a deadly flash, but it doesn't matter. And Razork, you can see, looking for an angle, but what can he do?
Losbom shifted bot lane to cover for a potential dive, but there's no one in the Terran now to Rob. Exhausted to use.
Okay.
But in a 3v3, G2 win.
And Skewmon's always here. Skewmon's always covering. Dredgeline narrowly avoided. or rather miss. Razork is going to start up the Herald, but Broken Blade is in position.
Reset on Caps in bot lane. He can TP into this play. G2 want to fight, they know it.
It's Keeper's verdict, though. With a teleport coming for a flank, Fnatic need a miracle here. They find a pick, and maybe that's it. Everything used in the kitchen sink on Skumon, and down he goes for a shutdown. Broken Blade is found out with the TB from Empros, and some relief for the Fnatic fans and faithful as they minimize the gold a little bit.
At least there's something back with Rip Tower. Caps will continue to push on the bottom side. Won't get the tower, I believe, but put a big, decent dent in it. But that's what Fnatic needed. Again, G2 just a little separated on the play. Caps didn't get the reset, didn't get the TP, and Fnatic could collapse.
They used a lot to do it, but it won't matter because there's no response play from G2 as we look at the replay.
Yeah, you can see Caps' reset on the bot side, so I assumed it was reset into teleport, but then he doesn't actually get the TP, cancels it. Yeah, because you've already got Skumon caught. So Fnatic finding that opportunity. And again, the Rift Herald would just give them a little bit of gold. A little bit of pressure on the map. And it's these little cracks that might be starting to form here that Fnatic want to just try and get a fingernail in, something in, to try and find any way through the wall of G2 right now.
It went from 3k to 2.3, but Labrov is going to solo take a mid turret as the support with Grubs. So it's back to 3,000 yet again. Not often do you see Labrov, or rather a Bard, just opening up mid by himself, but it was already quite weakened. Caps did a lot of that by his lonesome too. He's even working on the bot side turret, which is very close to going down. Labrov making the roam up, while Razork's up in the top side of the map. Herald's going to be spawned. Broken Blade in ult range, but Razork doesn't have it. So
he's TP'ing out.
He's going to TP, he's going to get on out. Herald's going to charge up, but Caps has got full access to the bottom lane turret. This is, I mean, still a decent trade for G2. Remember, they got 2 turrets in total.
It's also the gold went to Razork, because Epiros wasn't in range for the plate gold, which doesn't really help out of the matchup, and sure helps out Razork a little bit, but Caps is getting solo gold.
Yep.
And if I wanted gold on anyone, it would not be the Vi in this comp.
And they just got 3rd Dragon Dagger. While G2 play bottom side of the map, it's a timer around Dragon. So again, it's like Fnatic are grasping at straws, but I think G2 are, you know, the business that's selling them, as it were. You know what I mean?
I do.
Good.
And now it's G2 that get to set up, back out onto the map a little bit sooner. Razork is hovering mid with Lost, but we haven't quite seen this combo work out for them. And now with G2 once more en masse, 4 members here. Fnatic sent packing. And it'll be a repeat performance with getting Vision in this bottom side jungle, keeping Orianna safe on her bot lane push, and making it difficult for Fnatic to make these pick plays onto a side lane.
And we haven't even seen the Caps Skumon combo with Xin Zhao yet. Like, now that Caps getting some items, and will have his honors pretty soon as well, with just the AP and the advantage he has in this game, there's a lot of dive, especially with the Bards. So for G2, their options are only getting greater. Caps has a 1,700 gold lead and a 40 CS lead over Vladdy. I know the matchup is, I mean, good in the early levels, but I didn't know it was this good. I mean, this is just a player difference right now that Fnatic have to overcome, either at the Soul Point, at the Dragon that's coming up in 340, or the Baron fight, or some kind of pick that G2 inevitably is also setting up. Lost base check, not good. Found out, stretch line out. Blast Cone saves his life. Interrupted midway by the 3 Talon Strike. Tempered Fate also going to catch the support out. And now Labrov has a wall there, but Tempered Fate going to be used and not found anything from. Blue buff is the response, however, and G2 still have control of the bottom side of this jungle.
Yeah, they don't get the kill, but they get all of Razork's bottom side, which is just as painful if you're a jungler. And I was going to say, like, Did BB get him here?
I don't know. Empros, he's got 2 items with Black Cleaver and the long con.
But I was going to say, performances like this from Caps are why it's always so difficult to count out a team like G2.
Yeah.
At a moment's notice, he can just turn it on. Happy to take the Orianna side of the matchup into the Azir. Knows that he can bully in the early stages. And has just completely ran around Vladdy in this game.
So now we wait. 20 seconds for Baron, by the way. Keep that in the back of your mind. That's always up and available. But 2 items on Hans Summer. That is just a scaling threat that G2 have in their back pocket too. I mean, Vladdy needs some items. Vladdy needs to catch up to Caps right now. You're seeing Empros at 2 items, which is great, but into Broken Blade, he's just nullified every time into this Poppy. You need to see Fnatic start using the tools. The Vi and Betsa combo in Europe end of last year was this sought-after thing. In summer, I'm talking about this perfect pairing. We haven't seen it sync up yet. All we've seen is more stories to tell about G2. Wave denial. -1 cannon. Caps is at every scene of the crime for these turrets. Every single one, he's there to claim.
Fnatic are trying to basically do the same as G2 and funnel some resources into Vladdy on this bottom side. Broken Blade is in a better position. Resets, covers bot lane play, while G2 still keeping pressure up and around this Baron area.
Caps even willing to face check as well. Level 13 Orianna. Yeah, Vladdy's the same level as I now check, but I mean, Caps is almost level 14. You can see his XP bar is just cresting over the top. So it's just showing the difference. We're getting a Hextech Alternator, a Shadow Flame getting picked up here by Vladdy. Components picked up, almost second item. Zonya's still quelled out or waiting for Caps at the time being. That's worth noting.
At this stage, it's kind of a, does he even have to stop off for the Zonyas?
Oh, you think he goes Rabadons?
Well, I was going to say, if you never burn the Seeker's Arm Guard, you might as well go straight towards the Rabadons,
Very
right?
true.
He's been farming up an absolute storm, so at this stage, unless it gets burnt at this next Dragon, there's no real reason for him to pick up the Zonyas.
Keep an eye on Caps on the minimap then. We'll wait for that back. That's a fantastic point. You're right, he hasn't had a chance, hasn't really needed to use it as well. And maybe that's why Caps hasn't backed away, because I thought 1300 over Vladdy, and Vladdy's like almost towards that Shadow Flame. Where Caps must be scaling it up. Now he's sitting there, he's backing now Dagda.
Yeah,
so
he's sitting on 1400 gold.
Okay,
so
another needlessly large.
So if I was him, I'd buy the needlessly,
Or
and then it's only 450 gold to combine regardless, right?
Yeah, there
so
it
you
is.
you have enough money with the Doran's ring cell to get the 450. So take the extra little bit of AP damage, and you still get the value. And if this fight goes well, finish off a Rabadons, and you're in a great spot.
I mean, G2 are in a great spot all around. They're once again playing this bush for the pick against Fnatic. Broken Blade gets the stun up. The rest of Fnatic are on the way. Need an Ambassador ult from Imperios if they want to make this play. Deadly Flourish does connect. The Keeper's Verdict gets buffered. One ulti for another, but they're not equal. They need to follow up, though. Broken Blade, Steadfast Presence once again gets him out of dodge. But now both top laners are down to their R.
The reset's coming through for both of those top laners. TP's available to try and come through. Actually, it's not Broken Blade resetting. He's just going to sit on bot wave. Fnatic as a group.
Teleport. Oh! Caps! He's down 4 and the Tempered Fate follows up as well. Scumon's ulti is another big circle. The wall presents itself, and in one fell swoop, the Rat Rebellion seems to be falling short, and instead, G2 just gets a perfect combination.
It was the Sleeping Beauty, the 4 dwarfs there. Like, I'll let you pick the names for them, because I know what's in my head is they just wandered in, all 4 of them, to a shockwave in a bush. What did you expect?
Broken Blade, congratulations, but yeah, Fnatic, bit dumbfounded with the play. One fell swoop, and the dream run that Fnatic now had to carry across the finish line. Not only has been out of the woodwork for a while in this game, it now feels so far gone. Empross with the dream play. Teleport in the top side of our map. Empross has no ulti. He's got a Mega Blast Cone as Vladdy tries to take the wave and now sets up the Sun Tower, but G2 want to make the play against the wall. It's a nice setback, but again, Caps keeps him in place. Down, boy, down. Ulti comes through, but Caps buffers again. The best mid lane is going to drop down eventually as Empross gets the shutdown. Hans Summer the next up as well. Razork finally finds him. Dredge line buffered, but Scumond is better. Hans Summer presses his buttons, and all it takes is Fnatic going in the dirt again for Europe to start crying.
The spell shield was perfect, but you know they're there. You just got hit with a boomerang blade. Why are you walking in as a group? It's a Fed Orianna. I don't understand what Fnatic were thinking, but G2 going to be more than happy to take that one. And here, it's heroics from Emperor's.
Yeah.
Vladdy kind of backed in his bait here. Gets the Emperor's divide, and Emperor's manages to burn that Seeker's Arm Guard on Caps.
Oh, but Caps.
And still get the kill. But keep your eyes on Hans Sam in this fight. He ends up just kiting backwards here, past Razork, having that help from Scumon. That spell shield onto Lospa's hook was perfect to just eke out enough damage. You can see there, the face is a little nervous.
Yeah, there was another face that's quickly shied away from. Looks a little bit sad. I don't blame him. To have your hands in Fnatic. I mean, it's so difficult now. Razork needs to show up or shut up. 6K, 5K, 4K, a steal of the gods here needed. Over the wall, will he go at 3, 2, 1, too late. Kurt Cole doesn't do too much. Tempered Fate onto Vladdy. And now Magical Journey taking in Emperos. G2 is stacked up though. It's a shockwave again. That's the problem. Brazzle gets the ulti down, but it's too late. Han Summer keeps clearing up. He's the janitor of this game as G2 are on the warpath and Fnatic are in the grey screen.
G2 are marching down mid lane. There's 30-second death timers they won't be able to end, but they can certainly do some damage to the base of Fnatic.
Too true, that comment, too true. Being a Fnatic fan over the years, they're really getting a real look at it here today. The base in tatters, almost a 12K gold lead at 25 minutes in the game. It just shows you, you always think, G2, they're gonna miss playoffs, like we've thought in many different splits, but here they thrive yet again.
And it's just great play. Like, Lost Blade does a good job here when Broken Blade goes for the ultimate of keeping himself in place. But it's actually the ultimate from Lebrov onto Vladdy that really seals the deal here. They then go through with the Magical Journey, the Shockwave onto 2. And what does Uptech do in the backline? Like, he cannot get into this fight. It's over a wall that he just has no way of closing the gap on.
Han Summer cleaned up the fight again. I call him the janitor because 3.6K gold lead. He just gets to walk up in the fight and deal damage. Upset is on 2 items. Han Summer is on 4. This Siv's not only scaled at 25 minutes, she's hyper-scaled. And now the biggest question is, how slowly will Fnatic lose this game? How many Lost Returns fans will be crying into their pillows tonight? Because G2 have once again stepped up to the challenge and they are not going to start missing playoffs all of a sudden because there are new viewers.
But how many fans of G2 are going to breathe a sigh of relief? This G2 has not really been seen all split long. But once again, when the chips are down, when playoffs are on the line, when their hopes of LEC versus are here, they keep going.
Dredge line is an opportunity. It's a good engagement. Skewmon has a circle of anti-death. Shockwave again. Caps again. Emperos comes in late, but the GOAT of Europe stands in the way. Before the team of the people, there was the team of Europe, and it starts with G2 and will end with them as well. LEC versus is over. Lost Returners are done. They relied on the wrong damn team. And G2, right when they wanted to make playoffs, they said, yes, of course, we'll be there. We always are, and we always will be.
It's on the shoulders of Caps that this G2 team stands. And it's at his feet that Fnatic are bowed. This man took over the game from the mid lane. Absolutely destroying Vladdy in the 1v1. Multi-man shockwaves galore. Fnatic never stood a chance.
Fnatic were already in playoffs, but now G2 are as well. They are our last team locked in. As you vote for your player of the game, Skewmon, Caps, or Lebrov. Fnatic never stood a chance. Once again, G2 have their names. And the head-to-head continues. That man on the left side of your screen, he just devastated Europe in one single best of one.
But what an insane way to end the day. This weekend, this last few days that we've had of LEC Versus has been absolutely insane.
Yeah. I mean, I feel for that. Like, there's been such a long journey. I casted EMEA Masters last year. I watched their progression. I watched their first year of play. I watched them dominate the league and then come up out of the NLC where no one had any clue about how good this team really could be with the big names. They got here, they got invited here along with KC Blue, and they started winning games. And while we are celebrating here G2, it is commiserations for Lost Returns that did more than any team or anyone in the audience or our community thought they could. But at the end, G2 are inevitable, and Draco stands by with the man that just kept saying no.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. G2 are inevitable. That's what Hysteric said. Did it feel that way coming into the day, BB? Did this feel like a certainty?
To be honest, like it's, the longer the day went, the more pressure we had, obviously because Heretics won as well, and you know, but we live for these moments, you know, this is competition, and I wouldn't want to have it any other way, to be honest.
You're so good at turning it into something smooth every single time.
Thank
Talk to
you.
me about this game in particular, Caps on the Orion Inform. I looked at your draft, and I'm going to be honest, I was like, this is a classic G2 Dylan Falco special. The safest draft imaginable once the pressure is on. Was that the vision behind the draft? Where you're just like, we're going to play comfort, we're going to play things that are pretty good. I think your Poppy was a bit of spice, but it was a solid counter pick.
I mean, to be honest, we were kind of just reactive. But I think today we had a really solid draft, and I think we played. This is giving me some glimpse of the old G2. Let me tell you something.
Oh, okay. All right.
Let me tell you something. You know, so.
There it is. One question, not about yourself, so I'm very happy that you can make it to playoffs, but unfortunately your absolute dominance of Fnatic has taken out Los Ratones entirely. Any thoughts?
I am very sorry. They beat us. I wish for them they would have made it. To be honest, a bit sad that... actually, I'm just not going to say. You know, whoever went to the playoffs, they deserved it. You guys are the GOATs. But when it comes to playoffs and G2 is in it, we're gonna do it. You know what I mean?
All right. Are you about to feed me? Like, the fans believe in you, but I need to understand. We're always talking about G2 plot armor. Is the plot armor there again? Is this another, we're going to pretend nothing happened in regular season and we're right back to the script is normal?
To be honest, this was the first time that I was in G2 and I was sweating for a playoff spot. It kind of brought me back to my old days, you know? And there's a lot of rookies right now in the split. So I'm very thankful they make me feel this way, you know, that I have to work my ass off to you know, be the best still, and I will do it until the day I retire, for sure.
Sure, I like it. I like that attitude. Final thoughts, that's the last best of one we have to see domestically for the entire year. Are you ready to be back into Fearless?
Yes, of course.
Easy, simple, clean. Let's send things over to PGL to get it kicked off. We have quite the motley crew of guests standing by to talk all about this week.
And what a week it's been! And to celebrate everything, we have a special PGL today with Scumond and Pyro. Stan, thank you for sticking around as well. And Finn!
Woo!
What a week! Woo! What a week! What a week! What a day! I feel like game one was like 2 days ago.
Captain, it's regular season. Like, it's crazy. It feels like I've progressed so many years from my life just by watching this day. Every game was so intense.
I'm aging by the hour watching all of you guys play, honestly. Best of one has been insane. A round table, I want to have all of your opinion. One word to sum up LEC versus so far. Scumond, you go first.
Surprising.
Surprising, and Pyros?
Upsets.
Upsets, all right. Fits with your team as well. Stan?
Close.
Close?
Yeah.
I guess that sums it pretty well.
That's true, yeah.
Let's take a look at the standings because I have no clue what they look like right now. The only thing we knew was that KC was first. Navi grabbed second on their very first split in the LEC here, followed by Team Vitality. Team Heretics clutching fourth place. What the hell, man?
Yeah, I didn't expect that.
I think nobody expected this, but like props to you guys. GX, they were second. They were second yesterday. They dropped to fifth today. MKOI finally grabbed their victory, which is great because we're going to have the finals in their country in Madrid, so I'm happy that they qualified.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible seeing Heretics at fourth place because I think like 2 weeks ago you guys were at 11th.
Yes.
What
That is
an
insane.
absolute run. How has that been like this last 2 weeks? What really clicked at this stage?
I mean, we had this do or die mindset since like 2 weeks because we were 11th, but we didn't change our practice daily. We had this mentality of day one, like every day is day one. So we just kept working hard and we clutched the last 2 weeks.
Scumond, any first impressions on this seventh place? It's very unlike G2, but still. You guys made it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, really relieved right now after the after the win. But it was definitely like very stressful. I really think that we showed like a really poor face this whole split so far. But I'm really like confident that coming to the playoffs will improve a lot. And I know that in Fearless we'll be able to have like so many picks that enemy teams can't really counter. So I'm really looking forward for this.
Caps was Kia player of the game for this game. Any comments on his performance the whole split? From what I kept on seeing, he's been maybe the most consistent member for the lineup. Is that something you felt as well?
I mean, he just like the shockwave he did, like I think 4-man shockwave, 5-man shockwave was just a clutch, right? So
yeah.
Obviously like really well played by him. But I'm really proud of like everyone because I think it's one of our cleanest games so far in the split. So I'm just happy about it. And yeah, I mean, if you keep showing this face, yeah I'm confident that will be really strong.
And Piero, sadly, you were on the other side of that shockwave and of that matchup. You still qualified for playoffs, so congratulations on your very first playoffs in the LEC.
I mean, thank you. We kind of didn't deserve it this week, to be honest.
You know what?
Yeah,
Making it matters. But yeah, talk me through this game and what went wrong for you guys.
It was a very stressful week, to be honest. Like, our practice also was not the best this week, but yeah, very lucky that we kind of went to playoffs that way, even without winning. But yeah, I'm sure if we keep practicing well, we can do good things in playoffs.
We said that this Fnatic lineup was pretty much going to be the same, not the same thing, but the same dynamic as last year. Is that something we still feel confident about at the end of these 4 weeks?
I mean, I think it's early to say with a new team like Fnatic. There's a lot of new pieces in this lineup, and I think they haven't really found what really works for them consistently yet. Speaking of like Fnatic and G2, because we talked to Jojo earlier today, Skewmond, and he said that he felt like he had fun today, finally, because there was finally a little bit of stakes in the games. And he said this finally allowed them to play well. Did you feel the same way about this in G2, or did you feel like it was just pure stress?
I mean, for sure, right? Like, after watching like the Heretics KC game, we were like, okay, we have to lock in, you know, like, let's sort this out. I don't want to go on vacation yet, so yeah, I mean, I felt like everybody was really like focused during the game and like thinking about like the game plan and like how to just progress. And honestly, I think it's the first time we actually played as a team properly this split, so I mean, that was nice, yeah, for sure.
And same for you, Stan, actually. I mean, you've been in these difficult seats actually for quite a while now, but knowing that today, you told me in interview, knowing that it was going to be the last game and the last chance to qualify, you pulled the wonkiest draft ever. You won with it. Pressure? You thrive in it, you think?
I mean, yeah, pressure changed the team, in my opinion, especially best of ones. So we had to adapt, like you have no choice. And we had this, we went in like no regrets and just play. So that's what I liked from the game today, a lot of emotions.
Looking ahead now, we're going into finally no more best of ones. Maybe finally, Empiros, no more Rumble Cassante. Are you looking forward to the meta changes, or at least being able to play a little bit more different champions? Because I feel like we haven't seen, especially top laners, dig that deep in the pool. It's been a lot of Rumble, Cassante, Sion.
I mean, I really hope like we don't see those times again. Like it's so boring playing this matchup always. Yeah, I'm happy that we will play best of 3 finally. Best of 1s are really stressful, to be honest. And yeah, I'm looking forward to picking some other times.
GP maybe?
Oh, or Jax?
Yeah, I can play Jax for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, about GP, not sure. Like, it's kind of hard to pull off.
Yeah, looks a bit hard right now. How about you, Stan, in terms of like meta, saying goodbye to best of ones finally? Are you looking forward to Fearless Draft again?
Yeah, I really like Fearless and best of 3s. So I believe it's going to change a lot, the teams, because right now you could be OTP a comp and be fine with best of 1, but now you need to practice a lot of more team comp.
Yeah.
It can go like to 3 games or even 5. So the next week of practice will be really important.
And that's G2's comfort zone usually.
Yeah, I mean,
a new angle?
I'm not sure. Last time I pulled it off in MSI, it was
it
really
didn't
bad.
go well.
But yeah, I think we strive when we need to be creative. So I'm really looking forward for the playoffs, and finally no more best of 1. I'm really happy.
Yes, we all are, I think.
I mean, there's just one thing that, like, whenever you ask a team if they think they're a good Fearless team, they all say yes. So I want to ask you all 3 a question.
Oh.
Which team do you think is the scariest in Fearless? And you cannot say your own team.
I love it.
Let's start with you, Skimond. Is there one team you're a little bit worried about in Fearless? Possibly.
I mean, honestly, not really. I mean, like the first that will come into my mind is probably Koi, right? Like they have a lot of spicy picks in top lane especially. And yeah, probably Koi, I would say. But like every team can just deep into their, go deep into their champion pool. So I think every team has like a lot of power. But yeah, I mean, I don't really have like any fears for now.
Okay. What about you, Emperors?
I mean, I would say Los Ratones.
Well,
but sadly they're out.
I guess we'll never know.
I mean, after LR, I would say G2, probably.
Okay.
I think they all have big champion pool.
That makes sense. What about you, Stan?
Yeah, I was thinking G2 as well. They have a lot of experienced players that can pull a lot of old champions. So I would say G2.
What about you, Finn? Outside of these 3 teams, I'm making it harder for you.
Man, I don't know. I just wonder what Na'Vi is gonna do in playoffs, because I feel like Relish is the only jungler just playing these constant skirmish-heavy jungle playstyle, and I wonder if this is gonna keep working out as the pools get a little bit thinner, because eventually you run out of Aatroxes and Nafiris. What do you think about that, Skimond?
I mean, that's very interesting. I think that it will for sure like change how they play because these champs are really strong right now, especially because it's a flex, right? And it just gives you a lot of power in the draft. But yeah, like once they're out, you will have to just either play like standard champions, like I don't know, like Zane, Wukong, this type of champs, or like if you are really creative, you can look for another champ, right? So I'm not sure, but it will definitely like make them lose a lot of draft power. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter if you're jungler, you're playing competitive. Eventually, you have to lock the Maokai.
Oh yeah, actually,
Oh,
Maokai. I mean, he got buffed as well this patch, so might have to bring it back.
Enjoy.
Yeah.
Back on the leash for the jungles. Talking a bit more about the league and the fact that we've been playing best of ones for so long, Stan, do you feel like it's going to take, you only have all 1 week to adapt back to Fearless, back to best of 3. How hard do you think it's going to be to flex that muscle again when it comes to training in scrims and getting ready?
I think it's hard to practice because you cannot replicate stuff in like game 2, game 3. It's hard because every series is different. So 1 week is really fast. It's like maybe 5 days of practice.
Yeah.
With like 1 day off. So I think it's gonna be hard. So the quality of the games will be important to have a good practice.
Day off tomorrow for all of you, and then back to scrims?
Yes.
That's
Yes.
the
Yeah,
schedule?
yeah.
Nice. I want to take this opportunity to actually celebrate the fact that for once in LEC we had 2 new teams. By the way, the draw is happening backstage right now. We'll review the results once they're ready. But yeah, LEC versus, we had 2 new teams coming from ERL. So you're new, of course, and Pyros. But how has it been, this experience for you guys, having KCB, playing against KCB, seeing Los Ratones as well? What did you think of them?
I think it was very nice that we saw some ERL teams in LEC. I think it never happened before.
No,
so it
or
was,
ages ago, but yeah.
It was very fun also for the crowd to watch new teams and new players coming to stage and performing well. So that was nice.
And for you, Skimon, who's a bit more experienced in the league, having rookies and your teams.
Yeah, I mean, we all came from ERLs as well, so like I know that like winning EU Masters is like such a like nice thing to have, and like going to LEC afterwards is like such a nice feeling, and I think it's like so nice for these players to have like to get this experience in the LEC stage. And I really think that they played like pretty well for both of these teams. So I think it was really nice to play against them. I think they were really creative.
Yeah.
Those was nice especially. And KCB, honestly, like even though like the score is like not the greatest, I truly believe that they played like really well against like top teams, even against us, right? Like they were like winning a lot of early games. So yeah, it was like a pleasure to play against them.
Something that we often talk about when it comes to having new teams from ERL or just like looking at prospects is who is going to join the LEC next? Who are the next players who are going to join the league from these teams? So who do you think we're going to see? We've been talking about Yukino a lot.
I mean, it's really hard to say because it's still winter. I think E-Master is still quite a bit away.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be this year, by the way, but yeah.
I mean, I think for sure Yukino is a person a lot of people are looking at. Man, even if you go to ERL, the talent pool in Europe runs quite deep. There's a lot of interesting prospects out there just waiting to be discovered. So I'm really excited to see where we end up.
As a French player, do you think Prime is someone we could see as well?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure, okay.
I mean, I agree with Yukino.
Yeah.
He did good. As well, I was thinking of Nemesis. If he wants to play, I'm almost sure he could have a spot.
That's on him, man. Like for
Yeah,
years, I
that's-
feel like he's been declining offers, but yeah, definitely. It felt good to see Nemesis again. Actually, what did you think? Because we've been talking a lot about how he helped Los Ratones. It's a different thing performing in ERL, but coming back to a stage you haven't been playing in for ages and playing to that level, to me, Nemesis may be the player who impressed me the most.
Yeah, I mean, I think especially because he played professionally 2019, 2020, latest time, right? And I think the game pace has really evolved since then. Because back then the games were quite slow if you look back at it. So I thought he would struggle a bit more due to how fast the game is being played now. When you like overload side lanes, people started doing that like 2020. That was a new concept back then. So I'm really impressed by how fast he accumulated, and I think he showed great individual mechanics and just deep knowledge about the game.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see all these players, honestly, coming back. And maybe renewing the experiment of inviting teams in the LEC. Was it weird for you guys, actually, going from like 10 teams to all of a sudden having 12 teams and new opponents?
I mean, yes and no, right? Like the format was the same as last year, so like best of one again, sadly.
Yeah, we don't like them. Let's not do that again.
But I mean, yeah, it's just like 2 new teams to play against. I mean, it's for sure like better for like scrims, I guess. Like you just get to see more like different play style and draft identity. But yeah, not really a lot of changes.
Looking at the bracket that we're going to have soon, hopefully, I want to talk about potential opponents, if we can have the standings once again. I'm unclear on who they can face, though, so I'm going to need production to help me on this. But any opponents. I know that usually you guys tell me that you need to face off against every team, so it really doesn't matter. But if you could choose a first opponent, who would it be? You can go first. Okay.
Okay. I go first. I mean,
all right.
I don't want to be offensive, but I will choose Fnatic.
Okay.
Yeah. I think they have not been fully consistent recently, so I will pick them.
What about you, Emperors?
I will say Team Heretics now. For their beef.
A match made in heaven. Let's make it happen.
So we get revenge versus stand.
Fair enough.
Simon?
I'd like to play against Koi to take our revenge again. I think like our first game was like really like a big disaster, and I truly believe that we can just beat them. So it will be fun to play against them again. It's also like a rematch of the final, so that will be fun.
Yeah, we know how this one went. Obviously, different year, different times. Any matchup specifically that we could be excited about? I know that I want to see Relatch against all the junglers in the league.
Yeah.
For me, that's the most exciting.
I mean, also the team we haven't really talked about is KC, because they did finish the
That's
season
true,
in first
actually.
place, and they have looked really, really dominant. So I kind of want to pick your brains a little bit. Like, why do you think KC did so well in this regular season? What is it what makes them so winning? You can start with you, Skimon.
Yeah, they've been really consistent.
I think that they were playing like a really like stable game, you know, stacking drakes and like usually like pushing strong lanes. And they are just like really stable scaling, and I think that obviously they have really good laners, right? And they're just able to like pressure you, like kind of on repeats, and they were leaking up pretty well. And I think they're just individually like pretty good.
Looking at your improvements, actually, that you could make happen between right now being two teams that are struggling. Okay, let's make it three teams that like had a hard time making it there. What are the main improvements that you want to see for your team with the little time that you have? Skimon first.
I mean, I really want us to see. I mean, I hope that we'll be like more like consistent and like really disciplined in our games, right? Like I feel like we are kind of dropping the ball like many times, and just being on the same page, no matter what play we are looking for. I think the most important. I think yesterday was like a true example of like not being on the same page. You know, we were just like someone is engaging, the other one doesn't want to fight, and it just becomes like a really like bad fight in general. But I think just being on the same page and just tryharding, I guess.
Empiros, Fnatic, but better version in playoffs. What does it look like?
Yeah, I mean, for us, we kind of have to fix the early game. I think it's our worst part, kind of the game. We are falling behind kind of every game. We don't contest drakes or scuttle crops. We're just FK. So yeah, we have to fix that part, and also we are also inconsistent in lanes. We have to fix our laning phase.
Okay, we can talk about these things, right? But let's talk about the real issue here. LP inflation. Are you guys abusing duo queue? Because I've seen the ladder right now. I'm not playing solo queue right now, but I've seen the ladder. I've seen some crazy numbers. Stand, are you playing duo queue right now, or are you abusing it?
Yeah, I'm doing a lot.
Is it that bad, actually?
It's
Is it
bad.
because your queue came back?
I love it, I love it.
Wait, because Skimon, you were telling me that you were loving it, but are you just loving it because of LP inflation and because you and BB can just like skyrocket to Elo heaven?
Actually, right now, BB's rank 1 of the ladder is like crazy to me. He wasn't like top 10 for like ages. I started doing it with him, and he's just like 2.1k LP right now. It's just like insane.
You know, it's a bigger number, better person, right?
Yeah, I'm kind of carrying him. Let's be honest, but it's fine. But yeah, I mean, I think it's like kind of nice for like building synergy, but I think for like solo queue players, not pro players, it's like kind of unfair. You know, like you just play against LEC like bot lane, mid jungle, and it's like really hard.
What about you, Imperius? Are you
abusing?
Are you being mad at all the pre-made bot laners you see just carrying the game 2v2 while you're playing top lane and you cannot do a thing, or is that just me?
Yeah, I just play solo. That's why I'm not top 10.
My guy.
Top lane life.
I mean, I'm high elo still, but yeah, I'm playing solo. Like my teammates are not playing with me. Vlad is playing with Kana all the time, and Razork is not playing that much.
Okay. Razork, hello.
I remember it as well when I was scrimming back like 2019 when there was duo queue. It was like scrims are finished, and then my bot lane goes to queue up, my mid jungle goes to queue up, and I'm just sitting in my corner like.
Top laner life.
That's top lane
tough.
life.
Feels sad,
it's tough
man.
out there.
What about you?
Yeah, I'm doing a lot with Ice,
Mhm.
and I did some duo with Naknako as well.
Oh, nice.
I think top sup duo is actually really good because you can affect the.
Well, there you go. There you go. You can snatch.
Yeah, I could play with Lospa, but Lospa is playing with ADC, so yeah.
Sad. What's the Elo rank between you three, actually? And you, Finn? I mean, I don't know if you're still good. No. I don't want to play. Okay, let's not talk about him. Okay, Elo rank.
I think I'm like 2k LP, something like this.
Okay, you're always super high.
Yeah,
honestly.
but like seeing like is like I think the season started like 1 month ago, and seeing like 10 players being 2K LP already is like kind of crazy. You know?
That's insane.
Like last year when I was 2K LP, like only 2 players were there as well. But right now it's like everybody's just here, you know.
Okay, and Pieros?
I'm 1.5, I think.
1.5, okay.
I'm 1.6.
That's nice.
But it's actually like top 50. Like there is like 50 people that are like between
1.6 is top 50 now?
Yeah, yeah.
Bro,
Like
I was
there is-
rank 1.6k LP like a few years ago. That's insane.
This season has the biggest inflation ever, in my opinion.
Rito fixed the game. Anyway, nice conversation about solo queue. I think the draw has been completed finally, and we are waiting on KC and Navi to confirm their opponents. So yeah, actually we can keep on chatting.
Exciting.
Exciting.
Who do you think Navi's gonna choose? Actually, Casey's choosing first, right?
Casey's choosing first, and then yeah, Navi will be choosing. Oh, who do we think Casey is going to be choosing actually?
Well, we don't want them to break up this
You guys,
really beautiful
yeah.
lavender
Hello.
marriage. Like,
We're here.
I think they might choose us.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I hope they will pick maybe... Who's the remaining one they could choose?
What would be a good opponent for Navi? That's what I'm wondering. I just want to see if they're going to be as exciting in best of.
I would like GX Navi, because I feel like both those teams kind of have a lot to prove still on the stage. Because
Navi.
GX has looked good in regular season for a long time, haven't really delivered in playoffs, and Navi now really explosive regular season. I would like to see what both those teams can do in the playoffs.
Actually, I'm interested in seeing what you're going to do in playoffs because these guys have experience in playoff. It's going to be your first one. So far, what do you think you've learned from the top laners in LEC? There's been a lot of new top laners, by the way, this year. It's actually really exciting.
I feel like I will be better in playoffs than best of ones. I think I have good champion pool to play carry champs, so I can pull out better counter picks, I would say. So I'm very happy that we reached the playoffs, so I can show up as well.
I feel like top laners have had more fun this season, or no? You guys complain less.
I
than
mean, on
before.
paper, yeah, but then when you look at the regular season, it's been Rumble, Kazanta, Sion every single
Yeah,
game.
in pro play, but like in general, we've been talking about the off-season changes and everything that has brought to the game. Do you feel like top lane is finally happy now, or in a happier state?
I mean, for sure, also in solo queue it's way better. Like you can go ignite or exhaust to make your matchup better. You can snowball, like you get more levels. If you reach level 20, you are kind of Thanos in the game, so that's very nice. Yeah, so top is kind of OP.
Which role got the most boosted, as in like... Wait, it is the most boosted actually right now.
It's the most boosted?
Yeah.
Always support players, though. Or you mean like better than before?
Better than before. Busted. Busted is the word that I was
Sorry,
looking
Stan.
for.
Sorry.
No, well, we'll come back to that later.
We all know it's true. Like, let's not kid ourselves.
Yeah.
I mean, I think top lane for sure got the biggest boost in terms
Yeah.
of power level. I mean, AD carry, you can make the argument, but I
That's
think
what
top
I'm
lane...
thinking, like 6 items for 80 carries, that seems a bit...
Yeah, but it's like quite rare for a game to go on that far, especially in solo queue. So I think just top laners being able to take, as you say, summer spells for their matchup and then still get TP for free, I think is such a big boon.
You guys agree?
Yeah, I would also say top lane by far.
Top lane as well?
Yeah, I said top lane as well.
Yeah, junglers are... Yeah.
I mean, like junglers. I mean, the role is strong, so like fair enough. Like our quest is like pretty bad, like nothing changes kind of. But I think yeah, top and support you get Black Friday on like pinks and you get like more gold. It's
Yeah.
like, crazy, you know. And yeah, I mean, I think these two probably like the strongest.
Do you feel like the game is balanced right now? Because that's always a big question. We love Arakan being gone. That's great. Thank you, Riot. No one needed that. No one liked that. But do we feel like the game is healthy right now?
I think Drake's a bit too OP.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the team that control Drake is most likely going to win the game.
What I want to know is that I actually saw some teams now start picking red side because it seems easier to take Drakes on red side. Is this something that you've noticed as well, or is this pure chance?
I mean, I don't know about this, but I just want to say we played like all of our games were like on blue side, so I didn't get to taste that red side dragon thing.
Did you get to taste the red side
Yeah,
dragon?
we didn't play a single
Man.
time on red side, which is like a bit crazy, but this could be an argument, yeah, I guess. Yeah. Makes sense.
On that sense, it's now not only choosing red side and blue side, but like right of first selection, you pick the first pick on either side. We've mostly seen people not pick a side, but like pick the last pick, so basically picking second. Do you feel like it's something that's going to change now that we get into best of 3, best of 5s?
I think in Fearless it might take a role, yeah. But in Best of One it didn't change
Yeah.
something, yeah. So we're not sure how it works so far. Yeah, so we'll see.
It's going to be a nice test. I think for that Drake control, and especially bot control early, maybe you would want to pick red side. I think Navi did this when we've talked to The Rock.
Yeah, I think Navi did it, and I think LR did it one game
LR
as well,
did
where
it
they
as well?
picked red side. I'm not 100% sure that someone's going to fact check me on that, but I think in general seems to be the case that, I mean, you have a little bit of an easier entryway to River for bot side,
and it's a little bit easier to war defensively on bot side as well. I'm not sure, but it definitely seems to be the meta, or not the meta, but like the easier way to get dragons to show red side.
Last topic that I wanted to talk about with you guys, something that we don't see in Europe, we've mentioned briefly with Gilotto. In LCK, this split, they had the option to let the coach come into the game and talk to the player 45 seconds, 3 times per game. Yes or no? Is that something that you would enjoy? Have you seen that in LCK also?
I saw it, yeah.
Yeah?
I mean, sounds interesting, but not sure how it works.
Okay.
In game, it's kind of like Valorant when they pause and they talk.
Yeah.
So, yeah, not sure. Maybe it will be helpful.
Okay.
But no, yeah.
Do you feel like it's something, Skimon, that you
I mean,
would like?
I cannot really tell honestly. It seems like it just seems hard. I think like the best info is probably like just when you enter the game, the coach like talking about the plan, the game plan again, saying like what we should be looking for can be something good. But like besides this, I'm not really sure. Right? Like maybe a coach can remind when enemy has no summons, maybe. But like most of the time, like the players see it as well in the game. So I don't really know.
Honestly, I can't imagine a bigger nightmare. Like, I don't think I've had any coach that would like to just come in and ruin the entire game state just because he wants to say something.
Yeah.
Usually it would be something wrong anyway, so I think the risk is really high for it, like messing up the vibe.
I think if Grabs could talk, he would flame us probably. He would say, what are you doing,
What
guys?
the hell are you
Just
doing,
wake up
guys?
or something.
Just airdropping in.
Do you see Hidon dropping in game and just giving you guys advice?
Hidon is perma-saying if we could do it, we will be the best team in LEC. But he's
Really?
Oh, time to back it up.
But I'm not a big fan of it. I mean,
Okay.
it's interesting, but as a player, I'm like locked in. There is like so many micro info that if someone from the outside is like trying to make a plan, it can make you go out of flow states. Because the game is so fast, you need to make micro decision every second, kind of. So I think it's hard for like top teams to apply this.
Yeah.
Only like general things. It's hard to like go on details, in my opinion.
I know T1 didn't like it.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, that's not something we have in the LEC for now. Maybe later, maybe in the future. The only thing we have right now is the brackets. Let me talk you through how it happened. Seed 1, KC, and Seed 2, Navi. Seed on the opposite side of the bracket. Referees then drew seeds 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 on the opposite side of the bracket. KC and Navi then have selection of who they will face within their first half of the bracket. And the final bracket for LEC Versus is... we have KC GX, Team Heretics G2, Navi Fnatic, Vitality versus MKOI. All right, so I'm going to come straight to the G2 Heretics here. Who wants to go first?
And fight!
I mean, definitely going to be interesting. I think that Heretics like really ramped up like a lot, actually, like in this week and the last one. So, and yeah, like they just beat KC today with like a really strong like fashion. So I'm excited to play against them. And hopefully, if we are able to keep up the pace with them, I think we'll definitely have like a great game.
I mean, yeah, G2 is like tough opponents. I
Yeah.
hope they will stay in this bad state. And it will go good for us.
I hope the team sucks. Nice, love it. And for you, Empiros, Navi, as a first opponent for your very first time in playoffs?
It's a good opponent, to be honest. They went good in best of ones. I'm looking forward to play versus them. Also, Minter is my 1v1 partner most of the times.
nice.
So it's going to be fun playing versus him in playoffs.
What did you think about him in the LEC, actually? Coming on as a rookie as well in the league.
He was very consistent
Yeah.
in his gameplay, and also he played kind of Sion Cassandra. But yeah, I mean, I like him. I think he is good.
Love it. Finn, any comments on the matchups we have overall?
I mean, I'm looking at MKOI Vitality. I think that's going to be a
Same.
carnage. I am surprised we ended up with this matchup this early, but I guess MKOI's ending so far down allowed this to happen. I think it's a super hype matchup. There's a lot of really key matchups. I'm thinking the bot lane is going to be chaotic. Top lane matchup is also really interesting. I think Nako versus Mirwin and the Fearless best of 3. I think there's going to be some sparks flying there.
Let me look at the rest. GX KC, actually. They're all interesting. They're all really
So
interesting.
it means KC chose Giants first?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
That's interesting, actually. What
Yeah.
do you think made them confident?
Today?
Today, yeah, today. Today's a good example.
I'm not sure, actually. It's difficult. It's hard to know what they mean or what they want. Also, I don't know exactly what choices they had to choose between. Maybe they could only choose between MKOI, like the lower 4 teams, I imagine. So maybe there was a little bit of substitution going on there, because I think like our league right now is very stacked.
Yeah.
Like the teams are spread out a lot, so it's difficult to make that call.
And Navi chose you guys. Time to prove them wrong.
Yeah, of course.
One
We
week
will
to
tell
do so.
them.
Before we sign off, quick note, we had a really interesting schedule heading into playoffs in the next few weeks. Week 2 of playoffs is going to be played as a super week, going from Friday to Monday, February 20th until the 23rd. And finally, the Versus playoffs hosted by MCOI in Barcelona is going to take place from Friday to Monday, February 27th to March 1st. And you can get your tickets now at lec.gg/Barcelona. In the meantime, if you want to watch more League of Legends, LCS is on. Shopify Rebellion is taking on Dignitas, so head over there. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Thank you guys for sticking around with us and talking about this playoff. It's been a pleasure. Finn smurfing it as always. We'll see you guys next week. Take care, be nice to each other, and see you next time. Bye-bye.
Who's in charge of
What's it going to be?
Let's see.
Nami,
Nami, okay.
okay.
Sion is through.
It's open! Holy f***, it's open! It's open.
Oh my god, Sion is open!
Oh my god!
Nexus.
Nice stun, Jon.
Nexus.
I'm in my bad role. I'm so...
Referee, you will be sad because it's last game for us? I can't say if I'm sad or not. I can't show any bias. Yeah, but you can say if you're sad that you will not see us spring, you know?
Yeah, it's not really biased.
It's not biased, yeah. It is.
Let's kill him. Aatrox too.
Nice.
Good job.
I'm stuck
I'm
in the
looking.
middle. Azir, no flash.
Nice. Sion. Careful, Kai'Sa.
Nice. Finish.
Can you guys finish? Oh yeah, I'll finish.
It's you, bro.
The upper going in here with the Ghost, looking for Baduk. Puts down the Feather Storm, flash away.
I'm dead. Oh, yo. Maybe can we no flash. Wait, TLC, Kirk.
Yummy!
Blue Phantom. We are slowing him. I can kill. I will ulti now.
We don't reach there, okay, guys? Don't
I'm ulti.
I'm ulting too. I like Azir slowly. Look. Yeah, we'll go.
I tank. Go forward.
Has flash and ult. No flash. Let's go Nash.
Curtain Call going to come out. Lucio has to block every shot here. Teleport in the flank. Heretics have an angle on Kaliz, but the TP is so damn slow. Saren flash between worlds, and he gets boned.
Here. 1 HP. Nice.
I'm fine.
I'm hooking too. Is that?
No flash. Go. Yeah, I'm still stuck right now.
Take my portal. I'll take the portal.
I can cover you.
Guys. Back gauche, okay? Maybe no.
It looks good. Nice. Let's go, guys. Okay, we're not out yet. Nice.
Kill of 2025.
A new wave is coming to the LEC. That's gonna be one of the best LEC intros I've seen in years.
Oh, Jackies!
For a bit, I know
Crowd's all ready for that trash line. Their rapid, crazy minds right in the arcane again.
Everything blue in this arena. Everything blue.
Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go! Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. let's move. Side to side, let's come on, everybody, bring it in.